Chapter 28. The seeker crossbow on Zaria's porch opened fire as the giant balehen charged in. With the added accuracy of the enchantment, it could hardly miss, especially against a foe nearly as massive as Zaria was herself. The flock diverted to the side, heading towards the mimics and Vaisala. Zaria could only shout a warning, then had to brace herself for impact. She turned her finger towards the giant balehen and let loose a cackle, adding her own magic to the arrows. Both provided a barrage of assaults against the monster. Against the onslaught, a lesser balehen would have crumbled in an instant. This was no lesser balehen. This was 2 tons of enraged chicken that feared no dungeon nor god, and knew no mercy, only chaos. The giant balehen slammed into Zaria, goring the side of her hut with its horn eyes, and sending Zaria stumbling to the side. The ground shook with every step as she tried to keep herself upright. For one deadly moment, it looked like she would fall, teetering on one talon, and the giant balehen lunged in, trying to take advantage of her precarious posture. Then, Zaria whipped out the talon that wasn't on the ground in a sideways swipe, slashing the balehen across the face. She drew a couple of thick lines of blood, and the massive creature leapt back, squawking in indignation. The worms that filled the creature rose up to its face, sealing the injury, but first blood was Zaria's. Seeing how useless her cackle was against this monstrosity, Zaria turned her finger to the battlefield, casting it blindly, and cackling at the smallest balehens that fluttered through the air. Against those small creatures, her blows could shatter bones and send them plummeting to the earth, where they were trampled by the larger combatants. Still, the giant balehen charged in, crowing its rage. Zaria leapt back to gain some distance, lashing out with her talons at the giant's side and forcing it to step quickly to avoid her. She needed more weapons. It had never occurred to her that the death of her mobs in the battle would be a good thing, but right now, she needed every advantage she could get. And since command had been freed up already, Zaria spun up a pair of uncommon crossbow mimics on the roof alongside her, each with a moon heart. They immediately turned on the balehen, but before they could open fire, the behemoth caught Zaria off guard. The beast's tail whipped around, smacking into Zaria's side and sending her staggering again. The balehen moved like lightning, charging in and ducking under Zaria's countering kick. It came up under Zaria, driving its eye horns into her underside, further unbalancing her. Before it could send her to the ground, the crate mimics she'd kept inside sprung out from the trap door, their tongues lashing out to wrap around the balehen's throat and shoulders to pull them in. They were only 10-ranked mobs, but their bites were still doing some damage, and the balehen squawked in indignation, thrashing to try to free itself of the assailants. The distraction gave Zaria a chance to catch herself and take quick stock of her house. Dungeon-reinforced wood was far stronger than normal materials. The balehen strikes would have splintered normal planks like they were toothpicks, but Zaria's house was reinforced with dungeon mana. As such, so far, the creature had only managed to score deep gouges on her surface, but none of them had punched through to the house within. That was probably for the best. Aside from the obvious reasons, Zaria had no idea what would happen if something from the outside managed to force a hole into her extra-dimensional interior. A problem she'd just have to make sure she avoided then. Zaria whirled, stepping fast to let the crossbows on her roof and porch focus their attention on the monster. "Now!" she commanded the crate mimics. At her command, each of them bit down, activating the impact runes granted by Vaisala to match the blow. These bites let the crates take large chunks out of the giant balehen's form, and for the first time, the demonic chicken's reaction turned from annoyance to pain. Then the crossbows opened fire. The seeker crossbow kept up a steady stream of bolts, but the uncommon moon crossbows did some real work. With each shot, the bolt transformed the moment it was fired, becoming a beam of light that struck the balehen, tearing away slivers of its skin. Once the beam had resolved, there was still a bolt stuck in the creature, shining with the pale luminescence of the moon. That wasn't the strangest part, however. The strangest part was what was happening over the creature. An image of the moon took shape, ghostly and transparent, but growing more solid and real with every blast. It tracked the balehen's movements, moving along with the creature as it thrashed about. The balehen was injured, but hardly down. Fellworms began to erupt from its skin, now striking directly at the crate mimics, latching onto the crates with their lamprey mouths and splintering wood as they chewed through the mimics' hides. The mimics had to let go to deal with these new threats, freeing the balehen of the minor annoyances and allowing it to refocus its attention fully on Zaria. The balehen didn't charge, however. Instead, it reared up, taking a deep breath before letting out a deep sound somewhere between a bacaw and a loogie being hawked. Then it let loose with a veritable stream of fellworms, the demonic parasites washing over Zaria's house. They latched onto her wood and tore into it. The sensation wasn't painful exactly, but it was unpleasant, and Zaria clenched her fists in frustration before turning her cackle on the worms. "Keep your fire on the balehen," she commanded the moon crossbows. "Help me with the worms," was the order she gave to the seeker crossbow, before checking her command total. During the chaos, she'd lost a couple more mimics on the main battlefield. A quick glance told her Vaisala and Rav were still alive and well, although the witch had taken a few slashes that would need attention. Zaria used the freed-up command to create a few sword mimics on the side of her house, ordering them to hunt down and cut off the fellworms. Then the balehen charged in again, and it slammed into Zaria with much more force than it had before. The creature had been gripped by some kind of demonic rage ability, driving it to a greater frenzy, and its strikes had been augmented as a result. Now it was dealing real damage to Zaria's wood. As if that wasn't bad enough, a voice spoke from the air high above, harsh and monotone. "Command acknowledged. Following orders." Zaria glanced upwards at the drone, which had been hovering overhead this entire time. "Playing, recording." Its voice had, up until that, been flat and grating. What came out immediately afterwards was nothing like what it had sounded like before. Now it was upbeat and feminine, save for segments when it dropped back into that unnaturally flat voice. "Attention, local sapients. This drone has detected a unknown classification in your area. Unusually high presence of lunar energy detected. Please seek shelter as countermeasures are deployed." The voice switched back to the robotic tone. "T-10 until countermeasures. If you are caught outside, precautions have been taken to minimize sapient casualties. Distance yourself from non-sapient targets." Zaria couldn't worry about that. The balehen was pressing in on its advantage, trying to force its horns through one of the holes its fellworms had carved. A couple times, it drew too close to a sword mimic, which took advantage of the proximity to lash out at the monster, but it was coming in strong, goring Zaria. She had to move as quickly as she could to keep her crossbow mimics trained on the creature. "T-5 until countermeasures." Zaria kicked at the creature and glanced at the battlefield. The ground base balehens had been defeated. Now it was just up to the group to take out the flyers, and their numbers were rapidly dwindling. "Vaisala!" she shouted. "Get to cover!" Vaisala didn't need to be told twice. With Rav still lashing out, sending moonblade beams flying at the flyers, the witch broke from the battle and dove behind a rock. 3, 2... Vaisala's crossbows fired one more time. 1. Everything happened at once. One was the moon that had been floating over the balehen's head solidified. The instant it did, it lit up, glowing with the intensity of a full moon, and letting loose a beam of energy down on the balehen. Pale light washed over the creature, and then every single one of the moon-based crossbow bolts inside the creature detonated in a flash of light, ripping new chunks out of the creature. Zaria could feel the experience flow into her as it died. As the explosions were going off, the drone's underbelly split open, revealing rows of dozens of metal fingers. The fingers roared like miniature dragons and erupted from the drone's stomach, streaking down towards the battlefield. The moment they reached the level of Zaria and the balehen, as well as the balehen flyers, they detonated themselves. These explosions were more traditional flame detonations, but they sent shards of shrapnel flying out to the sides, shredding balehens and embedding themselves in Zaria's side as well. Interestingly, none of the finger bombs that flew like crossbow bolts reached the ground. The shrapnel burned bright white and turned to ash before hitting the ground. Since all of Zaria's mobs were ground-based, none of them took any damage. Then, notifications popped into Zaria's vision. Hidden quest completed. Defeat an elite corrupted animal. Bonus experience awarded. New quest available. The Otherworldly Dungeon. An alien dungeon is loose on the world with unusual mob types. Find it and drive it from this world before it drives the demons into a greater frenzy. Reward, bonus experience. Title, Warden of the Shattered Moon Kingdom. New X00V error available. The moon has seen. 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 Repeats for error value INF, terminating count to prevent system corruption. Reward, 250% chance to control moonborn mobs. Moonborn mobs now available for purchase. Beware, moonborn mobs may resist control. Beware, the moon has seen. For a moment, in the thunderous aftermath of the explosions, the battlefield was silent. Vaisala poked her head up from behind the rock, looking at the mess. Every bale hen was dead. Every bale hen saved one, a smaller bale hen that Broil had wrapped in its stovepipe. It struggled and squawked, but Zaria had wanted to feed it to her oven, so Broil was keeping it alive. Then the drone spoke again. Lunar energy presence has ceased. You are now safe. Retreating to observation altitude. Any attempt to pursue will be seen as hostile. It started to rise into the air again. Zaria wanted to order her crossbow mimics to shoot at it, but she was nearly drained. Most of her mana had been spent on that fight, and if the drone wanted to get out of range, Zaria would let it. Vaisala watched it retreat too, then flashed Zaria a fierce grin. Per what Zaria could see from the witch, she was exhausted, but the earlier wounds were not deep enough to put her in any danger. Vaisala leaned against her spork, trying to stand up, but her arms wobbled. She must have burned through almost all of her stamina in the fight, but she would live. That was, Vaisala said, her voice thick with excitement and fatigue intermingled, the single greatest fight of my life. Then she collapsed face forward into the dirt, unconscious. Chapter 29. It took a couple of hours for Vaisala's stamina to fully recover. The fellworms had gotten to her at some point, and they had left behind a stamina-draining debuff that kept her from waking. The entire time, Rav sat over her like a guard dog, waving his blade at anything that got close, until Zaria told him not to menace the other mimics. Then he just sat there, watching over the sleeping witch. He came back with the other mimics when his duration was going to expire, before he could go wild, but whined until Zaria let him return. That cycle repeated with him and the other mimics a few times, keeping them busy with tasks outside of Zaria's dungeon. It appeared Rav has a new friend. During that time, Zaria summoned a non-mimic chest and shoved the captured bale hen inside of it. It squawked and struggled and hissed, but the creature wasn't that much stronger than an ordinary chicken, so it remained contained for now. For the best. Zaria wanted to wait for Vaisala to fully awaken before that. It wasn't hard to repair the damage left by the giant bale hen, nor was it difficult for her sword mimics to start chopping up pieces of the monster to make it into future meat for the ovens. It was not a demon itself, but there was enough demonic blood coursing through the creature it would suffice the requirements of hellish cuisine. She also took a moment to use her scry ability, this time targeting the clouds overhead. Zaria couldn't see far inside the cloud, but it didn't just move her vision. Up there, she could hear a constant sound, a metallic thwack, thwack, thwack of the bale hen drone's blades. The noise didn't get any further or closer to Zaria, so her best guess was that it was hovering in place, awaiting further orders from its mysterious controller. Zaria tried reaching out to it telepathically, but there was no response from the creature. If it could hear her, it didn't have sufficient mental capacity to respond. All of that filled her time until Vaisala sat up, clutching her head. "Fuck me sideways and throw me on a fire. Whose bed is this?" she muttered into the dirt. Then she blinked, realization hitting, and she shook her head. Okay, no, not a bedroom, battlefield. Those are very different things. Zaria put her consciousness back into her body and waved. Let me check for brain damage. What's the difference between a bed and battlefield? Visalis scowled and gave Zaria a rude gesture. I only want to be screaming in one, and it's not the battlefield. Zaria let out a shocked laugh at that. Okay, I think you're fine. Best fight of your life, eh? Don't let it go to your head. Most other fights have been me trying not to die against demons. It was good to have the deck stacked in my favor for a change. Visala blinked a few times, clearing her eyes. Just left me in the dirt, huh? Would you rather I have a candleman try to carry you up a ladder? Zaria asked. Visala shuddered at the thought. Point fairly made and well taken. She shook herself again. Head finally feels less like it's full of gravel and sawdust. Can you make me some water? Easily. Come on in. We've got a lot to go over. Once Visala was inside and hydrated, Zaria started by letting her know the Balehen drone was still overhead. I don't know if we can do anything about it, Zaria finished by saying. What's your take on that thing? It's weird, Visala said. And not just for the obvious reasons. I've seen construct dungeon mobs before. They don't look like that. And they sure as fuck can't imitate a demonic creature. Their mobs are more like spinning blade trees or rolling balls of doom. When they are animalistic in nature, the mobs are closer to the real animal. A chicken construct would look almost exactly like a chicken made of steel. Zaria nodded, about to speak, but Visala wasn't done. There's also how it fought. That was something else. Construct mobs can have ranged weapons, but I've never seen anything like that barrage of explosive arrows. That feels like it should be a gold-level ability, given the area it covered. But it didn't hit as strong as a gold-level ability. So it breaks the rules of the system a bit, Zaria said. Yeah, Visala chewed her lip. You think it might be tied to the alien dungeon quest you got? Maybe, Zaria said. But I can't be sure. Why would the quest trigger after the fight if it was connected to the drone? Wouldn't that be sooner? Visala drummed her fingers on the table. You might be right. I'm not an expert in dungeon systems. Mostly I know what I learned about fighting their mobs, and a few example mobs we had visit from other dungeons. The quest system, from what I understand, is different for dungeons and people. But based on how mine works, that the quest may have triggered because you defeated Greater Balehen. Sometimes you can get that. You defeat a mob and it gives you a quest for similar mobs. Like, for example, alien bipedal creatures with worms for faces? The Balehen could be analogous to that, Zaria said. Visala nodded before Zaria's words fully caught up with her. Then her eyes narrowed. You're thinking of the things we've seen demons fighting inside the fissures. I am, Zaria said. The Balehen certainly reminded me of them. That isn't impossible, Visala said. We need more information, though. We're running on too much guesswork. And there are still questions about what the Balehen drone was even doing here. The witch sighed. I'd like to know I have most of the pieces of the puzzle before I try to solve it. I hear you on that, which is why it's so important we get control of that portal. Even if I don't bond a Fae, having some insight would be invaluable. Visala nodded firmly. For now, I say we don't worry about the Balehen drone, but open fire if it gets low enough to be in range. I don't want that thing ambushing us. I agree. Visala sighed in relief. So, what's next? The mimics are collecting the last of the meat for the larder. Where's the larder? Zaria shrugged. I don't really have one, so I've had them shoving them in the void of unreality that will be my second floor as soon as I can safely form it. Visala blinked. You're shoving demon meat into an extra-dimensional space that doesn't quite exist in any reality? Is that a problem? I guess we'll find out, Visala said brightly, her face splitting in a grin. I signed on for this because I was sure I'd never be bored around you. And I'm glad to see I'm right. Zaria grinned. Glad to hear it. Want to see what happens when I shove a living creature in an oven? I caught a bale hen alive. Vaisala rubbed her hands together. Do I ever? A couple candlemen brought the crate with the struggling bale hen up to the oven room. Zaria had put Broil there, awaiting orders. The moment the lid was opened, Broil's stovepipe tentacles wrapped out, clutching the chicken and holding it in place. Upon Zaria's command, Broil shoved the creature directly into one of the ovens and slammed the door shut. The smell was not what Zaria expected. Instead of burning feathers, it almost immediately let off the pleasant aroma of a roasting chicken. Demonic corruption purged. Living creature consumed. Reward, 1 bird elemental heart. This heart may be reused any number of times, but cannot be duplicated without selecting the appropriate element type from the upgrade menu. Note that future instances of animal type, chicken, may yield different rewards. Bonus reward, 1 purified roast chicken. A hero core, weird core, or other sapient bonded core type will receive a 200% increase to stamina regeneration for 1 day after consuming. This will spawn with every additional animal type, chicken, or chicken variant, consumed. Deceased chickens will yield purified roast chickens within 1 week of death, but will not grant the reward for the living creature consumption. Ooh, buff food, Zaria said. And a bird elemental heart. Vaisala raised her eyebrow, and at the same time, her stomach growled, betraying her interest. Please tell me that is something I can eat. It smells like something the gods shat onto a king's plate. And that's a good thing? Vaisala snorted. They gave it to a king. Of course it's good. Fair. Well, the status block indicates it's safe for human consumption, so you should be fine to eat it. Want to dive in now? Vaisala thought for a moment, then shook her head. I'm famished, but you said it was buff food. Let's get ready to knock the rocks in the river and start the flood build-up. But I suppose there's more bale hen outside so I can make additional buff foods. That was apparently all Vaisala needed to dive into the dish. From the way she sounded, it was every bit as delicious as it smelled. She took a large bite and chewed before asking, So, what about the main reward? I've got a bird elemental heart, Zaria said, without needing the upgrade. And it's reusable. So there's a lot I can do with it, but only one thing at a time. Any idea what you're going to use it for? Not for new mimics, Zaria said. We probably won't get a chance to test new mimics between now and the fight with the Reclaimers. But I am going to test it and a moon heart with my cauldron. Just not yet. That and the upgrade point are going to wait until we finished setting up the river. I figure that'll take the rest of the day. We look into that in the evening, and tomorrow we flood the Reclaimers. Vaisala nodded, her mouth too full of food for a verbal response. While she ate, the mimics brought the last of the bale hen corpses inside, and Zaria set off to the river that was the whole reason they'd come here in the first place. So, Vaisala said, licking her fingers clean of grease between words. I was thinking. The test run of your mobs seemed to go well. Even without the intervention of the drone, is it still following us, by the way? Zaria cast a quick scry to confirm. The sound was moving with them, without question, and she told Vaisala that. Thought it might be. I guess it decided we were more interesting now that the bale hens are dead. Vaisala shook her head. But even without that, we had basically won the fight. It just cleaned up the last few tin flyers for us, which won't really be a problem against the Reclaimers. Zaria nodded. The Reclaimers will have better tactics, though. I think you're right overall, and with my rank up, I get a new oven and a new upgrade point. I'm going to use that new oven to start off with a couple more Seeker crossbows on my roof. Probably not a lunar variant. That stacking buff to charge up the moonbeam was wonderful, but I only really need it against a single big target. Unless it builds up based on number of shots, not individual targets, Vaisala said. Zaria hadn't even considered that possibility. She realized she needed to check the crossbow's ability so she could know how it worked. Lunar Curse, stacking. Conjures an image of one of the 3 moons. After 50 shots have landed on a living target, 25 against demons or creatures with demon corruption, a beam will erupt, targeting all creatures that have been struck. Effect varies based on which moon is summoned. Moon is chosen randomly once the first shot of the cycle is fired. Selon. Thea. Cellon's rays cause an eruption of energy from the bolt's current placement, dealing 50% initial impact damage in a 5-foot radius around the bolt. Isdra, Luna. Isdra's rays cause tentacles to erupt from injuries caused by the bolts, which last for 5 seconds, and lash out at nearby targets for 10% initial impact damage and attempt to destabilize the host. Spiral. Error. Broken. Spiral's rays cause psychic damage to targets struck by the beams, dealing 25% impact damage. Psychic effects do not utilize mana, and ignore physical resistances or effects like Mana Shield. Why does it have different names for the moons? Zaria asked. Vaisala shrugged. No idea. Although Luna is close to lunar, so maybe it's an archaic term, and that's where it stuck around. Zaria shook her head. She had more pressing issues than lunar nomenclature. It looks like you were right, though. I can stack it up between multiple targets. That makes the Seeker Bow much better. I'll use the extra command from that for a lunar Seeker Bow. The higher rate of fire is going to make that the best option. Agreed. Going to set up the river trap now? Zaria nodded. Did you want to talk upgrades now, or did you want to sleep first? Sleep. The stamina regeneration bonus from the chicken means I won't need more than a couple hours. It stacks with stamina regeneration from sleep. I'm feeling pretty good, but I did get knocked on my ass earlier, and I can devote some stamina to repairing some of those injuries while I sleep too. Sounds good to me. I'll start kicking boulders around. The river was in sight now, and the rushing water filled Zaria's ears. Soon, she'd be ready to give the Reclaimers a fight like nothing they've had before. Chapter 30. Moving boulders was far easier than Zaria had expected. Her talons could easily fit around stones that were as wide as a man was tall, and she had more than enough strength to lift them and throw them. Getting them into the exact right place to block up the river was trickier. The first few she just hurled directly into the rushing water, plugging up the bottom. But for those higher up, she had to kick them carefully, balling up her toes into fists to knock them in the right direction. Particularly sticky ones she moved with mimics. 10 candlemen were just strong enough to shove it along the ground, so long as they were wearing armor to reinforce their waxy forms. By the time Vaisala started to stir, Zaria had completely dammed off the river, and already the fast-flowing water was collecting behind the barrier, filling up the valley. As the witch muttered curses under her breath over the indignity of being awoken, Zaria wandered the rest of the valley, plugging gaps between stones so the water would have to just sit in the improvised basin and collect. Couldn't you move boulders more quietly? Vaisala grumbled, sitting down at the table. Do I need to explain the absurdity of that question? Additional swears were the only answer Zaria got until the witch had finished prying her eyes open. So how long until it's full? She asked, once her brain was fully engaged. Zaria looked at how the water was already collecting. Full? That would take a couple of days. But full enough for our purposes? I plan on giving it 24 hours to reset my abilities with time limits to make sure I have maximum flexibility. Vaisala nodded. So how do you want to pass the time? Idle speculation over questions we don't have answers to? Zaria laughed. That can fill a chunk of the night, but I do want to see what new spells the moon and bird heart unlock. And you're not going to use the bird heart on a mob, Vaisala said, although there was an implied question in the statement. I want to preserve all the core integrity for the fight ahead I can, Zaria said, by way of response. If I knew it would give wings, that would be hugely beneficial. But it's just as likely I get a crate with chicken legs, or a sword with a beak in place of a blade, or a crossbow that shoots a volley of razor-sharp feathers, all of which would be good, but we have a solid plan and a solid array of mobs. I want to stick with it. Vaisala nodded. Probably for the best. You planning on respawning mobs throughout the fight as they go down? Absolutely, Zaria said. And at a couple % each time, it adds up fast. That tracks. And let me guess. You want to look at the upgrade options afterwards so you know what your spells can do before you spend a semi-permanent point? Zaria nodded. Got it in one. Going to start with the bird heart and see what new spells I get. It was simple to form the heart above the cauldron and let it fall in. The mana of the cauldron boiled and bubbled, and visions of feathers danced in the liquid. Before her eyes, the spells changed. She filtered out the spells that weren't modified, so she only had to see what was new. Scry. Activating Scry allows you to reveal an area of your expanded map, letting you pierce the fog surrounding your vision. Revealed area is visible for 1 minute. Once revealed, the same area cannot be targeted for 2 hours, 10 mana per use. Bird modification. Scry can also be cast through the eyes of an avian creature, allowing you to see what they see and direct where they look. You can command them twice per cast to move to a particular location, and you can see through their vision for up to 10 minutes. Panic Beasts. You can cause a group of up to 5 times tier, currently 10, non-cord animals without a rider you can see, either normally or through Scry, to become panicked and flee the area, taking the shortest available route away from the nearest sapient settlement. Any sapient trampled by panicked beasts who suffered lethal damage awards you experience. While the beast's panic can cause other nearby animals to panic as well, experience is only awarded for those panicked by your spell. Wears off after the animal is 1 mile from any sapient settlement. Panicked beasts gain the benefit of your cauldron's current element, 10 mana per use. Bird modification. When used on avian creatures, Panic Beasts becomes Panic Flock. It is expanded to 25 times tier, currently 50, birds, and instead of fleeing an area, they will fly randomly through a designated area, creating distractions. When used in this way, all targets must be birds capable of flight with a wingspan less than tier times 1.5, currently 3, feet. Enrage Beasts. You can cause a group of up to 2 times tier, currently 4, non-cord animals without a rider you can see, either normally or through Scry, to become enraged and violent, taking the shortest available route to the nearest sapient settlement, or fissure, and attacking the first sapient or demon it sees. It will not stop attacking until it or the sapient are dead. Any sapient or demon trampled by enraged beasts who suffered lethal damage awards you experience. While the beast's rage can cause other nearby animals to act erratically as well, experience is only awarded for those enraged by your spell. Spell lasts until the enraged beast has been slain or 10 minutes have passed, whichever comes first. Enraged beasts gain the benefit of your cauldron's current element, 10 mana per use. Bird modification. When used on avian creatures, Enraged Beasts becomes Enrage Flock. It is expanded to 5 times tier, currently 10, birds. They behave in all other ways to enrage beasts. When used in this way, all targets must be birds capable of flight with a wingspan less than tier times 1.5, currently 3, feet. Bird mobs impacted by Enrage Flock gain 50% bonus damage. Accursed Cackle. Your Barbamorph points at the target and cackles. The target is afflicted by an attack associated with your chosen element. Current effect, bird. Summons crows to attack the target. Those crows will vanish as soon as the cackle ends. Beings damaged by the crows take 50% increased damage from your mobs, any sentient beings bonded to you, and from any other hostile avian animals. If a creature dies while impacted by a cursed cackle, it will spawn 10 hostile crows of the same tier as you to attack nearby foes. These crows despawn after 1 minute. Curse the Land. An area of vegetation, 20 times tier, currently 20, square feet, becomes cursed and hostile to any sapient or animal that enters it. It takes twice as long for any being to cross this cursed terrain as plants try to constrain their movement. Your Striga is not impacted by this curse, though other allied sapients may be. Lasts 1 minute, 10 mana per use. Bird modification. Any avian creature that enters the area impacted by Curse the Land, or the area 100 times tier, currently 200, feet above the cursed land, is afflicted with enraged beasts, even if they are too large to normally be within your limit. Any avian mobs controlled by yourself or a symbiotic core gain an additional 25% damage. New. Darken the skies. Crows and ravens fill the air overhead, cawing endlessly. Those within a 1,000 times tier, currently 2,000, foot radius of the focal point, take light psychic damage. After 1 minute, sapients gain the paranoid debuff, which may cause them to lash out at nearby allies when startled. Chance of lashing out depends on the individual sapient's willpower. Demons in the area of Dark in the Skies will detect the heartbeats of the flock overhead, helping to hide any other hearts in the area. 25 mana per use. Special. All bird elemental modifications apply only to creatures that are taxonomically classified as modern-day birds. Primeval avians, or other members of Ave Metatarsalia cannot be influenced by bird heart-based spells unless core symbiosis is established with a dungeon core that has an appropriate theme. Vaisala let out a low whistle. Those are some powerful options. If I go in with the bird element active, hitting them with Dark in the Skies to soften them up will be a great opener, Zaria said by way of agreement. Although, it's hard to gauge when it doesn't give me the exact chances. If nothing else, anyone who doesn't have a core will become a liability to their allies. She read over the list again. I see a lot of potential here. Although, what's a symbiotic core? I think I remember hearing about that, Vaisala said. But not any details. Just that there are bonds dungeons can form with each other, and it's a rarely used option. Don't ask me why. I won't. Now, let's see what a moonheart does. Vaisala furrowed her forehead. Wait, I thought the cauldron's element can only be changed once a day. You'd be correct. But I have a theory. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but when I added the bird heart, it was untyped. I technically didn't change it, I gave it an element, which would mean I should be able to do this. Zaria formed a moon heart above the cauldron and let it fall in. The cauldron roiled again, and a moment later, the bird heart shot out of the liquid. Zaria caught it midair, and the liquid cast a glow like moonlight. Then the text changed. Zaria filtered out any text that she'd just seen to avoid repetition. Scry. Filtered text. Moon modification. When cast while one of the moons is out, Scry's duration is doubled, and a new effect is added depending on which moon is dominant in the sky. Salon. Thea. While Salon is dominant, you can also hear anything said within a 1-mile radius of your scry location, so long as it is near a reflective surface. Isdra. Luna. While Isdra is dominant, your scry can also be used to see into the dreams of any sleeping being within your scry area. You gain a limited ability to interpret these dreams, but not to the level of understanding the target's thoughts. Spiral. Error. Broken. While Spiral is dominant, your scry can be split over multiple locations simultaneously with each cast, reducing the duration by 6 seconds cumulative per split. Panic Beasts. Filtered text. Moon modification. Any sapient creature that sees the fleeing beasts will gain the paranoid debuff, which may cause them to lash out at nearby allies when startled. Chance of lashing out depends on the individual sapient's willpower. Enraged Beasts. Filtered text. Moon modification. Enraged beasts gain a benefit depending on which moon is dominant, even if the moons are not currently visible. Celon. Thea. While Celon is dominant, enraged beasts become semi-corporeal, able to pass through sapient structures that are not mana-reinforced. Isdra. Luna. While Isdra is dominant, enraged beasts will spawn tentacles from the sides of their mouth or back, varying on creature type. After the enrage effect ends, the beasts will retain their tentacles and know how to use them, although this will not change their attitude. Spiral. Error. Broken. While Spiral is dominant, enraged beasts will gain a Shatter Warp ability. In the event there is not a sapient within 10 feet of them, the enraged beast will use Shatter Warp to teleport up to 100 feet per step towards the nearest sapient. Shatter Warp has a 5-second cooldown. Accursed Cackle. Filtered text. Current effect, Moon. Accursed Cackle gains a benefit depending on which moon is dominant, even if the moons are not currently visible. Celon. Thea. Celon's cackle effect is the same as the base attacks, but instead of blunt damage, the damage now cuts the target with no visible source. These cuts will bypass armor based on tier. Tin bypasses mundane armor. Copper bypasses uncommon or magic armor. Bronze bypasses rare armor. Silver and above does not bypass additional armor types, but instead deals bonus damage. Isdra. Luna. Isdra's cackle changes the damage to bites that appear all over the target's form. If the target takes lethal damage from Isdra's cackle, it does not die, instead healing all injuries and becoming a lesser lycanthrope. See below. Spiral. Error. Broken. Spiral's cackle teleports the target 5 feet in a random direction every 5 seconds, dealing additional damage with each teleport. Each time the teleport triggers, it also sends out a ripple of broken space, dealing damage to anyone near the target of the cackle. Your Babamorph's finger will automatically move to track the teleported target. Unnerving dreams. You cause a group of up to 5 times tier, currently 10, sleeping sapients to suffer debilitating nightmares. While under the effect of unnerving demons, the sapient gains no benefit from sleeping, even if it is cast shortly before they wake up, and the memories of the nightmare do not fade upon waking. Upon afflicting unnerving dreams on a subject, they are immune to the effects of unnerving dreams for 2 nights, 5 mana per use. Moon modification. Unnerving dreams can be cast on a single waking sapient, giving them hallucinations that they are on the surface of whichever moon is dominant. They will suffer the effects of the unnerving dream every night for the next month, whenever that moon is dominant, but become immune to all other instances of unnerving dreams you cast. New. Dominate lycanthrope. You can take control of a lycanthrope, commanding it as if it was one of your mobs for 10 minutes. Command can be spent to create a copy of the dominated lycanthrope, allowing you to summon them like normal mobs. Lycanthropes summoned as mobs do not have any class abilities, but gain any abilities of the base sapient race. Lycanthropes summoned as mobs are just copies of the base creature, not actual people. 25 mana per use. Note: lesser lycanthrope. A lesser lycanthrope retains the skills and abilities it had as a human, but, immediately upon transformation, becomes mindless and feral, with an overwhelming hunger for flesh. Lesser lycanthropes will always target demons first, then sapients, then beasts, then other lycanthropes. If no prey is present, the lesser lycanthrope will attack random inanimate objects it can see until prey presents itself. Upon the next sunrise, the lesser lycanthrope will return to its base form and regain its mind. However, every time its associated moon is dominant, the lesser lycanthrope will transform again and go on a rampage. Lesser lycanthropes cannot spread lycanthropsy to other creatures. If the lycanthrope is associated with Cellon, it is stealthed, as the rogue ability, if it is not within 10 feet of a sapient. Cellon-associated lycanthropes are covered in fur and scales and gain elongated fangs. If the lycanthrope is associated with Isdra, it gains echolocation and decreases light in a 100-foot radius by 75%. Isdra-associated lycanthropes are covered in fur and slimy skin and gain tentacles from their mouth. If the lycanthrope is associated with Spiral, it gains Shatterstep, as above. Spiral-associated lycanthropes also gain the ability to howl, inflicting the paranoid debuff, as above. Spiral-associated lycanthropes are covered in fur and bone plates and gain elongated claws. Zaria practically shook with excitement. "I want a lycanthrope mob," she said. "Well, actually, I want 3, one of each." Vaisala raised an eyebrow. "So, I take it we're going to have the moon heart active when we go in?" "Probably," Zaria said. "I need to make sure it's not just initial excitement, but it feels like it's the best option aside from my desire for a werewolf. Kind of a shame, though. Maybe I should try the bird heart on a mob, just once." "Hold off on that," Vaisala said. "You still have the upgrades to go through. Maybe there's an option to get a lycanthrope in there. Or maybe there's something that makes the bird heart better. Shall we delve into that?" "In just a moment," Zaria said, stretching her back. "First, though, I did get a very useful new scry ability, and it is nightfall. What moon is dominant tonight?" Vaisala looked out the window. The dominant moon, on any given night, was the one that appeared to sit between the other 2. "Cellon," she said after a moment. "Then we need to cast it now before it gets too late," Zaria said. "While people are still up, and the reclaimers are talking." Vaisala nodded, her eyes brightening. "Talking, of course, while wearing their shiny, shiny armor." Zaria cackled in agreement. "Let's see what they have on their minds." Chapter 31. To maximize the chance she'd hear something of use, Zaria targeted the exact center of the camp, where the legacy dungeon entrance was, with her scry. As before, she could see the entrance, a gaping pit that revealed stairs going down into darkness no light penetrated. There were only the 2 guards outside the entrance now, sitting at a table and playing a game of cards. Clearly, they weren't expecting trouble. Then the sounds rushed in. There were dozens of them, hundreds. She'd been right about the polished armor the reclaimers favored. Almost every one of them had it nearby and at hand, a perfect conduit for Zaria's ears. She had planned to display text on her core for Vaisala to read, but she hadn't planned on the sheer number of voices. It would have overwhelmed a mind of flesh and blood. But for Zaria's mind, she could process them all simultaneously. She just listened in on different conversations, letting them wash over her.
Errol, I know what you're thinking, but this is a terrible idea,
a voice said, this one tight and drawn. Errol, whoever he was, responded in a pleading note.
I'm sure this will work, come on. I just need access to the armory.
The first speaker, still nameless, sighed.
You're a damn good smith, but I'm telling you right now, it cannot be done. It's not possible. The myths say, damn the myths,
the first speaker said, and there was a sound of clattering metal, like something was being swept off a table.
Myths are not fact, boy. You know that.
There was a slamming sound of flesh on wood.
Hungry gods damn you, will you let me finish a fucking sentence for once?
Silence followed for that conversation for a long moment. Then the first speaker growled,
I should throw you in the stocks for that.
You won't, because you think this could work. Give me access to the armory. I'll take 2 uncommon weapons. I'll go down into the dungeon, and I'll throw them into the Legacy Crucible. If it works, we'll have a new path to high-end gear without relying on dungeons we're not powerful enough to control. If it fails, we're out 2 uncommon gear, and you can point the blame entirely at me. The only sound left in that conversation was the clang of keys changing hands. Elsewhere, huddled around a fire, a man and 2 women spoke. Wrong, one of the women grumbled. It's not, the second woman said. I know it feels wrong, but the purification process works.
How can you be so sure?
The man said. Between us, the second woman said, as the fire crackled around her words. A cousin of mine underwent purification. The first woman let out a derisive snort. You don't even have a cousin here. Not here, the second woman said. Kalbora. That caused total silence for a moment.
You have a cousin stationed at Kalbora?
The man asked. They have a purifier at Kalbora? The first woman asked, right on his heels. Yes to both. I've heard from him since he underwent purification. Nothing's changed. He's still him. I wasn't even talking about purification, the first woman said. Just the bonding. But if purification works, she trailed off, thoughtful. I put in my name for it, the second woman said. The bond, at least. Gotta be bronze before I go for purification.
You do what you want, the man said. Me? I'll stick to just a hero core for now. Give it a couple more months. Let them figure out the problems, then I'll consider.
The gods have given us a gift, the second woman said. It's blasphemous to doubt. The other 2 shuffled nervously, their movements punctuated by the roar of the flames. It's not that I doubt, the first woman said.
Right, the man said. No doubt here.
But we're talking about demons. There's no blasphemy in... The second woman cut her off. Relax, both of you. I'm not calling the Inquisitors. But do be careful with your faith. These are trying times. Remember there are ears in the shadows. There was not much more interesting to the conversation after that. Elsewhere still, 4 people talked over some wooden surface, sounds of scraping as they moved things across it, the sounds of parchment rustling punctuating every motion.
At this point, we have to accept they're not coming back. The Coven has a copper group there. Do we request an inquest from Kalbora?
This man's voice was as dry as the rustling of leaves in fall, and half as emotional. It's one small village, this woman spoke with a high, nasally voice. What's the point?
There was word of an anomaly present, said the dry-voiced man. Something about a walking building. Although that's been distorted so much in the retelling, it's hard to tell what's there.
A new speaker cleared his throat. His voice was thick and hard, his words clipped.
That's the work of your Iron Angel. I'm sure of that. We've dealt with her before. Not very well, said the final person in the room, a man with a harsh voice that sounded like it had been damaged by years of smoke. Or she wouldn't be our problem now. The thick-voiced man sighed. Incorrect word choice, then. We've encountered her before, and we're ready. The woman with the nasally voice chuckled.
The Iron Angel can rain down fire and thunder, create machines that imitate animals, and now can create buildings that walk. Next, you'll tell me she can give bad dreams to children and is the reason milk spoils.
The smoker coughed. Chindra, you're out of line.
Am I?
The woman's voice grew louder, like she'd moved closer to the reflective surface.
So far, aside from the bonding process, this Robert has been nothing but empty words and hollow promises.
I should think that was enough. Would you have more from me?
That was the man who spoke with the clipped voice. Robert, a name for the voice.
Yes, Chindra said. Your weapons. The Iron Angel has your thundersticks. We can push back against her.
Arc wand. Or gun, if you prefer. Both work. I'd love to, but I do not have the authority to do that, Robert said. I'll happily put another request in, if that's what you wish, Rella. I'm sure your commander will love to hear a copper outpost is making demands of Drake Enterprises.
The paper-voiced man, so that was Rella, sighed.
Not a demand, a request. The bonds take time. Purification takes longer. Then there is the time to rank up. But with your marvelous weaponry, put a gun in the hand of a tin, and he can fight coppers as their equal. Put a gun in the hand of a bonded tin, and he can threaten a bronze. No, he can't, Robert said. The guns don't overcome a two-tier gap. It's a moot point. My employer will not be selling weaponry here. Not while there are still demon enclaves that can arm themselves. You do not want to see sapient demons with Kalashnikovs, trust me. Let alone a damn 50 cal. End of discussion. Now, I'm leaving in the morning. Are there any requests you'd like me to actually take seriously?
What of the inquest?
Chindra asked, her voice sullen at the denial of her request.
I'm certain it's the Iron Angel. But if you want me to carry an inquest request at your behest...
From the lilt to Robert's voice, he was proud of that particular turn of phrase.
I'll do it. I think you're wasting your time, and I'll say as much, but that's an internal matter for your organization. Walking houses are not the strangest thing I've heard of, Rilla said after a moment. I'll write the request.
From there, the conversation moved to a discussion of grain shipments, and Zaria made careful note of their placement. The last conversation that was important to Zaria, that wasn't people grousing about food, or arranging surreptitious meetings, or arguing over whose turn it was on latrine duty, or a dozen other things that felt unimportant to her, was in the Legacy Dungeon, deep beneath the ground.
Unless you've magically found a way to spread Horanath's influence here, there's nothing I can do.
This voice wasn't a man's voice, or a woman's voice. It was too wet to be identified as anything any of the sapient race's throat would have produced, deep and slimy, like if a toad had learned to speak.
Can't you try something?
This was a human, a man. The toad-voiced individual growled, 3 times, simultaneously, as if it had 3 mouths.
Yes, I can try to get my core's influence here, so he can shut it down.
The human took a few steps.
You don't take that tone with me, monster. Your core may be a member of our organization, but you don't get to... The toad snarled. You forget yourself. I am also a reclaimer. I am also a member of your organization, and I do not need to watch my tone around you. Unless you've advanced since this morning.
The man's only answer was gasps and grunts.
No, of course you haven't. You mortals. Think that because the dungeons will work with you now, you can treat them and their servitors as if we were equals. I've swallowed better men than you. Your kind used to scream and flee me. And now you think you can question me?
The man's noises were growing weaker.
Do you know how long it's been since I tasted human flesh? I miss it. Insult me again, and I will indulge myself.
There was a heavy thump, followed by a rasping gasp and a series of coughs. Then the man spoke again, his voice hoarse.
I apologize, please, but I must ask a follow-up question. Can you do so respectfully?
There was a rustling of cloth.
Good. I'm listening. Is there any way for him to estimate how long until his influence reaches here? I don't mean to rush him, of course, but just the reports we've received from elsewhere indicate the Iron Angel can use this portal. Others with portals can use it as well. My commanders grow worried. I like that tone on you. Sniveling. Keep it in your throat when I'm around.
There was a pause.
7 days, the toad said. Can Horanath send us reinforcements?
The toad sighed from all three throats.
Right now, the only thing keeping his place secure is the lack of interest in this site. There's a reason I am the only being of true power in the camp. Horanath's mobs walking here, they would draw unwanted attention. So long as we remain unimportant, we are safe. Unless...
Maddeningly, that was the exact moment the scry's duration ended. Zaria quickly relayed everything she'd seen and heard to Vaisala. The witch sat there for a moment, looking thoughtful. So, they have two processes for amplifying their people. The demon bonds and whatever purification is. Zaria nodded. Which means we'll need to deal with that. I'll try scrying on the tent where I heard those people talking in 2 hours. I doubt they'll still be awake and in there, but maybe there will be some documents I can see. Vaisala was already shaking her head. Scry in the dungeon. We need to know what that servitor down there is. I will, but it sounds like it's staying down there. I know where it will be. But in 2 hours, the meeting may still be going, and I may be able to see what's on the desk. Might have been a map, too. Vaisala chewed her lip. Good point, she said after a moment. And this Robert person sounds like they're dangerous. I'm glad they'll be gone. Yeah. Zaria drummed her fingers on the table. I want to try to figure out what an arc wand or thunderstick or gone or whatever it's called is. Maybe Sestmir knows. I'm going to use one of my scries overnight to see if I can contact him remotely. But we won't be dealing with it, Vaisala said. No, we won't. Zaria practically giggled at the thought. But we're leaving no survivors when we do this, right? Vaisala nodded. So, if I can create damage that looks like it was done by a special kind of weapon only Robert has the day after he leaves, Zaria trailed off. It could work, Vaisala said. Although they'll probably blame this Iron Angel, was it? They'll probably blame her for it. Probably. Although it did sound like the Reclaimers are getting pretty tired of the Iron Angel being a scapegoat, so still worth trying. Undoubtedly. Vaisala sighed and rubbed her chin. This might be tied to the Dirt Worlders Rahana mentioned. If you can communicate with Sestmir via scrying, that would be ideal. Although I'm really worried about the Iron Angel. If she's behind the Balehen drone, she's aware of us and our existence. And she's an enemy of an enemy, Zaria said. Which doesn't make her a friend. That's stupid. But it does make her less of a threat right now. You're not wrong. Vaisala looked upwards. Gods, if you're listening, I swear I'll make 10% less anatomical references to you if you give us some fuckdamn answers. 10%? Zaria asked. Keeping the bar low, are you? I don't promise the gods things they know I won't deliver, Vaisala said. Here's hoping there are answers either in your future scries or in the fight ahead. That'd be nice. By the way, what's Kalbora? Vaisala rubbed her temples. Right, that. At least I have an answer there, although it's not a good one. Kalbora was a reclaimer base built into one of the old Empire's ruins. A fissure emerged nearby, and we thought it wiped out. It's a hardness 1, last I heard. The reclaimers have been containing it as a disaster site. Or so we thought. Looks like instead they have just been using the fissure as a cover for their operations. Noted, Zaria said. I think unearthing what's happening at Kalbora may have to be our long-term goal. Agreed, Vaisala said, then shook her head. I don't want to speculate too much until we have more information. Like, I could guess the crucible is some item that can upgrade items, but it's hard to be certain from that conversation. I'd rather focus on the immediate. Can we figure out your upgrades? Absolutely, Zaria said, pulling up the menu. I've been looking ahead and I have ideas already. Chapter 32. Zaria pulled up her list of upgrades. So, like I mentioned, I was looking ahead. The cauldron has been incredibly powerful so far, so I'm looking to try to find similarly powerful abilities. All right. And that was so powerful because it had 3 upgrades needed to unlock it. Zaria nodded. Based on what you all said, the more upgrades needed to unlock an ability, the more powerful that ability will be. So, I've been, while you're sleeping or when I'm bored, looking ahead in the upgrade trees to identify a few more abilities like that. Ones that will play off where I'm going already. Vaisala nodded and leaned forward. Do make sure you're being careful with that, though. Zaria cocked her head. What's the risk? Let's say you have an ability that requires all 6 elemental hearts to unlock, so you spend your next 5 upgrade points unlocking them. But each elemental heart is roughly balanced with the other 6, which means you're not actually getting much stronger for those 5 ranks, just more varied in your power. And at the same time, I fall behind in power, Zaria said. Vaisala nodded again. You have to survive to be high tier to use high tier abilities. Fair, Zaria said. But I think it can be done, because the 3 abilities I've identified that require multiple abilities to unlock are spread out in how useful they are. Vaisala looked directly into Zaria's core, a grin on her face. Show me. Zaria pulled up the list she'd assembled. Mistress of the Cauldron. You can change your cauldron's aligned element as often as you like, spending 5% of the cauldron's mana each time. You also unlock a new powerful ability for each of the elements. Prerequisites: 3 different elemental hearts, improved cauldron spellcasting, expanded cauldron spellcasting, bronze tier. Cost 2 upgrade points. Monster in the Woods. Your mobs gain advanced abilities when their traits are combined, and orders to them that require them to leave your dungeon allow you to retain control of the mobs for as long as the sun is set. Prerequisites: 3 different mob types, mimic symbiosis, any 1 regional upgrade, bronze tier. Cost 2 upgrade points. The House That Eats People. Your external form becomes far easier to shape and change, and you are able to spawn a mimic duplicate of yourself that has a mouth in places of entrances. The House That Eats People counts as a world boss, although you can still have a world boss alongside it if you choose that upgrade. Can be controlled whether or not it is inside your dungeon, and can carry 25% of your total command points of mobs, without the timer for their control running down, so long as they remain in the House That Eats People's stomach. Prerequisites: greater mimics, bigger on the inside. Doors don't work like that. Any 1 other structural upgrade and leg upgrade to your Yaga core. Bronze tier. Cost 2 upgrade points. Vaisala whistled under her breath. Those are powerful abilities. Extremely powerful. I can see why you chose them. Zaria chuckled. I want to get them all before I hit silver, which informs me how I'm going to spend my upgrade points. You're right that I don't want to spend my next 2 upgrades on elemental hearts, and we're getting ready to go into battle soon. I'm hoping for some decent experience gain in the next fight. So, of the abilities on that list, what works? I'm thinking structural or leg upgrades, Zaria said. That Balehen did a number on me, and if it had been much stronger, I would have been in real danger. I'm in favor of you not getting yourself killed before I can bond with you. Vaisala paused, her lips working as she mulled over the words. Or after, for that matter. Really, I'm mortal. You're not. I'd prefer you wait until I die, then sacrifice yourself on my grave out of grief. It would be great for my post-mortem ego. I'll take that under advisement, Zaria said dryly. Now, let's see what options there are for structural upgrades. She pulled up the list, filtering out those she didn't meet the requirements for and only cost 1 upgrade point. Improved walls. Your dungeon walls become nigh indestructible. Only a being at least 2 tiers above you can break them. Special. Cores with exterior walls. This only applies to interior walls. Exterior walls grow stronger, reducing the amount of damage you take by 50%. If an exterior wall is breached, the interior walls of that room are treated as exterior walls for the purpose of this ability, but reduce damage taken by 75%. Cost 1 upgrade point. Living walls. Your dungeon walls can create appendages appropriate to your theme. These appendages are human-sized at 10 tier and increase in size with each tier. Special. Cores with exterior walls. This only applies to interior walls. The normal prerequisite is waived. If an exterior wall is breached, the interior walls of that room can still manifest appendages as per normal, but 1 size category lower. Cost 1 upgrade point. Hungry walls. You are capable of manifesting 1 times tier, currently 2, mimic mouths from any part of your structure, both internal and external. These mimics deal damage as normal mob of your tier and have prehensile tongues that extend 10 times tier, currently 20, feet. Anything consumed in this way will remain in an extra-dimensional space until you retrieve it. These mouths do not require command, but instead are under your direct control. They can be made with elemental hearts and gain relevant abilities. Prerequisites: mimic theme, bigger on the inside. Cost 1 upgrade point. Raptorial legs. One of your talons elongates and is raised off the ground, making it a better weapon. Does bonus damage to structures. Cost 1 upgrade point. Grasping hands. In addition to your body, you can manifest hands from the walls of your hut that you have full control over. You may invest command into the hands to allow them to act independently, treating them as mobs for 2 command per tier. 1 upgrade point. Special. If taken with living walls, the grasping hands can take the form of theme-appropriate appendages. Cost 1 upgrade point. Doors don't work like that. Doors inside your dungeon can be traversed by any mob you are capable of summoning, regardless of size, so long as the door is at least large enough for an upright human to walk through. In addition, your doors need not linearly connect to another room, instead capable of connecting anywhere else in your dungeon. Trapdoors gain the same benefit, but they must be large enough for a human to fall through. Prerequisites: bigger on the inside, copper tier. Cost 1 upgrade point. Vaisala whistled softly. Some nice options there. I'm guessing you're not taking doors don't work like that because it won't help in the upcoming fight? Yep. I'll pick it up soon. And it sounds like a fun ability, but it won't give me any new defensive or offensive options against an exterior threat. Zaria pondered the list again. Raptorial legs also I think I'm going to pass on. The bonus damage does sound nice, and it's worth revisiting in the future, but so far, my legs have been more than enough on their own. I did see the effect of a roundhouse kicking a demon chicken in the face, Vaisala said. It certainly wasn't ineffective. She paused. That is a sentence that just came out of my mouth. Yeah, it did, Zaria chuckled. I should probably find someone to teach me better fighting, though. Because you think you need it, or because you want the spectacle of a sapient teaching a house to fight using only kicks? I can choose both. Zaria went back to the list. Improved walls is solid, but bland, and doesn't give me an offensive option. Living walls is mostly an internal benefit, although it gives me a fallback if a murdered chicken breaks a hole in me again. That leaves hungry walls and grasping hands. So you're picking hungry walls, right? Vaisala said. After all, the tongues will serve as weapons, and it's not clear if grasping hands will be long enough to reach the ground. If they're not long enough to reach the ground, I can make weapons for them, Zaria said. Although, I don't like that particular ability doesn't list the number of hands I can make. The benefit of being able to wield a sword and shield shouldn't be discounted. But that's not an exclusive benefit, Vaisala said. The tongues of hungry walls specifically are said to be prehensile, and you can add moon hearts to them for added effects. Right, but I don't know how strong they are. Zaria hesitated. On the other hand, Pun not intended, but I'll own it anyway. I don't know how strong the hands are. Vaisala nodded. And there is something else to consider. The image it projects. Zaria made a questioning noise. Just that there is value in how you are perceived. Witches gain no special benefit from pointed hats, but if I have two options that are roughly equal in terms of stats, I'll take the pointed one to advertise, yes, I am a witch at first glance. Not to the point I'm sacrificing anything or putting myself in a disadvantageous situation, but I want people to know what they're dealing with, to make assumptions. Zaria shook her head. You lost me there. Doesn't that give people an advantage in learning how to counter you? It does, which is why I'm melee-focused with my build and how I fight. Because people will see witch, think I'm a ranged caster, start preparing to counteract and protect against that, then get blatted across the face with a 10-pound spork reinforced by an impact rune. Vaisala grinned. But for you are the walking dungeon, the world's only Yaga core. You are a monster that creates other monsters. You want to advertise it. So, why would you take hands and arms that might humanize your form when you can take mouths and tongues that make sure your foes need to flee in terror or be consumed? Zaria chuckled darkly. Now you're speaking my language. All right. Hungry walls it is. If it doesn't work out for me, I can just wait till I get a major fisher core and respec. That is an important thing to note, Vaisala said. The hardness 1 fisher at Kalbora, it's also a major fisher. So if our goal is to break a major seat of Reclaimer power, we might want to plan to push in to close that fissure before it reaches hardness 2, and get you a major core in the process. Zaria rubbed her hands together with excitement. Then we absolutely are going to go there. We'll need to secure this legacy dungeon, then we'll need to go to the Coven, or find other allies. And from there, we can go to Kalbora and give them the same option you mentioned earlier. Flee or be consumed. Vaisala laughed. Perfection. The word turned into a yawn before she could finish it. Now, I need the rest of a full night's rest. No amount of stamina regeneration can replace it. Also, are you keeping the moon cauldron up? Zaria nodded. Then keep in mind, tonight is a dominance change. Well, not tonight for us, but about 2 hours after dawn, Isdra will be dominant on the other side of the planet, and that should impact your abilities. If you want to wait for another dominance, that's 3 days, then Spiral takes over. Noted, Zaria said. She checked the Isdra abilities, then cackled in excitement. Oh, I'm going to have fun with this. Good thing we can't wait 3 days anyway. Vaisala grinned. Thought you'd be excited for one in particular. Wake me up when it's time to unleash the flood. I will, Zaria promised. Also, Maw, Broil, and the crossbow mimics will be in and out tonight, so you may hear some things. Vaisala cocked her head. What will they be doing? Vaisala asked. I had a thought, Zaria said, in regard to experience gain. I only earn experience for things that happen either from my mimics, from my direct spellcasting or attacks, or within my area of influence, right? But I don't need to land the killing blow. I just need to be involved in the attack somehow. Vaisala nodded. And? Well, I doubt the system will count me triggering a localized natural disaster as an attack for the purpose of experience gain. But if I have the crossbows fill the front end of the flood with bolts, and I have Maw fill it with acid, and Broil fill it with some embers that will cool into coals, all of those are generated by my power. They're still things that give me experience. Vaisala's eyes lit up. You're trying to game the system, and get those who drown to count as experience gains. Kind of like how shoving someone off a cliff means you didn't really do much damage, gravity did, but since you shoved them, you get the experience from the kill. Exactly. Zaria preened, glad to hear her plan had some basis in reality. Even though the water will do most of the work, I'm hoping debris and acid generated from my mobs will count for that, even if the acid is too diluted to do any damage, and the random objects floating in the water probably won't hit hard enough to really hurt. It could work, Vaisala said. I'm less sure about the acid. There has to be a point where it's too diluted to count. Else, everyone would fire acid attacks into the ocean and get free marine life experience for years. But given we're dealing with a smaller body of water and a more immediate cause and effect connection, it could work. But anyone from the rubble you create hits that drowns? That could absolutely work. Which is also why I'm going to generate some additional simple objects for the water to carry just using my mana. I'll have to keep an eye on my stability, but the more the better. Vaisala nodded. Good plan, and I appreciate the heads up. Now, I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow's fight, I'm looking forward to it, and seeing what those new upgrades do. Already, Zaria had selected the upgrade and was forming the mouths, one with a moon heart and one with a bird heart. It was time to put that special unlock to use. She had some ideas to follow, and some scries to try. Like Vaisala, she was already eager for tomorrow's fight. Chapter 33. Vaisala stumbled out of bed and climbed up the ladder to the attic. Zaria, if you have a mimic lick me awake again, I swear by the deathless mother's rotting tits, I will— She paused when she saw that Zaria wasn't there. Instead, there was a ladder. Zaria laughed as Vaisala glowered at the ladder before climbing. Zaria, if you— I heard, Zaria said. Do you have a preferred method of being woken up? I prefer to wake up to a lover kissing my neck, but I'll take literally anything other than a monster's tongue. Vaisala growled, looking around. Can see you were busy last night. Zaria nodded, gesturing. On top of her roof, she'd constructed a simple tower. It gave her a better view of the battlefield for easier targeting of spells, and also let Vaisala sit up here safely. Better than a patio. I also made a few more unlit ovens below. If I advance mid-fight, I can light them and spin up some new mimics. Probably more moon crossbow mimics for me. Vaisala nodded and looked over the lake that had formed almost overnight. The river they'd dammed had, by some rough calculations by Zaria, a flow rate of close to 100,000 cubic feet per second. With the basin and the dam, that had accumulated over the last 24 hours into a massive body of water, just waiting for Zaria to unleash it by breaking the dam's barrier. Maw and Broyle stood on the boulder dam, the former spamming his acid attack into the water, the latter sending waves of ash into the improvised lake. Some crossbow mimics also sat there, firing bolts into the water. How do you intend on letting it fall? Vaisala asked. I mean, if you just pull one rock, it's not going to go rushing downstream all at once. Good news. I don't need to. Look at the dam. Vaisala did, and whistled. Along the dam, hovering over various rocks, were over 4 dozen miniature images of Sullan. Exactly 1 over, in fact. 49 of the needed 50. Took me a few tries to get Sullan's buff out of the list of options, Zaria said. I'm glad those buffs are random and not dominant moon dependent, but still was a bit annoying. Wait, Vaisala said. So you plan on firing the last bolt and detonating the moons, breaking apart the dam. But don't the bolts have to hit a living creature? They do, Zaria said. It's too far for us to see from here, but there's fish and frogs and basically any small creature I could trap against the rocks there. Then I just had Rav shoot until he hit. Beside her, the crossbow cooed in excitement. Rav's a crossbow now? Vaisala asked. He wanted to help. Zaria cracked her knuckles. You awake enough for me to get started? The moons start fading once the bolt is about an hour old, or when the target dies, so we should move quickly. Vaisala shook herself for a moment. Where should I sit? Right up here. I tested. I can control airflow and water flow up here as well. Just take that chair and strap yourself in. This might be rocky. Vaisala looked at the chair. Zaria had built this one with 2 leather straps that could be buckled to make an X across the user's chest, keeping them from being knocked loose. The chair also had a couple of straps on the side to hold the spork in place, so Vaisala could keep it up here. It took the witch a few moments to secure herself. Ready when you are, she said. Zaria turned to Rav. Fire on the last fish. Rav chirped and targeted the creature. He was a seeker crossbow at the moment and fired rapidly. Over the night, he'd paused between shots, not wanting to kill the prey before they were ready. Now, however, his bolts came fast and furious. All he had to do was hit. At this distance, even with the Seeker's modifications, the first 2 bolts missed before reaching their target. Then the third struck home. The moons resolved fully. As they had with the bale hen, beams of light erupted from them, then struck the boulders. Explosions rocked the valley. At only 1 bolt per rock, these explosions didn't do much damage. They didn't need to. The boulders had the full weight of 24 hours of accumulated water behind them. As the rocks cracked and shifted, the weight of the water took advantage of their unstable state. Pressure, long built up, overwhelmed the makeshift barrier and erupted forth. As it did, the sudden change in momentum pulled more boulders loose, ripping up the riverbanks as overwhelming force overflowed the banks, tugging dirt and stone and trees behind. Zaria set off, running alongside the flood as fast as she could manage. At her sides, the twin mouths worked their tongues in the air like the tentacles of an octopus. The moon modification on the left mouth had given that maw pale white lips and teeth the color of midnight, and its tongue was deep purple. As it lashed down to touch the water beside her, it let loose small bursts of lunar energy that crackled with unfocused desire for life. The bird modification on the right mouth had turned it into a beak that was akin to an owl's, and feathers spread out from where it emerged from the wall. Its tongue wasn't particularly impressive, but testing overnight had taught Zaria the mouth's real threat was in its bite. It could crack boulders like they were walnuts. Vaisala sat in the tower, watching this all with rapt fascination. "Do you have to have them licking the air like that?" she asked.
No, I just wanted to show off a bit, Zaria said with a chuckle, and pulled the tongues back in. We'll be there soon.
Vaisala nodded. "Any luck with last night's scries?" Zaria shook her head.
I got a better idea of the layout of the camp. When half the people are snoring, it paints a really good picture based on relative distance. But that's it. No luck contacting Sestmir either. I have to actually be in range.
"Damn the luck," Vaisala said. "Well, I guess everything can't go our way. Did you at least manage to see the frog creature thing?"
I got a glimpse of it, Zaria said. The legacy dungeon is larger than we thought, and it was wandering the halls. Not a frog, that's for sure. At least, not mostly. It had been only the briefest of glances as the mass raced past a doorway, its skin seafoam green, but she distinctly made out the overall shape of something vaguely feline, and far larger than any of Zaria's mobs. The only thing that made her certain this was the same thing were the heads. She definitely made out 3, and had noted goat's horns on one of them, but the other 2 had been too shadowed, although bulges in the center head did suggest a frog's eyes somewhat. Its tail had also been shockingly long, too. She relayed all this to Vaisala, who shuddered.
"Damn the luck. It's probably a chimera, then. Thank all the gods in their naughty bits that it's just a servitor."
Zaria cocked her head. Chimera?
"One of the dungeons that's working with the Reclaimers. The most feared silver dungeon on the continent. The Chimera Dungeon, capable of spawning horrific amalgamations of animals. It's said he has a world boss that has an elephant as its base form, but is such an abomination it terrorizes entire villages. His name invokes terror among lower tiers across the Edgelands. Before the Fissures, there was talk of putting him down. Hells, even during the Fissures, there was still talk of it because of his actions. His name is
Lidiva, Zaria said alongside Vaisala.
Vaisala cocked her head, perfectly mirroring Zaria's earlier expression. "You've heard of him?"
"I did. There was a message about him. Hang on." Zaria pulled up the dungeon instructions. Her core was safely indoors, so she just read it aloud to Vaisala. It says here, starting with the relevant passage for full context, the efforts of the Chosen Seven sealed the worst of these fissures and stabilized them enough. Fissures will still appear. They've become permanent features of our world. Efforts to cease their appearance are strictly prohibited because doing so could weaken the protections in place and cause them to become unstable and dangerous again. The same goes for efforts to suppress their appearance. Some of you will be tempted to defy these edicts. Lidiva, this is you in particular, but also to other cores.
You will think there is a path to power in this. Rest assured, that is not possible. You saw how unstable things got. Vaisala nodded. That's Litva. He went after the Fishers hard in the early days, sought to contain them, wanted to find a way to force them to produce Fisher cores endlessly with them. He also, don't ask me how, that's a very well-kept secret, took over a bronze celestial citadel core, Samarinel. No one even knows if Samarinel is still alive, or if Litva is puppeting his citadel like Samarinel is an undead core. She paused, looking thoughtful. Now that we know what the Reclaimers are doing, it suddenly makes sense he decided to stop trying to murder everyone and play nice with one group. I was afraid you would say that. Let me guess. His dungeon is right next to Kalbora, too. Vaisala laughed in relief. Thankfully, no. Litva's dungeon is to the south of there, by a good bit. It's been years. He might have been able to dig a tunnel to Kalbora, but actually, it'd be closer for him to tunnel to where we're going. Zaria nodded. We'll need to secure this location. Once we've cleared it out, I mean. We'll send word back to the Coven and let them know, and they can come and claim it. I'm guessing Litva, for all his terror, can't attack the entire Coven? Vaisala snorted. Please. He's dangerous, but he's still silver. He'd never attack a guild directly. Even Sestmir would hesitate to go up against that kind of strength. Good to know. So, we just need to make sure we hold the Legacy Dungeon long enough to beat Litva's tunnel. Zaria checked her map again. The front wall of water was getting close. I'm not sending the mimics with the water anymore. Change of plans, she said. Armor makes the Candleman too heavy. We'll let the flood do its work, then come in once the worst of the water has washed through. Mostly. She switched to telepathy. Mob Squad 1, you have your orders on when to return. Follow them and go. At her command, the crate mimics and Maw leapt from her porch into the rushing water. Mimic tongues lashed out, wrapping around Maw's powerful arms, and the stronger boss mob used his singular central foot to propel himself in the water like a dolphin's fin. The speeds he was capable of were impressive. The boss took to water like he was made for it. Vaisala glanced behind them and nodded. Already, much of the landscape they'd left behind was a muddy marsh as water spread out in all directions, with the bulk flowing downhill. I'm ready, she said. Rav crawled over to her and slid up her back until he could nestle in the slot in her armor, then cooed in her ear. We're ready, Vaisala amended. Zaria flashed them a fierce grin, and then turned her attention back to her map's visible area. Ahead of them, at the edge of her vision, the front wall of water met the walls of the Reclaimers' encampment. Wooded palisades that had been built to keep out prying eyes and small forces of attackers were nothing in comparison to the might of water that was churning against them. The thick wooden beams held for just a fraction of a second before they cracked in half under the weight of the flood slamming into them, adding new layers of debris to the overall rush. In a few places, they'd constructed watchtowers. Those were heavier and had stones reinforcing them. They lasted longer. A couple even stayed standing. However, several others were pulled down by the walls they were bound to, and a couple more that weren't quite finished collapsed easily. Men and women screamed as they were pulled from their perches, tumbling down into the water below. A man in armor on one of the watchtowers that had remained standing grabbed onto a horn and blew, the sound barely audible over the roaring waters. The tents inside the camp were worthless against the water, but other buildings were less so. The ruins that dotted the area outside of the dungeon were made of sturdier stuff, and the stones there were able to stand up against the deluge. Even then, though, the lower levels were flooded through windows and doors. They weren't responding to an attack yet. Right now, this was just a calamity. There were no people rushing for battle stations. Instead, they were swimming and crying out for help. Those that were on the still-standing watchtowers and within the ruins were throwing ropes down to survivors, the other ends hastily secured to anything nearby, or thrown into the hands of tank classes that could brace themselves with enough strength. At the far end of the camp, the wall had been built atop mounds of dirt the Reclaimers had excavated and needed to put somewhere. The solid dirt, packed down by months of time and footsteps, was sturdier than just wood. It protected the back wall of the camp, keeping walls and watchtowers safely above the floodline, and it also pushed the water through to the sides. However, those that had been caught out in the open by the flooding were pulled against those hills and ground to paste by debris and the sheer force of the water carrying it. The walls to the sides of the camp held up a bit better than the front walls that took the direct brunt of the flow. Not enough to stop them from being pulled down, but enough to slow the torrent some. There were stables behind the dirt mound, and the horses whinnied and panicked. Zaria grinned and let loose a quick spell. Like the old saying went, if life gave you horses, make horrific horse mutant abominations full of hate. Congratulations, you have advanced to Kappa 4. The fight hadn't even begun, and already Vaisala had 2 new levels. The area around the camp was settling down. The water was draining rapidly, spreading out around the artificial dirt mounds to go out and around the camp. It was still deeper than a man could stand, but it was flowing slow enough those that had survived could swim. Then, as both the tank holding a rope and Vaisala watched together, a tongue emerged from the water and wrapped around one of the swimmer's waist. The swimmer just barely had a chance to scream before he was pulled under, and the surrounding water turned red with blood. "Monsters in the water!" the watcher shouted. He'd wrapped the rope tightly around his wrist, and a woman was climbing it. As he looked down at her, and she looked up at him, the water beneath them churned for a moment. The woman mouthed the word, "Help," before Maw erupted from the water, propelled by a mighty kick. His mouth was wide open, his arms spread wide. The tank could only stare in horror as the chest boss's mouth clamped down on the woman's waist. She shrieked in pain as Maw kicked off the watchtower, sending himself flying away with his prey in tow. The tank reached for his sword, his eyes on the rope on his arm, but it was too late. Maw's sheer weight, added to the woman's mass, was far more than the tank could support, and when Maw plunged back towards the water, the tank was ripped free from the tower, falling and screaming to the water below. He landed hard, and before he could recover his senses, a crate mimic was latched onto his head, chewing happily on his neck. Tank resistances let him struggle against it. On land, he probably would have been able to break free, but with his head being submerged and his neck underwater, he didn't last long. The woman Maw had caught died instantly on impact with the water, her torso ripped free of Maw's jaws, but not the part of her body the boss had bitten into. As that happened, the first of the now enraged horses broke free of the slowly flooding stables and charged to the bank. Its tentacles erupted from its shoulder blades and lashed out at the watchtower. They weren't long enough to reach, but as a second horse wrapped its tentacles around the building, the wood collapsed. The other 2 swam through the water, using their tentacles to propel themselves against the powerful flow, neighing in hatred. The rest, those unmutated by Zaria's spell, fled in terror from their mutated kin. Screams and cries of combat were erupting around the camp. Lake monsters and lake beasts seemed to be the primary identifiers. As the waters were clearing, chaos was erupting. Then, someone on one of the closest watchtowers had the brilliant idea to look upstream. He saw Zaria and screamed. "Incoming house! With tongues!" With her vision close to him, Zaria could hear him whisper to himself, "What the fuck am I looking at?" Zaria pointed her finger at him and grinned. It was time for her to show him the answer to that question. Chapter 34. Her finger still trained on the man who saw her, Zaria cackled. He screamed as bites appeared along his form, dropping the horn in the process, and Zaria charged in. Her mind worked furiously as the man, only a tin mage with no healers. He wouldn't last long under a spell focused on him from the Bobomorph, collapsed and convulsed from the bites. They'd taken out a good portion of the camp with the floodwaters. From what Zaria could see, about 20 copper members had survived, with probably 36 tin tiers alongside them. If Zaria had charged in here directly, she would have never survived. Now, however, the odds were much more in her favor. It helped that the enraged tentacle horses had fully entered the camp. Now that the water had retreated enough for both man and beast to walk, the horses' larger size and lack of exhaustion meant they were free to turn on the people inside. A man's skull was crushed under a massive hoof, as another was lifted into the air by tentacles. The horse holding him slammed him up and down against walls and the ground, and another horse ran up to grab onto the man and pull him another direction. The crate mimics and Maw were doing their work as well, setting upon the tin tiers they could find and, per Zaria's orders, attacking until they were nearly dead before moving on to the next target. Her orders had been specific to all mob groups. Besides the normal orders to return at given times, she had also given them the following. Take tins to near death, but leave them on the brink if possible. Only kill them if needed. Kill any coppers you think you can handle. Do not pursue into structures unless the structure is breached. Do not follow into choke points. Only attack any non-sapient, non-dungeon-spawned monsters if they threaten you, myself, or Vaisala. Protect Vaisala at all costs. Avoid my feet. To Broil and Maw, she'd added, if they seek refuge in a shelter, attempt to breach the structure. If the servitor appears, it becomes your top priority. She had some hopes the monstrous chimera would drown before leaving the legacy dungeon, but wasn't inclined to leave that to chance. The man atop the tower collapsed, dead, except it was more than 2 hours after dawn. Isdra had moved into the dominant position. His body twitched. Hair erupted along his arms and legs, and his mouth elongated into a lupin snout, before it split open along the horizontal again, and 2 long tentacles erupted. Fur covered his arms and legs, as well as the top of his head and down his spine in a mane, but the rest was covered in the slimy skin of a slug or octopus. The man raised his head and let out a blood-curdling, gurgling howl, and the air around him darkened under the power of the Isdra-dominant lycanthrope before he leapt from the tower, descending like a falling star onto one of his former companions below. All this chaos, and only now did Zaria burst into the camp properly. "Mob Squad 2, go!" she commanded, before nodding to Vaisala. The witch unbuckled herself and ran to the rope on the edge of the tower, grabbing on with both hands and rappelling down. Rav and the other crossbow mimics opened fire as the 2 squads of candlemen leapt from Zaria's trap door to plunge into the chaos. Broil followed a moment later. His heavy frame sank into the water, now barely shin-high, and mud that covered the ground. But he was more than strong enough to pull himself free. Zaria stomped on a tin tier that was nearby, then turned her cackle onto one of the ones the mimics had left near death earlier. It only took seconds for the man to die and arise as a lycanthrope a moment later, before Zaria could turn to the next floating near-death tin and cackle again. She kept a careful eye on her mana. She wanted to preserve enough to dominate one of these lycanthropes, as she had ideas for future use. But right now, her priority had to be on winning the fight in front of her. They could hunt down any escaped werewolves later if needed. The momentary shock of Zaria's assault and the chaos of mimics, lycanthropes, and tentacle horses erupting throughout the camp had set things into a fresh round of chaos, and the tins were dropping like flies. The coppers, however, were made of sturdier stuff, although one died screaming to Maw. Another was caught in an incendiary wave from Broil, and a third became the first person in history to be drawn and quartered because the horses wanted to tear him apart. "Congratulations, you have advanced to Kappa 5. The rest, their numbers down to 12, were rallying in one of the stone ruins, only firing off spells and arrows at any monster that approached them. Someone inside shouted an unintelligible command, and a new wave of spellfire and arrows erupted from within. Except they were targeting their own half-dead tin tiers. They'd put together that Zaria was making werewolves from them, and apparently decided their own lives outweighed trying to save their own members. On the downside, less lycanthropes for Zaria. But her mana was running low anyway, and she already had 5 ravaging the survivors she couldn't control. And everyone the coppers killed for her granted her experience. Not all the tins died. Several made it into the shelter as well, but their numbers were so few already that they'd barely make a difference in what happened next. Broyle sent another wave of embers into the building. With everything half drowned, nothing caught on fire, but they did release clouds of steam and smoke before laying into the already damaged stone with his stovepipes. The structure wouldn't last long against the onslaught, although inside, tanks were already moving to reinforce the parts Broyle was damaging, as mages used air-based spells to force some of the smoke out. Outside, the lycanthropes and horse monsters were helping Maw and the crate mimics finish off the remaining tin survivors. Well, help was a strong word. The creatures weren't under her direct control, and were more just focused on attacking every sapient they could see with mindless abandon. The combined effects of the lycanthrope's darkening effect had plunged the entire camp into twilight, but Zaria and her mobs could see through it with ease. Thankfully, as she had hoped, they ignored the candlemen, and right now, those were standing in a circle around Vaisala, hiding the human from their attention. Zaria got one more lycanthrope out of the onslaught, but it wasn't long before the last of the tin tiers fell. Then the monsters Zaria had spawned turned their attention to the building that hid the coppers, while she held her mimics back. A voice rang up from inside of the building, loud and clear.
"Dungeon, you have made a terrible mistake. We will hunt you to the ends of the continent for this attack."
"Then I'll just make sure to leave no one alive to tattle," Zaria shot back, taking the pause in the battle to recharge her mana. She had enough, but the battle was far from over. Would it be worth it to... Before she could finish the question in her mind, one of the werewolves pulled stone directly from the wall itself. She'd only turned tins. Coppers were too dangerous to play games with, yet this one had the power of a copper, and she dared to hope she knew the reason. A copper with the power of a werewolf. That resolved the question in Zaria's mind. This one would be useful to keep alive. She cast Dominate Lycanthrope. The creature didn't let up its attack, but she could feel it slide under her control and ordered it back to her mobs, at the same time lighting one of the new ovens and assigning it to her command. New mob unlocked. Lessa is Drying Lycanthrope Mage. 10 command points. To her shock, the lycanthrope froze in place when she assigned it to herself. Moments later, the normal visual of mob summoning took hold, and a brand new one appeared, following the last order Zaria had given the living one a moment ago, and joining the line of candlemen. The one that Zaria had copied, now free of Zaria's service, turned back to where it knew humans were, and lunged at the defenders. Vaisala looked up at Zaria. "It kept the original around?" "Apparently," Zaria cried back, thrilled it had worked better than she'd hoped. The spell said it would create a copy, not enslave a living lycanthrope. She'd thought that meant the original would just die or vanish, but the spell hadn't said what happened to the one Zaria controlled, and now she could summon more if the fight demanded that of her. This new one had none of the injuries the one she'd copied had sustained from the defender's counterattack, and it had the mage abilities it had in life. She did a quick experiment and commanded it to fire a spell at the defender. Unlike a normal mob, the effects of Dominate Lycanthrope meant she could still control it for now, while it was outside her area of influence. It opened its mouth and unfurled its tentacles before letting loose one of the signature mage spells, Arcane Beam. The attack didn't have an elemental type, but it did considerable damage where it struck stone. The coppers weren't counterattacking right now, just trying to defend themselves. It was the right call in a normal fight. They were trying to outlast the benefits of any buff spells Zaria had cast. But Zaria hadn't used buffs that would expire that quickly. The horses had several more minutes of slaughter ahead of them, and the lycanthropes were mindless monsters until the effects of the first transformation ended. Right now, Zaria only benefited from delays as her cauldron mana ticked back up. She added the same commands she'd given the candlemen, then made new armor for the beast inside her dungeon. As soon as there was time, she'd equip her newest monster.
"We wish to negotiate," someone shouted from inside the building. "If you surrender, we will spare you."
Zaria cackled. Not the spell, just a normal cackle that erupted from her lips in unbidden shock. "I have a counter-offer," she said. "The first person to promise to tell me everything they know about the Reclaimers will be set free.
And the rest? Someone else shouted.
Perish, Zaria said. It was a gamble, but she'd just seen them cut down their own members for a tactical advantage. This was not a group that seemed overly prone to loyalty. Zaria stepped forward, fully intent on joining Broyle in breaching the walls. Not 2 steps later, however, and the ground she'd just stood on erupted. Clumps of water and mud went flying in all directions, splashing Zaria's mimics, as something massive emerged from a tunnel underground. This new creature was nearly tall enough to rest its chin on Zaria's porch. It had a vaguely feline build, as she'd seen before. Now, however, it stood upright, raising strong forelimbs that ended in the foreclaws of a mole. Its tail, long and ending in the bony knots of one of the glyptodons of the southern plains, lashed the air. Its back was covered in quills like a porcupine, and it blinked at Zaria with 3 pairs of shocked eyes attached to 3 heads. The central one was frog-like, the left more akin to that of a goat, and the right was the powerful jaws of an alligator on a long neck.
It's been a long time since I beat a dungeon into submission, the creature growled, looking at Zaria. And you're an interesting one. Rejoice, mutant. You'll live to be enslaved by my master, and that honor is too great to be ignored. Surrender, and you may be allowed to keep your mind.
The appearance of the beast wasn't what had Zaria speechless, nor was the speech. It was the creature's nameplate. Name, Sudera the Harvester. Tier, Bronze. Heart type, Boss. Elemental affinities, unknown. Observe creature to discover affinities. That third line, heart type. This wasn't just a servitor. From what Zaria knew, those could only normally be made from regular mobs. This must have been some special upgrade Litova had selected, probably even the secret for how it had overpowered the Citadel core. As a single being, it was 5 times stronger than Broyle, 25 times stronger than a copper adventurer. That put it roughly on par with Zaria's full power. As Sudera turned to charge her, the walls of the ruins collapsed and the coppers burst forth. 6 of the surviving dozen now had demons in tow. There were no chains connecting the demons to the coppers, just collars and bracelets that were linked by a blood-red glow. Zaria tuned that out. Her focus had to entirely be on the monster in front of her. She had to trust Vaisala and her mimics could handle the demon-bonded reclaimers without Maw and Broyle. Otherwise, this was going to go south very quickly. Chapter 35. Zaria leapt to the side in the face of Sudera's charge, lashing out with her tongues as the creature passed. The tongues slapped against the side of his hide, unable to find purchase, but each left behind signature marks of their elemental type. Bright blue lines appeared on Sudera's hide where the moon tongue hit it, and an instant later, owing to Izdra's dominance, a ghostly tentacle struck again, following the exact path the moon mouth's tongue had left a moment before. The bird tongue also had a secondary effect. Feathers appeared over Sudera, raining down like arrows. Each one did very little damage to the beast, but as a group, they still accomplished something. Sudera skidded in the mud, turning to face Zaria, his claw leaving deep furrows in the soft ground. He hissed from the alligator mouth.
Savor that taste of my blood. Once you're my... Arg!
He hadn't probably been planning to say arg. He also hadn't been planning on crossbow bolts to his faces. The lunar crossbow mimics on Zaria's deck didn't care what he planned on. Their bolts flew fast and true, striking the chimera. 2 moons began to form over his head, and Zaria silently cursed her luck. Selon and Izdra. Spiral's unique ability to bypass most resistances was what she really needed right now. But the gods that watched over the random generation of magical effects didn't favor her at the moment. Sudera also didn't particularly favor her at the moment. His skin started to split and crack like stone, but also took on a green hue like moss. The bolts could still find purchase, but it was a near thing, their heads barely penetrating his reinforced skin. New opponent element discovered. Ruin. Review Ruin Elemental Summary, Y/N. Sudara took a deep breath, and Zaria braced herself as she quickly shot a yes to the notification. The moment he seemed ready to unleash, she leapt to the side as quickly as she could. Sudara let out a wide beam of energy from the goat's head that streaked mere inches past her side. Everything on the other side of the beam appeared gray, washed of all color, and no life was visible when viewed through the curtain on the other side of the beam. Instead, there were only visions of ruined structures superimposed over the landscape, towers of glass and steel that were cracked and shattered and overgrown with vines and had skeletons hanging from windows. The text from her summary request undercut her sight. The ruin element is a combination of dark, earth, and water element that achieved primary element status with the ongoing destruction caused by the fissures. Ruin elemental attacks function similar to the now depreciated decay element, but deal 200% bonus damage to structures and complex mechanisms in place of decay's bonus damage to the undead and other non-living mobile organic entities. New spells unlocked for Ruin casters. Check your lists. In addition, do not believe rumors that Ruin can grant visions of the future. Ruin is not the future. Ruin is not the future. The moon has seen. Well, all of that was ominous and terrifying to consider, but in Zaria's mind, the fact that it dealt massive bonus damage to structures was the largest concern. Was she a structure? Best not to find out. The crossbow mimics chattered away on her back, and Sudara charged back in, bellowing in fury. Zaria shifted her weight like she was going to jump left, then stepped right the moment he swung. The step meant the massive mole talons on his claw didn't strike her a direct blow, instead glancing off her side paneling. Zaria's moonmouth bit down on the claw as it impacted, cracking Sudara's claw and forcing the beast to recoil. Zaria saw her advantage and quickly turned around, bringing the bird head into range and shifting so its beak could catch Sudara on the shoulder. The immense power of this beak was enough to crack the ruin-reinforced hide, taking a chunk out of Sudara's flesh. Sudara's goat head bleeded, and he leapt back, the single motion taking him well out of Zaria's tongue range, and he readied another ruin beam. Before Zaria could even figure out which direction to juke, the goat head was ready to fire. Then something jerked the head back, pulling it towards the sky to fire the ruin beam straight into the air. Broil had gotten in range during the fight and grabbed onto the goat's horns with his stovepipe. A surge from the copper boss contracted the tentacles, bringing it up to Sudara's back, and then Broil glowed red-hot. Moments later, acid from Maw splashed against Sudara's belly, and the tin boss leapt up to join his companion on the chimera's back. The frog head whipped around to look at the two invaders and focused in on Maw. Sudara snarled at the tin invader, then opened his mouth. Bleh. That was the sound he made, but it wasn't really speech. Instead, a massive tongue unfurled from the boss's mouth and streaked towards Maw. There was no time for the tin boss to move, although he was fast enough to open his mouth and bite down on the incoming tongue. Even with the way Sudara shuddered in pain, it had no problem reeling Maw back into the open frog mouth and swallowing the chest mimic whole. Sudara's neck distended into a pouch that now held the struggling Maw. Zaria had been afraid of that. When she thought Sudara would just have the power of a normal bronze dungeon mob, but more brains, adding Maw would have turned the balance of power from roughly equal between Broil and the servitor to favor Zaria's mobs. Against a bronze-tier boss, however, Maw was as effective as a yapping dog trying to interfere with a duel between two master warriors. If only she could change orders for her mobs once they were out of her influence. But that was a power exclusively reserved for bronze dungeons. Still, now the fight was her and Broil against a bronze boss-level mob. Broil would fill for her the role Maw had been going to fill for Broil, an annoyance, just dangerous enough that Sudara couldn't completely ignore it. Sure enough, even as Sudara charged her again, the frog tongue lashed out at the oven mimic, only for Broil to heat his metallic sides to glowing red. Sudara's tongue hissed and sizzled against Broil's hide, and he withdrew without trying to swallow after another bleat of pain from the goat head. Then he stumbled again as the budge in his throat that held Maw writhed and squirmed, and the muffled sound of Maw belching acid filled the air. So, the tin boss wasn't down yet. Zaria took advantage of the momentary distraction and her ability to see in all directions to get some distance from the servitor while the tongues lashed out behind her without any loss of accuracy, and the crossbow mimics on her turret kept firing. Sudara was faster than her, able to move on all 4 limbs, but right now he was distracted and in pain, and it gave her a chance to regroup and form a plan. She took a quick moment to check on Vaisala. Well, a kind of quick moment. Dungeon minds worked differently. For Zaria, it was a matter of absorbing delayed knowledge of everything that had happened in the fight she'd been ignoring. Everything she saw had transpired over the course of her fight with Sudara, but she was learning all of it in a fraction of a second. Yet it still felt like it was happening all at once. The front line of the Reclaimers consisted of 4 tanks backed by 2 healers. Everyone in that group that wasn't bound to a demon, in fact. They were locked in melee with the Candlemen that had sword mimics on their backs, the tanks keeping their shields up and using their abilities to deflect flurries of blows from the furious blades as the Candlemen carrying them used their own shields to directly press back against the melee fighters. As Zaria had hoped, the tanks were assuming the Candlemen and sword mimic combinations were a single mob, and were focusing their attacks on the weaker but better defended part of that team. Meanwhile, the crossbow mimics were firing with abandon, targeting the demons before all else. These demons were all the same type, vaguely humanoid, with horns for eyes and wide lamprey-like mouths in the center of their face. Everyone currently bound to them was a ranged class, and it immediately became apparent why. A copper archer fired a flame elemental shot at one of the Candlemen, and an instant later, a duplicate of the arrow appeared from the demon's mouth. The same spell, but this time infused with fiendish mana instead. The 2 bolts completely blew a Candleman's head off. While that wasn't fatal to the wax mob, it certainly did terrible, terrible damage to its internal structures in the process from the shockwave. A follow-up blast from another caster finished the job those 2 blows had started, collapsing the Candleman, but leaving its sword still alive. If it had just been Candlemen against the Coppers, this fight would have been done in seconds. The tanks could have held aggro, the healers could have kept them up, and combined ranged damage dealers and melee demons would have shredded through the rest. But it wasn't just those groups. The mutant horses went even more wild now that demons were on the field, charging after the fiends and lashing out with their tentacles. The lead horse caught a demon by the ankle and pulled it to the ground. Instead of thrashing it about, like Zaria had seen them do against humanoids earlier, the horse used its other tentacle to slap the demon on the back of the head and try to hold it to the ground until the rest of it caught up, allowing it to bring its hooves into play. The demon sunk into the soft mud beneath it, and the horse continued to stomp with wild abandon. At the same time, another horse caught a demon. This one landed on his back instead of his face, and was free to counterattack with his claws and fiendish spells that poured from his mouth, provided by his mage handler. That horse died, but not before the demon did. Similar to the horses, the lycanthropes had abandoned all their attention on the mortals the moment demons were in play, and they leapt towards the brutes like a pack of starving, tentacled wolfmen, which was what they were, to be fair. Their assault was nowhere near as effective. They were tins, after all. 3 of them died after managing only a couple of blows on the demons. 3 others, however, proved equal to their prey. Zaria glanced at their nameplates. Copper. All of them. She'd been hoping for that. Zaria was certain she'd only targeted tins. It had been possible she'd accidentally targeted a copper, but 3 times was impossible. The only explanation was the copper she'd copied, and these 2 others weren't coppers she'd accidentally killed with her cackle. They were lycanthropes that had killed enough in the initial chaos to advance from tin to copper. One was currently locked claw to claw with a demon. The spells pouring from the demon's mouth were tearing chunks out of the lycanthrope's fur, while the lycanthrope's mouth tentacle wrapped around the demon's neck and tried to pull it in. Another had managed to wrestle its demon to the ground and sunk its 4 split jaws into the creature's wrist, and was now using its full body to try to tear the demon's arm straight out of the socket. The third and last was dancing around the demon it had engaged, the two creatures rushing back in and out of the fight to lash out at each other before leaping away. Then, last but not least, were Vaisala, Rav, and Zaria's newborn lycanthrope mage. Those three had, at Vaisala's urging, gone around the edge of the fight for a moment. Now that they were on the other side, they charged in, Vaisala leading the rush with her spork raised. Rav and the lycanthrope mage let loose, Rav firing lunar crossbow bolts, and the mage unleashing a barrage of arcane orbs, striking one of the mages in the back multiple times before he was aware of the danger. He dropped to one knee and turned around just to see Vaisala leap for him, spork raised. She brought the spork down, blatting him across the face. A fraction of a second later, her permanent impact runes and two others on the spork spoon activated at the same time. The mage's head exploded like an overripe grapefruit, showering his companions with a fine red mist before they even fully understood they were in danger. This was why Vaisala favored the spork as a weapon. Witches weren't meant for melee, unless they deliberately built that way. Then they could select their perks and runes in such a way to offset the natural weaknesses of the witch from being a ranged class, and in the process, get a massive damage boost from adding runes to heavy weapon blows. Vaisala's momentum allowed her to slide through the mud, crouch down with one hand to keep herself steady. She swung the spork hard to the side with the other hand, catching an archer in the calves and sending him tumbling backwards. As he fell, Rav shot him with two more arrows, and Vaisala spun and stood upright to deliver another overhead blow to the man's ribcage. She only used a single impact rune with this blow, but it was still enough to drive the man deep into the mud. It wasn't fatal as just a strike, at least not until she whirled the spork and brought the tines down. The first blow caught the man in the forearm, and an impact rune severed his hand. The second took the blow directly into his throat. His dying breath was wet and full of blood. The ranged casters panicked. They'd had a terrible few minutes since the battle had started, preceded by the nightmare that had come moments before of the flood, and now they were being forced into melee, which was the last place range classes wanted to be. One broke and fled. Vaisala brought up her fingers to her lips and whistled, and the lycanthrope mage took off on all fours to charge that one down. Another turned to run in what was a more orderly fashion, only to find her path blocked by the two surviving crepe mimics. As tins, they couldn't easily finish the caster, but they could keep her from retreating. Then a spell struck Vaisala in the back, knocking her forward. She whirled to face her attacker, only to be frozen in momentary shock. The mage whose head she'd turned into a fine paste was standing back up, a blood-red and translucent mirror of his face floating up from the open wound in his neck. As blood spilled from the wound, it didn't float away, instead pooling into the image, solidifying it. The bond between himself and his demon was bright red, and it was now obvious which direction the power was flowing. His demon was the one dancing with the werewolf, and it was visibly slowing in its fight as its power was sucked in by its master, who was now starting to reform a skull inside that misty mass of blood. A quick check confirmed Zaria's suspicions. The other one Vaisala had downed was still down, and his bond with his demon had vanished. Severing the arm had to happen to stop the transfer. She didn't have time to inform the witch of that, however. The tanks were whirling to face this new threat, and the healers were aware their ranged casters were taking damage. The melee line needed to be eliminated, or Vaisala only had moments to live. Fortunately, Zaria had a plan. She charged the melee line herself, with Sudara in hot pursuit. And, per her earlier command, the Candleman followed her instructions. She had, after all, told them to avoid her feet. They leapt back as a group, as Zaria bore down on the tanks. Chapter 36. The tanks tried to scatter as Zaria approached, but their heavy armor and the thick mud worked against them. Only one was able to leap free, a warrior whose charge ability pulled him free to slam into the front line of the Candleman, knocking one back, but surrounding him with the deadly mimics. They set upon him, although the healers threw spells to shield his body and heal his injuries. Of the other three, one paladin had the right idea. She immediately dropped flat and raised her shield over her chest, activating her ability to create a translucent shield over herself. Zaria's crushing footfalls just sunk her further into the mud, but didn't shatter bones or break limbs. The other two chose poorly. One attempted to roll out of the way, only to be caught mid-motion as Zaria stomped down on him, bearing the full weight of a house down on the man's spine. Even with the tank's resistances fortifying his body, he was nothing compared to the sheer mass of a house standing upon him. The other raised her sword over her head, a wild slash for Zaria's foot. It connected, drawing a thin line of blood from Zaria, but it also did nothing to the descending talon folding her torso in on itself. "Vaisala!" Zaria shouted. "Go for the wrists!" Then Sudara slammed into Zaria, sending her stumbling forward. She managed one last desperate lash of the bird's mouth's tongue, catching one of the healers around the waist and pulling him in. The man desperately threw spells into the beak, but a healer's offensive magic could do little more than annoy her. To his credit, the man kept casting, right up until he was bit in half. Zaria barely noticed. The healers were normally, in a fight between humans, a high-priority target, but once mobs were in the mix, it became more important to eliminate the tanks. Without their ability to hold aggro, the mobs would be able to act freely, targeting everyone else on the battlefield. Now there were only 2 tanks present, and the warrior that had charged into the Candleman only had 1 healer keeping him alive. For all his valiant struggles, he'd pulled aggro of every surviving non-boss mimic, and it wouldn't be long before he died. The paladin that had shielded herself was trying to break free of the mud, but it would take her time. Her Candleman would be able to focus on the ranged casters and demons, which left Zaria to handle Sudara. The boss-level servitor's eyes were furious. Because of the awkward position on his back, Broyle was mostly undamaged so far, and the constant presence of hot metal was certainly frustrating, but not as much as the copper boss using his stovepipes to distract and disrupt Sudara's attempts to fire ranged attacks, misdirecting them before they could impact Zaria. Meanwhile, blood ran freely from the frog mouth as Maw did his devastating work in there. Sudara coughed with that head, and Maw was visible for a moment as the servitor tried to spit the boss free. However, Maw, badly burned by acid and clearly damaged, barely holding on, was wrapped around the servitor's tongue with both hands, his jaws clamped down, refusing to be released. Zaria felt a surge of pride in the clever little tin boss. In Sudara's mouth, none of the bronze abilities could be turned against Maw fully. It was the safest place for Maw in this battle. Sudara tried to roar something intimidating or threatening at Zaria. What came out, however, was the less frightening, Zaria cackled, both with amusement and activating the ability, which only enraged the boss further. He readied another ruin beam, but Broyle was on it, tugging on the goat horns and pulling his head to the side. The beam went wild and impacted one of the taller ruins, what had once been a stone watchtower. It didn't shatter the stone. Instead, it aged them, thousands of years of cracks forming along the base in mere seconds, moss and vines sprouting from between the stone to crack them before dying instantly. Zaria did note the ruin beam stopped once it did hit the tower, so that was one limitation of the power. As amusing as Sudara's pain was, the servitor was clearly more annoyed than actually injured. The bites from Zaria's cackles did so little, she stopped wasting mana on the ability and returned to lashing with her tongues, which at least did noticeable damage. Then, catching Zaria completely off guard, Sudara surged forward with a sudden burst of speed, unlike anything he had demonstrated so far, turning into a blur for an instant before slamming into Zaria with the goat's horns. Zaria was lifted off the ground by the blow, and her porch shattered and splintered from where Sudara had hit. Stunned and unable to find purchase, Zaria could do nothing to evade when Sudara's claws came up and slammed into either side of her house. He whipped the alligator head towards her, clamping down on the bird tongue with immensely powerful jaws. The walls of Zaria's side started to buckle and creak under the pressure of the claws. Gods of the hunt! How strong was this monster? She brought up her legs to kick at its chest, finally drawing lines of blood from the creature, But Sudara seemed to not even notice the pain as Zaria did her best to disembowel him. The entire time, the crossbows clattered, raining arrows down on him. He swallowed hard, and Maw vanished, and Sudara looked down at her with eyes full of hate.
I should kill you. Even if you can walk, what benefit do you offer my master?
Well, Zaria said, looking straight up into the giant eyes of the frog monster, glad she could feel no pain, so her head was clear. I can count to 50. Sudara blinked.
What?
Watch. The crossbows fired again. 49, she said, and Sudara cocked his frog head, confusion evident in every line of his body. He still pressed against her sides, and the sound of splintering wood filled the air. She still clawed at his belly, tearing into him, knowing she was doing damage, even if the servitor ignored his own wounds, feeling hot blood running along her claws. 50, she said, right as the crossbows fired again. The bolts flew true, and the images of both Isdra and Selon fully resolved over his head. Explosions from the Selon bolts erupted around his form, bathing him in white light as the blasts tore into his hide. Sudara rocked back, releasing Zaria, but not before the splash effect of the bolts had time to do further damage to her. Broyle, on his back, was wiped out by the sheer force of the blasts. But it hardly mattered now. Tentacles erupted from the Isdra bolts in the aftermath of the explosion, thin tendrils that whipped at the air for an instant before arcing over his body. They drove down like spears, digging into Sudara's injuries, and twisted and burrowed into his open wounds. Now Sudara screamed, unable to ignore the pain anymore. To add to the injury, one of Maw's hands burst free of the servitor's belly, using the lines Zaria had slashed with her talons to free himself. The tin boss only had the strength needed to escape before dying, but an entire chest eating its way out of your stomach had to be a unique kind of torment. Sudara rolled along the ground, trying to break free of the tortuous tentacles, and the crossbows fired anew. This time, the moons that rose over Sudara's back were Isdra and Spiral. Perfect. Zaria stood up, ready to lunge back into the fight. Then Sudara's long tail lashed back like a whip and caught Zaria in the ankle. The strike was so fierce, it shattered the air around the tip, a crack so loud it was nearly deafening, and Zaria fell to the ground. Her ankle was non-responsive. Broken. She knew she could heal it, the same way she could repair her dungeon walls, but it would take time. Time she didn't have. The Isdra tentacles had only bought her a few seconds of absolute agony on the bronze servitor. She commanded the crossbows to fire as fast as they could, heedless of accuracy. There was only one hope of survival right now. On the battlefield, things were going better. The two remaining horses, what had happened to the other two? Their bodies were nowhere to be found, had been badly injured by the demons, but sheer rage kept them going, where normal animals would have fallen. One of the surviving lycanthropes raised his head up, pulling free a huge chunk of demonic throat, then plunged back down, consuming the demon viciously. It seemed to do well, although Zaria couldn't help but notice there were horns forming around the edge of its eyes. That was a problem for the future. The other two surviving werewolves were worse off, badly injured in their struggles, but they only had one demon they were focusing on, running in to nip at the demon's heels and back. For a moment, it looked like their demon would be able to take advantage of their injuries and down them. But then, one got its mouth tentacles around the demon's ankle and pulled back, toppling the fiend, and letting both wolves descend upon the creature. It managed to rip one lycanthrope's throat out before it died. Zaria cast a quick dominate on the survivor and assigned it to her. New mob unlocked. Lissa is dry in lycanthrope knight. 10 command points. Then had it charge in with its duplicate towards the last demon. With their demons dropping, the ranged casters and healer were falling back, guarded by the one surviving paladin that kept herself between the candlemen and the party as best she could. One of the casters had lost his wrist, severed at some point by a sword mimic, or by Vaisala's weaponized spork. The mage had fully regrown his head, but now horns were spreading across his eyes, and his movements were becoming erratic. He was still fighting alongside his companions, but his teeth were clenched, and he snarled when they got too close. The entire time, The paladin had to keep backing up, step by step, to avoid being surrounded, and the Candleman's attacks were wearing her down. Still, it looked like she'd be able to get somewhere free right up until Vaisala re-entered the fray. At some point, the witch had climbed up into the ruins and gotten to a second-story window. The moment the party passed under her, Vaisala leapt out, her spork raised high. The man who'd regrown his entire head saw her and snarled, but whatever was going on in his mind had rendered him unable to form coherent words at the moment, which meant the group had no real warning of Vaisala's descent until she brought the spork down directly on top of the healer. Vaisala didn't have the runes left to detonate his head like she had with the mage, but she didn't need to. The sheer force of the swing, coupled with the acceleration from her leap out the window, added to Vaisala's multi-use impact rune, was, in tandem, enough to turn the man's skull into a bowl. Vaisala glanced at his wrists, making sure he wasn't demon-bound, then lunged for the paladin's back. Now surrounded, and without healing, the paladin only lasted a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, Rav, on Vaisala's back, chattered away with crossbow bolts, wild shots that forced the remaining ranged casters to leap behind barriers and take cover. Except for the mage. He stepped forward and snarled as a bolt found his shoulder, but any thoughts of self-preservation were driven from his mind. He raised his hands, preparing some spell that now contained fiendish mana instead of his prior element. The lycanthrope mage's tentacles caught him by the wrist and pulled him off balance, and then the creature's jaws clamped onto his skull. Instead of biting down, the lycanthrope let loose an arcane beam directly into the top of the man's head. Zaria was certain he couldn't regrow his head a second time, not after absorbing his demon earlier to survive the last one. The two surviving casters stood up and raised their hands. "Surrender," they shouted. "We surrender." Vaisala pointed to the building. "Get in there and stay. The mimics will surround but not attack. The moment you leave, you die." They scrambled to obey. "I've got one rune left," Vaisala shouted at Zaria. Zaria barked 2 words to her. "The tower!" Vaisala glanced to see where Zaria was looking, then nodded and took off. Just in time. Sudara had recovered, and the bronze servitor boss hybrid was standing back up. He was covered in injuries, blood streaking from dozens of wounds, but already some magic was repairing his body. He turned to Zaria, hate in his eyes, and bunched up to charge or attack. 47, Zaria shouted. Sudara hesitated. "Impossible. You couldn't have caught me with that many bolts in such short a time." "I've proven I can count to 50. Sudara leapt as the crossbows fired again, leapt back into the only space left for him between 2 of the ruins. Not in time to avoid those 2, of course, which gave Zaria a reason to smirk. 48! "You're lying," Sudara snarled. He readied another ruin beam and prepared to fire at Zaria. Immobile, Zaria did the only thing she could think of. The moment he fired, Zaria kicked the mud with her good leg. The thick, wet dirt splashed like water, kicking up a solid wave. The ruin beam struck the splash. Instantly, the mud turned to dirt and then dust. Some of the energy still got through, washing over Zaria. This was pain. Now she could feel the actual injury. She had to clench her teeth against a scream as a sensation of agony washed over her, petrifying spots of her wood. If it had hit her full on, it would have killed her. "Core stability alert. Stability below 10%. The words flickered in Zaria's vision, but Sudara didn't know that. From what he could see on that side of the beam, he'd fired his most powerful attack. She had summoned a wall of mud, and now was still sitting there, looking unharmed by the attack. The shock made the servitor take another step back, and Zaria continued, as if she didn't feel like she was on fire. "I'm a dungeon. You know how good we are at keeping track of things. I maintain I have 2 more shots until they rip you apart again. You disagree. If I'm lying, I still have a host of mimics I can unleash in your face. I'm not out of mana yet. But if I'm telling you the truth, 2 more shots. One of those moons is Spiral. If it activates, it'll ignore your resistances. Can you survive that? I'm willing to bet not." Sudara hesitated as the crossbows took aim. He was out of range right now, and knew it. But the moment he took a step forward, he'd be beset by bolts again.
"You're lying," he said,
but it was far less certain this time. "One other thing I know," Zaria said, continuing in silky sweet tones of absolute confidence. "If you die outside of your dungeon, you can only be respawned if your heart is recovered. I promise you, I will search every inch of this mud for that heart. I won't leave this spot until I've fed your heart to Maw." Sudara stared at her for a long moment, then slowly shook the frog head.
"I've seen your weapons, Dungeon. They cannot fire that fast. You aren't halfway through that number. You can't kill me."
Zaria took a deep breath. "Damn, you got me. But here's the neat thing. I just needed to keep you standing right there." Sudara's eyes widened. At the same time, Vaisala swung her spork. During the conversation, she'd rushed over to the tower Sudara's ruin beam had damaged earlier, one of the two ruins that flanked Sudara at this exact moment. Between the flood and the mud and the battle, it was leaning drunkenly, barely upright. Vaisala hit it with the bowl of the spork, right in the one cornerstone that was supporting most of its weight, then leapt clear. The impact rune didn't have the power to knock over a tower, but it did have the power to break a single, already damaged stone. The stone shattered, and the tower collapsed in, tons upon tons of stone falling down on Sudara's back. The servitor let out one final scream of rage and tried to move, but blood loss had slowed him too much. He was crushed beneath the tower he had damaged earlier. Zaria took a deep breath. The battle was over. Everything that wasn't a mob, demon, or reclaimer had died or fled, meaning there was at least one wild lycanthrope now, and 4 tentacle horses on the loose. Future problems. She'd won the main fight. "Go to Sudara," she commanded her crossbows. "Pump him full of bolts, and don't stop firing until he stops registering as a living thing. Then find and bring me his heart. Return when you find it, or before your timer runs out." Vaisala walked over to her, spork on her back. She nodded at the crossbow as she passed. They were already firing, far faster since they were aiming at an immobile target. It had actually only been 33 shots when Zaria had made her taunt, but the moons were growing clearer rapidly. For Vaisala's part, the witch had taken several blows. She was limping, and her face was streaked with blood, but her eyes were alight with the residual exhilaration of battle. The moons over Sudara resolved as Vaisala limped the rest of the way to Zaria. "So," she said, "that was exciting." As if to punctuate her words, the twin moons over Sudara finally resolved. Tentacles erupted from Sudara, this time grappling onto the stones that had pinned him and using them to beat the servitor. Spiral generated purple psionic lightning that lashed down, racing along the servitor's form. "Congratulations, you have advanced to Copper 6. Hidden achievement unlocked. The most dangerous game. Defeat another dungeon's boss-level mob while only using mobs of the same tier or lower. Reward, improved servitor heart. Your servitors now have boss-level abilities and may be made from bosses. Existing servitors will not gain the improvement unless respawned. Note that newly born boss servitors may be more likely to rebel against your commands owing to their increased strength and independence. Existing servitors won't change any more than any other sapient suddenly experiencing a power increase. It is recommended that you use a mob that has already shown loyalty when creating your first improved servitor. Special. Cannot be obtained if the other dungeon deliberately allows you to win. Cannot be obtained if fighting a dungeon with core symbiosis with you. Cannot be obtained if mobs use equipment above the boss-level mob's tier. Cannot be obtained if you use bosses that are of the same tier as the opposing boss." Rav cooed on Vaisala's back in excitement. The great beast was finally dead. Victory was theirs. And now, at least, Zaria knew how Lidiva had made the monster in the first place. Vaisala walked over to one of the dead reclaimers and pulled out a knife. "How badly injured are you?" she asked Zaria. "I have 7% core stability left," Zaria said. "I can't even heal my leg without going into the negatives. If I hadn't ranked up so much during that fight, I would have died." Vaisala shuddered at the thought, and then nodded and looked down. This reclaimer had been one of the healers, and thus lightly armored and not bonded to a demon. She bent down and worked her knife into the man's chest, digging around for the buried hero core. "Then," she said, "let's get that bond established and fix that, shall we?" Chapter 37. Zaria took advantage of the wet ground to settle herself in the mud, using her tongues for leverage to get her injured leg underneath her frame, and let herself gradually sink into the ground until she was just another house, with her babamorph sitting in a turret on top. While Vaisala worked on preparing everything needed for the bond, Zaria had her candlemen bring her the 2 reclaimers that had surrendered to Zaria in the fight. They didn't resist in the slightest.
"What are you?"
one of them asked, looking up at the babamorph. A woman with a nasally voice that Zaria recognized. An idea formed almost immediately. "You're Chindra," Zaria said. That was information she could get from nameplates, however, and Zaria wanted them off balance. "Shame that Robert didn't give you those thunder sticks. It's good to finally meet in person." The woman blanched, and her companion looked over at her. Zaria continued. "Oh, don't act surprised. I'm the roaming dungeon, the world's only Yagakor. My powers are beyond your comprehension. I know things you couldn't possibly imagine. And you are going to tell me everything." Chindra was quaking.
"Who betrayed us?"
she asked, and Zaria realized the shakes were anger, not fear. "Who leaked that conversation?" "No one," Zaria said. "I was in the room, or at least one of my minions was." Zaria sent a nudge to a nearby crate mimic, and it went from an inactive box to a living mimic, and turned to face the 2 captured reclaimers. "As I said, I know much." Chindra wilted at the idea.
"Then what do you need us to tell you?" Chindra asked. "You already know everything."
"My knowledge is vast, but not complete. If you tell me everything, you'll be allowed to go free. If you lie, and you know I already know much, so I will see your lies, you'll be turned into werewolves, copied to be made into new mob types for me to terrorize your fellows, and then allowed to run loose, terrorizing the countryside until the reclaimers find you. I'm sure you know better than even I what horrors await members of their own that turn into monsters. But I imagine it's not pretty." Zaria said all this in the most bland tones possible. The 2 reclaimers shared a look, and Chindra swallowed hard.
"If you could tell us what you wish to know."
She saw Zaria's expression, and now the quakes were fear. Of course. Everything," Zaria said. "Begin now. Leave nothing out." The 2 reclaimers didn't last long under her stare. Almost immediately, they started tripping over each other to tell her everything they knew. It took some prodding to make them circle back, but Zaria got a complete picture by the end. The commander of the reclaimers was Hakyan, and he was responsible for much of the changes that had underwent the organization since the fissures erupted. Hakyan believed the fissures were a sign from the gods, that the world had become wicked, and this was their punishment for the sins of the sapients. He did believe in protecting the Edge and the people in it, to a degree. Towns had been abandoned for failing to convert. From the reclaimers' words, they didn't see a problem with that. Hakyan also believed the weird cores were a corruption of the system, something he called a hack, a term he'd learned from his new friends. Those friends were men and women like Robert. They were working with Hakyan, providing aid in the forms of otherworldly devices. They were from the Dirt World, a world that had long ago lost all of its magic to a disaster. They said they were here to help Hakyan prevent the same fate for this world. They'd been the ones to provide the means of bonding demons, but not purification of demons. "And how does that work?" Zaria asked, leaning in. Bonding a demon worked through a device known as a Stygian leash. It bound caster and demon together. Those allowed the demon to mirror any spell cast by the holder of the leash, and also prevented the demon from attacking without the caster's permission. In addition, the caster could siphon off the demon's power to heal their injuries, and could even come back from the dead. It had a flaw, however. The user would be constantly subjected to corruptive whispers, and drawing upon the demon's power to heal would corrupt the holder greatly. That latter was why, in spite of the obvious utility, bonds were never given to tanks. Over enough time, corruption would be inevitable. In addition, it scarred the user's soul. New bonds were impossible after that, nor was purification.
Purification,
Chindra trailed off, then saw Zaria's expression and plunged ahead.
well, you see, a core is a core.
Obviously, Zaria said.
The idea behind purification is that if a core can be used to contain a powerful entity, like how you dungeon cores work, it should be possible for less powerful entities. Allow the user to safely siphon power off the being without risk of corruption.
Chindra wrung her hands.
Even a demon.
You're telling me what? Purification creates new dungeon cores?
Not exactly,
Chindra said.
It uses a hero core. There's no physical location, no actual dungeon. And instead of summoning creatures, the user takes on aspects. It also requires a celestial mob be sacrificed to ensure purity. Only a bronze tier can survive it. But when they do, and assuming they don't go comatose from the pain, the result is a sort of psychic dungeon. No actual location. But there is a place in the user's mind for a one-floor dungeon with a single boss that drains the power of the trapped demon, allowing them to create mobs and a single boss, which they can then emulate via the purified demon cores.
It gives them boss-level power, Zaria said flatly. Chindra shook her head vigorously.
No, not that. Gods, if we had that power, we would be ruling the edge already. But it gives them dungeon-level versatility.
Let me put it in more basic terms. I'm explaining this poorly. Say they have a 3-room virtual dungeon. Room 1 has warriors fighting. Room 2 has mages researching direct damage spells. And Room 3 has a boss with powerful area of effect spells. They can change their mob aspect between those 3 at will, regardless of existing class limitations. In addition, since these are mob spells, many of them only have cooldown periods, no mana cost. So you can have a paladin, but with mage spellcasting, who can swap to boss area damage against a group, or add a damage-dealing mob's melee attack strength on top of their tank resistances. Zaria whistled softly. That was incredibly dangerous. Not as bad as she feared. Not a bunch of bosses running around, but still would make them unprecedented threats. Zaria probed deeper for more information. Unfortunately, it was hard to say what any one purified demon core was capable of, because their psychic pseudo-dungeons could vary as much as a real-world dungeon's mobs. The one interesting bit of information was that hadn't come from the Dirtworlders. That power was one discovered by Litva. The dungeon had been experimenting on people captured during dungeon runs since before the Fissures. The discovery of demon cores was an accidental byproduct of attempts to fuse his normal dungeon mobs with boss-level powers, and with the Fissures, it had been natural to extend that gift to Hakyan. Once again, Zaria wondered how Litva had lived this long. In either case, access to a portal was needed to capture the demons, not a fissure. The demons that came through were too dangerous and varied. A portal, however, could be used to pull particular demons through and ensure the proper types were acquired. The one here was only strong enough to handle the weaker demons for bonds. The one at Kalbora, however, could handle the stronger demons. Zaria took all this in and then pressed them harder. Unfortunately, these two knew very little outside of the details they had already shared. The man with Chindra was just a guard. Chindra herself was a mage who had made a study of the Stygian leashes, Dirtworlder technology, and the demons, which is why she had been assigned here. That, and her low tier, to keep prying eyes from suspecting anything. She could tell Zaria a great deal of the exact mechanics of the Stygian leash. She did give up a couple more locations of reclaimer bases, which could be good to know, but not much else. Except for one piece of good news. The reclaimers, in an effort to secure some additional support, had delegations going to all 3 kingdoms right now. Delegations of their strongest. Between that and the normal operations of the reclaimers demanding their stronger members, golds and platinums were out of play for at least a couple weeks. Both of you, Zaria said, once she was satisfied they had told her everything they could, are going to be led by the Candleman to a waiting room. My witch will be along soon to ask some follow-up questions. Then you'll be set free." They babbled their thanks and were taken to the oven room. The moment the door closed, the Candleman and the respawned Broil set upon them, beating them into submission before they could even think to react. No lethal damage, just a brutal thrashing until they couldn't fight back. Chindra was the first human to be tossed into an oven alive, with the guard following a moment later. True to Zaria's word, their ashes floated free, and words floated across her vision. "Living sapient consumed. Reward, 1 bonus upgrade point. This upgrade point need not be spent before advancing to bronze, but cannot be spent on upgrades that are bronze tier or higher. 1-time reward. Future instances of sapient type human will not yield this reward again. Other sapient types have a different 1-time reward that is guaranteed upon the first burning. Living sapient consumed. Reward. New lycanthrope ability unlocked. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Your lycanthropes can take the form of a human when outside your dungeon, although this does not grant the ability for them to speak intelligently. They will, however, be able to grunt in affirmation or rejection, and their body language will match those of a human's properly, making passing in human society possible for short windows. 1 human form unlocked. All lycanthropes will appear as the same person. Earning this reward multiple times will unlock new appearances. Note that future instances of sapient type human may yield different rewards. Bonus rewards. 2 long pig meal. A mob that consumes a long pig meal will gain 200% bonus bite damage against sapient type human for 7 days after consuming. A sapient consuming a long pig meal will become a lesser lycanthrope 7 days after consuming. If the long pig meal is consumed willingly, the sapient will be able to control their lycanthrope form, so long as every transformation they eat the flesh of another sapient-type human. Deceased humans will yield a spoiled long pig meal, which grants the bonus damage against sapient-type human for 1 day after consuming, and will only poison a sapient that consumes. This will not grant the reward for the living creature consumption. "I heard screaming," Vaisala said, climbing the ladder up to the turret. "I'm going to take a wild guess that you've sent off our guests." Zaria nodded. "You want to become a lycanthrope with full control of your mind so long as you eat human flesh?" Vaisala made a face. "I'll pass, thanks. Cannibalism is a bit much, don't you think?" "I don't think so, of course," Zaria considered. Cannibalism was eating a member of your own species. It wasn't really cannibalism when she ate humans. She hadn't been one for some time now. Then she considered the idea of killing another dungeon core to absorb them, and immediately felt a bit queasy. On second thought, maybe it is. Vaisala raised an eyebrow. "I'd love to know what went through that core of yours there, but later. For right now, I'm ready to start the bond. Need you to take care of that crystal ball." Zaria absorbed the crystal around her core, letting the gem sit out in the open air. It felt weirdly exposed to be like this. "Anything you need from me before I go back into my core?" she asked. "Have a bit more preparation to do before I start. Once I do, keep your consciousness in there while I work," Vaisala said. "After I'm done, you can go back into the Babamorph. But we should be able to communicate through the bond. Are you going to upgrade first?" Zaria shook her head. "I really don't like my core stability being this low. Don't want to do any more changes until that's fixed." Vaisala nodded and got to work, drawing sigils on the table around Zaria's core. "So, what's our next move?" "We need to secure this location. I can't do that on my own. I've got a couple candlemen recovering Chindra's research notes. She had a lab on the second story of one of the ruins, so they should be undamaged. They'll provide the proof we need to get the Coven involved." Vaisala bit her cheek in thought. "The strongest members are still tied up dealing with the Hardness 4 fissure. Probably will be for a while. But we can at least get some coppers and bronzes out here." "And we'll need them," Zaria said. "Lidiva is still digging a tunnel to the portal. We need to keep him from getting a hold of it." Vaisala murmured agreement. "So we run back to the Coven, get support, and come back?" Zaria shook her head. "We don't go. We send a message. Once I'm back to mobility, I dig down into the Legacy dungeon and put a lockdown on the portal. Hold it until the Coven arrives. Then we start making plans for Kalbora. It needs to fall." "Agreed," Vaisala said. "So secure the location, finish your second floor, and plan for Kalbora. Once the Coven finished with the Hardness 4 fissure, she saw Zaria shaking her head. What? Every day we wait is a day they can make more of their purified demon cores. And now that they've lost this place, they know they're in danger. They're going to ramp everything up, fast. We might not have time for the Coven's strongest, and we have a window. A couple weeks where the Reclaimers have Kalbora relatively undefended. I need to hit bronze. Probably let some Coven groups run my dungeon while we're waiting, then we hit the nearest fissure. That should get me up the rest of the way. If I can do it fast enough, that, plus whatever support we can muster, we can take the base from them before their strongest are back. And without our strongest too, Vaisala said, frowning. It's dangerous. It is, Zaria said. When we're closer, I'm going to start looking for any way we can weaponize the terrain to give us an advantage. There's no convenient river we can use, I already checked. But there may be other options. It's going to be war, Vaisala said sadly. She saw Zaria's look and shook her head. If the Reclaimers and Coven go to full, all-out war, the demons are the only one who benefit. It may not be war, Zaria said, which is the other reason why I want to move fast, and without the high-ranking members of the Coven. I'm not part of a faction. But think about it. You said that, for all-out war, the Reclaimers and Coven are both worried about which side the kingdoms will take. Vaisala nodded. So, if the Reclaimers want to turn this into a war, they'll have to admit they had these secret bases, that they were doing demon research, which I'm assuming is forbidden research. What's more likely? They admit to that, or they disavow the people involved. And then, when they question us, well, we weren't acting under orders. We gathered some Coven members who were willing to fight against these rogue agents, right? Honestly, we did the Reclaimers a favor, purging them of these horrible, horrible ne'er-do-wells. Vaisala paused, thinking. It could work, she said slowly, and then buys us time to find out what else the Reclaimers are doing in the shadows. Gives us time to grow stronger. Time to formulate a plan to wipe them out. That was my thinking as well. The biggest problem, really, is Lidova. He needs to be destroyed. Vaisala sucked air through her teeth. I'm not saying you're wrong, but the idea of actually going after a dungeon core that's still fighting the demons, I don't think you understand how unlikely that is. Short of actually creating fissures, there's very little one of you can do that would convince the guilds to sanction your deliberate destruction. Except you personally. You probably will terrify them. I'll keep that in mind. But I wasn't thinking of involving the guilds in this. Zaria's voice hardened. This should be a matter for cores. One of our own is the problem. We need to bring him to heel. Vaisala nodded slowly. I like that better, mainly because I think it might actually happen. We need some kind of dungeon guild, Zaria said. But that's a long-term goal. There's also the alien dungeon we need to deal with. I'm going to start prioritizing everything based on how easily is this within my power and go from there, which means secure this location, tackle Kalbora, and investigate the alien dungeon. Vaisala looked up. Speaking of which, is our friend still watching? Zaria checked. The drone was gaining altitude to get back up above the cloud level. At some point it had dropped down. Probably to investigate the fight, although Zaria had been a bit preoccupied, so hadn't noticed. It's still there, Vaisala nodded. I don't like the idea of starting the bonding process while it's there, but we can't exactly do anything about it. You're going to be vulnerable for a bit, so will I. And you can't really resummon mimics right now. I'm putting the ones I have left on high alert, Zaria said. We'll have to hope it's enough. Then, Vaisala said, go back into your core. She held the brush over Zaria's core. It's time for us to finally establish that bond. Zaria did as Vaisala instructed, and Vaisala finished the ritual by painting the hero core-infused ink on Zaria's core. After so much anticipation, Zaria had expected something flashy and impressive, possibly an explosion somewhere in there. But nothing like that happened. It was far more subtle. Just, all of a sudden, there was an awareness of her companion that hadn't been there before. Not just her presence, but her mind. Her emotions, feelings of excitement, shock, and joy mingled with an undercurrent of tension. With that came Zaria's own newfound feeling of wholeness, like there had been something missing that was suddenly back. Words flashed across Zaria's vision, momentarily distracting her. Striga bond established. Core stability 100%. Due to ongoing attempts to balance dungeon core type Yaga core stability will remain as a mechanic, but is now utilized to track physical damage to your structure and how that impacts your core functionality. Repairing damage to your external structures and limbs will cost core stability, and new upgrades may allow for core stability to be spent in new ways. All normal dungeon activities, summoning mobs, casting spells, creating items, will no longer cost core stability unless an upgrade explicitly states otherwise. Hey, Vaisala, can you hear me? Zaria said, trying telepathy. Only then did she notice the change to the feeling she was getting from the bond and turned her attention outwards. Excitement radiated off the witch. Well, now Striga, in waves. Vaisala was floating in the air. Black energy was forming around her, mingled with bands of light that had the distinctive colors of all 3 moons. Her spork cackled with lightning, and energy poured from her eyes and fingertips. Ah, Zaria said. There's the light show I was looking for. Chapter 38. Vaisala slowly settled back to the ground, panting for breath. That, she said carefully, before a smile split her face, was a rush. Damn, didn't think getting my core changed would feel like that. Zaria chuckled. Looks like it was something else. Mine wasn't nearly that exciting. How do you feel? And more importantly, what can you do? Zaria paused. Actually, most importantly, can you hear me? Vaisala stood up and stretched. She had a faraway look to her eyes. I can, actually. Let me try something. She closed her mouth and focused. I can. Oh, wonderful, Zaria said. That last bit came through clearly. Won't need to spend so much time in the Babamorph now. Can just use it when I need it. That makes sense. Vaisala looked at her hand and focused. An orb of moonlight appeared over her palm and started to spin. Moments later, it coalesced into what was unmistakably a mob heart. So, she said, switching back to vocalizing her speech. First thing I can do is that. I can't make mobs, but the option of heart-based spellcasting just opened up to me. Let me see if I can send it to you. Words appeared for Zaria, but not in front of her vision, like one of her own system messages. It was more like the memory of the words, like she'd already seen them and read them. Heart casting. You can create mob hearts and use them for spell casting as a dungeon. A mana pool has been added for you to use this ability. It will regenerate at full capacity within your dungeon's area of influence. Outside of that, regeneration is tier times 10, currently 20% of the listed value. Unlike normal spellcasting, you do not pick from a set list of abilities, but can use these hearts to manifest abilities related to their associated element. Consult with your bound dungeon for information about their spellcasting. Spells from your dungeon's spellcasting list are also available if they've taken ranks in that ability. Yaga Core Special. While at your Yaga Core's cauldron, you are able to cast spells from the cauldron using your own mana, and can also replenish the cauldron once per day, using your own mana to completely refill it for your dungeon to utilize. Oh, that's nice, Zaria said. I don't know how to hardcast yet, though. Something to do once I get a Fey companion. Vaisala nodded. Still, it's powerful. I can feel the energy in this heart, and Vaisala focused for a moment on the heart. It flowed over to her spork, distorting and warping until it had wreathed the tip in her power. Vaisala grinned. Looks like I can use it to amplify that. I'm pretty sure I can use it defensively, too. Please tell me you're picking up new elements with some of the upgrade points? Absolutely will be. I'm leaning towards bird and frost. The latter, because a classic element will be good. The former, because I have some idea how it works. Zaria hesitated. Death is tempting, though. It is, isn't it? Vaisala said, her expression still far away. She must have sensed Zaria's concern through their bond. I'm sorry, it's just a lot to take in. My senses have expanded too. I'm aware of my surroundings in a way I've never been before. Like how I know what's under my house even when I'm not looking, Zaria said. Yes, it's a lot to take in. Vaisala shook her head, her forehead furrowing. She didn't seem aware she had repeated herself. I also have a self-repair ability now. Healing. It's healing. I'm biological and therefore I heal, not repair. Now Vaisala's forehead creased in concern. Okay, that's weird. I think I'm getting feedback from your mind. Can you switch back to speech until I'm a bit more used to this? Zaria flowed back into the babamorph. Sure. Did that help? Vaisala sighed in relief, her eyes finally focusing. Yes, a lot. I think we need a phase, Zar. I could feel you in my mind. Still can, but not as strongly. I need to understand this better. I agree. And Zar? Trying out a nickname. Not sure if I like it. I'll let you know. Vaisala grinned. Zaria chuckled. Fair. But overall, good changes? Oh, yes, Vaisala said. Another important note, when you're not commanding a mob, I can. Even outside of your dungeon, so long as I infuse them with one of my hearts. Oh, that will come in very handy. How about your normal witch abilities? Those still present? Vaisala grinned, relaxing now that her head was clearing. Fenestrath's Crimson Valsac, are they ever? Except I can now make new runes on anything I've infused with one of my hearts as quickly as you craft. Just slow enough I won't be able to focus on it mid-combat, unless I can get some space between me and a foe. Zaria rubbed her hands together. Space which Candleman can supply. Vaisala nodded. I've also got some new runes to pick out. I'm going to give that some thought before I do. No new permanents, but I'll take it. Shame that I don't have much in the way of new defensive options, though. The healing is nice, but I'd rather not get cut up in the first place. Zaria grinned. I had an idea for that. While you were busy glowing and rising in the air all fancy-like, I gave Rav a snack. He has a new form. Vaisala cocked her head. Oh? What is it? Well, that is one downside to this new form. It's not mobile without someone else. Mind going downstairs to the attic and picking him up? Vaisala's confusion deepened the lines on her forehead, but she went down the ladder. Immediately, she saw it. Zaria had taken the time to gather up some of the weapons and armors of the Reclaimers. The knight had a suit of uncommon armor, and on a whim, Zaria had fed it to Rav. She pulled up the words to smile at them again. New mimic type unlocked. Uncommon armor mimic. 10 command points. Rav couldn't move while an armor mimic. He had to be worn. In the meantime, he'd adjusted his appearance. This form was the black of Vaisala's armor, with purple and blue lines that reinforced the midnight theme of the coven. He'd also grown a skirt for Vaisala to match the clothing she performed while not in armor. That hadn't been Zaria's idea. That had been his first act as armor. One of those lines, across the stomach of the armor, could split open to reveal his mouth, and 2 other lines, on the pauldrons, could open up into eyes. You want me to wear Rav, Vaisala said, scooping up the mimic and taking him up the ladder. Not yet, Zaria said, nearly cackling again. I want to make Rav into a boss-level servitor. Then see about him serving as living armor for you. Vaisala paused to consider. Wearing Rav is one thing. I can command him now. But wearing free-willed, sapient, and hungry armor that may rebel? That sounds like a good way to get eaten. I know, but I've been reading up on servitors, now that I can safely make one. Mind if I send the details to you directly? It'll be easier than repeating them all. Vaisala took a deep breath and braced herself. All right, hit me. Zaria gathered the information, and making sure it carried no trace of her emotions or thoughts to avoid cluttering Vaisala's mind again, sent it to the Striga. Servitors are free-willed beings a dungeon can create from existing mobs. Once a servitor is created, it will level up alongside the dungeon that made it, and it naturally has a bond with the dungeon and any other being bonded to the dungeon. Although a servitor has free will, it has certain instincts at birth to regard the dungeon and other bonded creatures as part of a collective, pack, hive, family unit, or other similar nurturing structure. If mistreated, a servitor may choose to rebel and sever those bonds, going off on their own to live their life. It is rare, but not unheard of, for a servitor to grow hostile towards their parent dungeon. However, that typically only happens if the servitor is badly mistreated. The dangers of servitors becoming parricidal is about as common as sapient children doing so to their parents. That being said, consult your wisp for how you can best care for your servitor, and remember that as free-willed beings, they will express their desires, and it is best to at least listen when they do so. To prevent abuse of servitor mechanics, the risk of rebellious servitors increases for each servitor spawned. Eventually, servitors will be born with the knowledge their host dungeon is deliberately making them as weapons of war, and will be more likely to rebel out of self-preservation. Vaisala's eyes unfocused for a second, but they snapped back quicker this time. And with the new ability to make boss-level servitors you unlocked, that risk is amplified. But it does sound less likely I'm going to get eaten than I feared. That was my thought, too. And I've been wanting to make a servitor for a bit. Now that I have a stable core, I'm eager for it. Make him a servitor either way, Vaisala said. Worst case scenario, you can give him a lycanthrope or candleman to wear if it's not going to work out. Zaria grabbed a lycanthrope to be ready and started to spin up a boss heart for Rav. Worst case scenario, he can take another form still. The boss heart floated in the air before settling on the table next to Zaria's core. She reformed the crystal ball around her core, glad for the safety of it. Going to need to return to my core to do this. Prefer I stay silent while I do? Vaisala nodded, flexing her fingers again. She was clearly still adjusting to the changes. Yeah, please. Until we figure out how to stop the psychic bleed over. Perfect. Give me a moon heart, then? I want to use some of your power for him. Vaisala made the moon heart, and Zaria slid back into her core. The process for creating a servitor was fairly clearly laid out in the dungeon instructions. She just had to focus part of her personality, the traits she wanted the servitor to inherit from her, although those would change as the servitor naturally grew, into a single point of her core, then sever it. That damage to her core was the exact reason she didn't want to do it until her stability had increased. Zaria made sure to keep a light touch on her personality. Rav's existing traits would remain intact, and she didn't want to smother them. To aid that, she focused on traits that matched what Rav had already displayed, flow into the point. Her interest in exploration, her protective feelings towards Vaisala, and her hunger for more. Once that was done, it was just a simple matter of respawning Rav with that fragment of herself inside him. She included the moon heart Vaisala had made, and the bird heart Vaisala had from earlier. Since Rav would be boss level, 2 hearts were allowed, and might as well give him whatever powers came from that. The suit of armor that served as Rav's body rose into the air for a moment, and at Zaria's command, the lycanthrope stepped forward. Rav's back split open, letting the lycanthrope enter, and then sealed seamlessly around the beast. Rav tried to move and let out a low growl, and Zaria quickly commanded the lycanthrope to respond to Rav's movements. Moments later, Rav could move again, shifting his helm back and forth and testing his arms and legs. Vaisala watched, and fascination flowed through her bond with Zaria.
Mothers, Rav said, looking at the 2 of them. Mothers. I crave violence.
Vaisala stiffened, but Zaria laughed. That fit the crate she'd come to know well. There will be chances for that, I promise. Rav let out a low coo of anticipation.
I think?
You do, Zaria said to him. Welcome to Sapience, Rav. Do you remember your life before?
I do.
Rav paused, testing the word.
Yes, I was box. Then I was sword. Then I was bow.
Rav focused for a second, and 2 new arms erupted from his back. One the spitting image of a sword mimic, the other a perfect mirror for a bow mimic. Rav noticed them and studied his new limbs for a moment, then absorbed them back into his body. A moment later, His back flowed again, and 2 new limbs sprung from it. Wings, but made of metal feathers. Rav grinned at them from his mouth with delight.
Now I am armor, and I can fly. This is good, I think.
Rav scowled.
Are thoughts always this confusing?
Faisala laughed, relaxing some of her earlier tension. Rav, welcome to Sapience. The thoughts are confusing and sometimes annoying, but they also let you do more than you ever could have imagined before. Rav hesitated.
Imagine. Yes, I can do that. I am now picturing a chicken that dances. I have never seen a chicken dance. This is imagination, yes?
He pointed at Faisala before either of them could answer.
I sat on your back. I made armor that would make you happy. Did I do poorly?
No, Faisala said quickly. You're just new to existence. I wanted to get to know you, and for you to get to know me, before we trust each other with life-or-death fights. Rav withdrew his wings.
What is trust?
Faisala looked over at Zaria, who had put her mind back in the Babamorph. Zaria went for the answer. That's a deep, complex thing to consider. But in short, trust is believing that you can rely on each other. Rav nodded. Well, he moved his helm to make the lycanthrope nod. Zaria was going to have to get used to looking at the lower eyes, not the mob's eyes, when speaking to Rav.
I am hungry, he said. Can I eat? And then will there be violence?
Faisala grinned. There's meat downstairs. Violence may be a bit away, but I'm sure we can find other ways to pass the time. It was good to be certain that some things wouldn't change from Rav at all. Chapter 39. Rav was downstairs, happily munching on some leftover bale hen meat from the battle the other day. Faisala settled in the chair next to Zaria's Babamorph. So, what's next? Upgrades? Almost, Zaria said. There's something I want to start doing first. She'd spent some core stability, a full 10% to repair her ankle, and now was able to stand up and walk after giving the Talon a few experimental flexes. It's going to take some time to clear out the water from the legacy dungeon. Faisala cocked her head. I've been meaning to ask. Since your area of influence stops at your walls and porch, how do you plan on doing that? Any non-magical, non-living matter in my area of influence I can just absorb without any resistance, Zaria said. So, I'm just going to submerge my porch. Let the water flow in there, but not to the house itself. And how are you going to get down there? Faisala said. They reached the entrance to the legacy dungeon. It was, without question, both full of water and far too small to accommodate Zaria's frame. Larger than Zaria had expected. It was built for beings easily twice as tall as a man, but still nowhere near what was required for an entire house. Zaria stepped close to the entrance and turned to the side. Faisala looked over the edge to see what Zaria was doing better. On that side, Zaria grew a porch right under the moonmouth. A smaller one than what she had in front, more of a single balcony, the kind that would be seen under a single window. Then she just bent down to hook it under the stone, letting the rock scrape against the surface. Moments later, she absorbed the entire stone. Oh, I'm glad that worked, Zaria said, sprouting another balcony under the other mouth. Since she'd spent the bird heart on Rav, it was just another moon mouth for now. So long as the stone is touching part of my dungeon, I can absorb it too. Not my talons. I tried that with the dirt earlier, but part of the actual structure. I just need to space them out properly. Can you just, grow out poles and tap them against the stone? Zaria shook her head. There are limits to modifying my external structure. If it doesn't still resemble a house in some sense of the word, or something that looks like it belongs on the house, I can't make it. Even then, the pole wouldn't work. Whatever I'm trying to absorb has to register as in or on my structure. But it's fine. My talons make digging easy, and I can use the tongues to pull up whatever I dig and absorb it so we don't have to worry about where the waste goes. Faisala nodded. So you'll be working on that while we upgrade. Before we do, I do want to make sure you've considered we'll soon have a Fae to advise us on upgrade choices. We will, Zaria said. But I don't want to wait until we get one. There's still a chance we get attacked in the interim, and I don't want to risk being unprepared when there's upgrade points to spend. Glad we agree. Vaisala leaned forward. You got what, 5 upgrade points from that fight? 6, actually. 5 from leveling, and 1 from cooking Chindra.
She smelled delicious.
Rav's voice startled Vaisala, although Zaria had sensed him coming.
Can I eat her?
Not yet, Zaria said to the mimic, and motioned for him to join them. Instead of sitting in the chair, Rav leapt onto it, balancing on the balls of his heels and sitting on his ankles instead of the seat itself. He leaned down to look at Zaria's core with obvious fascination. The buff she'll give you from eating her is too strong to waste until a fight with humans is coming up. And I also need to talk to a Fae to see if the system counts you as sapient for the purpose of the lycanthrope side effect.
Yes, this is good. I have gotten to know lycanthropes better. I do not wish to become one. It smells too tasty. I would not want to feel the need to eat myself.
Vaisala burst into laughter, and Zaria couldn't help but grin herself. We're discussing my upgrades next. I have 6 points to spend. Rav's shoulder eyes narrowed.
That's a number. Does this involve math?
You don't have to do the math, Zaria said. Just input on what sounds better.
Good,
Rav said.
Math was invented by demons to torment my mind.
Zaria cocked her head. Why do you think that?
Because I am blaming all mind torments on demons. It'll make eating them more fun.
Zaria chuckled. So long as you know that's not true, math can be fun. For example, if you can count, you can keep track of exactly how many people you eat during a fight. Rav's eyes lit up.
Math is a gift from the gods that was corrupted by demons. We must reclaim it.
I thought you'd think so. Let's go with some upgrades, and keep track of how we talk about the numbers involved. It'll help you understand. She turned her attention back to Vaisala. I think I am going to pick up 2 elements. Get that out of the way to hit the 3 minimum for the prerequisites, since I already have the moon heart. But it does mean no new elements for a bit. Vaisala nodded. Remind me of the prerequisites for the abilities you're targeting? Zaria pulled them up. Mistress of the Cauldron prerequisites. 3 different elemental hearts. Improved Cauldron spellcasting. Expanded Cauldron spellcasting. Bronze tier. Cost 2 upgrade points. Monster in the Woods prerequisites. 3 different mob types. Mimic symbiosis. Any 1 regional upgrade. Bronze tier. Cost 2 upgrade points. The House That Eats People prerequisites. Greater mimics. Bigger on the inside. Doors don't work like that. And 1 other structural upgrade and leg upgrade to your Yaga core. Bronze tier. Cost 2 upgrade points. How much do improved Cauldron spellcasting and expanded Cauldron spellcasting cost? Vaisala asked. They'd pair nicely with the new elemental hearts, and you'd hit the Mistress of the Cauldron prerequisites, so you're ready as soon as you hit bronze for that one. Let me check. Zaria pulled up the abilities. Improved Cauldron spellcasting. The spells from your cauldron have all base numerical values that scale with your tier increased. Exact increase depends on spell and value. Cauldron spells are more effective at overcoming resistances of targets with magic resistance property. Cost 1 upgrade point. Prerequisites Baba's Cauldron. Expanded Cauldron spellcasting. You gain new spells for all elemental types. Cauldron spells can also be cast by your Striga when not near the cauldron, although mana costs are doubled for such casting. Cost 1 upgrade point. Prerequisites Baba's Cauldron. Improved Cauldron spellcasting. Dungeon spellcasting. I really like those options, Vaisala said, too casually. Zaria flashed her a grin. Because you think they'd be good for me, or because they give you more spells? Do I need to pick? Vaisala said. And it still gives you 2 upgrade points left afterwards. Only 1 point, Zaria said. I still need to pick up dungeon spellcasting to meet the requirements for expanded cauldron spellcasting. And from what Panara said, that's a rather lackluster ability. She pulled it up to confirm. Basic dungeon spellcasting. Unlocks limited spellcasting abilities. Spells granted. Possession. Elemental orb, moon. Lesser heal. Drain life. Must be cast from an oven or your Baba morph as the point of origin. Cost, 1 upgrade point. Prerequisites, copper tier. 3 non-basic hearts unlocked. Vaisala chewed her lip. There's something to be said for you having more magic, though. And lesser heal would be good to use on your mimics. Rav frowned.
No.
Both Dungeon and Striga looked at him.
In fight, mimics were best weapon. But we were too weak for the big monster. That is part tier, yes? But the bad dungeon, it can make new chimera. We can expect more, yes? So need more mimics, so we can consume your foes better. Or stronger mimics, or more mobs. That is the word, yes?
It is, Zaria said. And you're not wrong there. The elemental hearts will be a powerful tool for more mobs. Vaisala does have a good point about being able to heal mimics mid-fight.
Does she? Rav asked. Or will you be too busy fighting whatever is strongest to focus on healing?
I'll be able to heal with it too, Vaisala said.
Will you? Rav asked. Or will you be too busy smacking things with spork?
Vaisala grimaced. I mean, when you put it that way. It's still not bad, Zaria said to the Striga. Let me pull up the spell list so we can get a better idea what we're working with. Spell. Possession. Effect. You take direct control of a target non-servitor mob already spawned by your influence. Cost. 10 initial, 1 mana per minute to maintain. Spell. Elemental orb. Effect. You launch an orb of elemental energy towards the targeted creature or object. Effects vary based on associated element. Can be chosen from any element you are capable of making hearts for. Cost. 5 mana. Spell. Lesser heal. Effect. You repair non-life-threatening damage to a target mob already spawned by your influence. Cost. 20 mana. Spell. Drain life. Effect. A beam launches towards the targeted creature or object, reducing their stamina by 5% per second. That stamina is transferred to a target mob already spawned by your influence. Drained energy that would take the mob over 100% of their maximum stamina is converted into mana for the mob. Drained energy that would take the mob over 100% of their maximum mana is converted into increased mutation chance. Yaga Core Special. You and your Striga are viable targets for the secondary target of this spell. When using yourself for the secondary target, drained stamina can be converted into core stability, but all mana costs are doubled. When using your Striga for the secondary target, drained stamina is converted into healing first, then stamina, then runic regeneration rate, then mana. If all are filled, leftover drained energy is converted to a stacking 1% damage buff for your Striga against the primary target. Cost. 15 mana initial, 1 mana per second to maintain. Possession is near useless to me, Zaria said. Until I get proper world mobs at bronze, there's no benefit to possessing a mob over my Babamorph. Elemental Orb gives me a direct damage spell that isn't Cackle, something I can throw out easily. And not create werewolves if you don't always want to, Vaisala added. More of a downside than an upside there, but I see your point, Zaria said. Lesser heal. It's good, but I can't heal you with it, Vaisala. At least, I don't think so, given Drain Life specifies you are a viable target, but Lesser Heal does not. Speaking of which, Drain Life is very nice, though. I have other ways to drain stamina, but that's still a handy ability, and I can use the secondary effect in wonderful ways. It's not a bad option, Vaisala said, but I can see why it's a bit lackluster. And Rav does have a good point about mobs being the front line of these fights. Rav's back straightened at the praise. I do think the 2 elements and one of the spellcasting abilities would be best. I'm leaning towards improved Cauldron spellcasting right now. It provides the most predictable results, just making my existing spells better. And it'll scale nicely because it impacts the values that get multiplied.
That's 3 points,
Rav half said, half asked. It is, Vaisala said, making sure to give the mimic a proud smile before turning back to Zaria. For the other 3, then? I'm planning on a couple of coven runs once they get here to reinforce this place. Been too long since I had adventurers inside. So, it would be a perfect time to pick up Doors Don't Work Like That, which leaves 2 more points free. Vaisala nodded. And what were you thinking of doing with that? Improving your mimics, or something else? Let me show you, Zaria said, pulling up a new list. Greater mimics. Every mimic you summon can be made with 2 other alternate forms they can change into as a 10-second cooldown. In addition, they gain the ability Mimic Dash while transforming, allowing them to relocate and hide again. Mimics will cost as much as their most expensive form. Prerequisites: second mob type, improved mob heart, cost 1 upgrade point. Mimic Symbiosis. Your mimics gain the Symbiosis ability. When being wielded by another being as a weapon, worn as clothing or armor, ridden, or any other form of interaction with another being, the mimic does increased damage, and can also impart one of its abilities to the creature it's interacting with. Mimics interacting with other mimics in this way instead merge into a single mob. This new mob will have the same cost as each independent mimic, but elemental heart cost only needs to be paid for the more powerful mimic in the group. Prerequisites: improved mob heart, Striga bond, cost 1 upgrade point. New mob type, night children. Bats, rats, frogs, flies, wolves, and more. The Children of the Night category gives you a wide variety of creatures to choose from and enhance with your power. At higher ranks, chimeric creatures are unlocked. Hidden prerequisite met. At least 1 lycanthrope, dark raven, or swampling under your control. Cost 2 upgrade points. New mob type, Moonborn. Creatures from beyond, the Moonborn are ravenous devourers of flesh, far worse than even the demons that ended your life. You can make some yourself and play with them. Please don't select this option yet, since no one knows what it does, but it could very easily be bad. Update. Moonborn may be uncontrolled when summoned, and could be hostile to your dungeon and your mobs. Control of the Moonborn may be erratic. The Moonborn want in. Update 2. Zaria, you've already been channeling moon power. Simulations have been run. Be careful with these things. Do not let them become free-willed. If you use them outside your AOI, make sure you have a mimic with them to start eating at a moment's notice. Update 3. You may pick this soon, given your current trajectory. You've been getting the message. It is true that the moon is watching. Under no circumstances should you create a moonborn servitor, else the moon may never blink again. Hidden prerequisite met. Be noticed. Cost 2 upgrade points.
I like the last one,
Rav said after a silent moment.
It sounds fun.
Zaria chuckled. I'd say I was surprised, but I'm not. I've been considering it for a bit. Vaisala sighed and rubbed her head. As much fun as unleashing unknown and partially uncontrolled things into the world sounds to the 2 of you, I'm going to be the voice of reason and say, maybe we shouldn't until we at least talk to our Fae and see if we get any more information. And wait for 2 more ranks before I can buy it? Zaria said. Because I really don't like the idea of banking upgrade points when there's so much going on. If you want a new mob type, you can get the Night Children, Vaisala countered. At least that sounds safe. And it plays with your lycanthropes. Although you haven't even built your 2nd floor yet, and Greater Mimics and Mimic Symbiosis would do well for that. Can't pick up Greater Mimics yet. It requires I have a 2nd mob type, and the lycanthropes don't count as a mob type, just individual mobs. I think the system actually counts them as mimics right now. Vaisala sighed. Damn, that's a shame. Would make things easier. There's always the option of picking up Mimic Symbiosis and then circling back to another one of the spellcasting abilities, though. Could make sure you're ready for Mistress of the Cauldron right when you hit bronze. Rav raised a finger, but didn't speak for a moment, just stared at the list.
Mimic Symbiosis would make for stronger mimics,
he said slowly, considering each word carefully.
And new mobs do not make stronger right away, just more varied. But you have command limits, and you can win with variety you have. Mimic Symbiosis, then new mobs, means new mobs stronger.
He's not wrong, Vaisala said, and Zaria nodded to show her agreement. So, total list will be doors don't work like that, mimic symbiosis, improved cauldron spellcasting, 2 new elements, and then basic dungeon spellcasting. Needed eventually anyway. And Rav raised a good point on the new mob types. For the dungeon, I probably wouldn't even use them for this floor anyway. I have enough new things to show adventurers to space it out. What are you going to do for that? Vaisala asked. I have some thoughts, but I do need to make a final decision on elemental types. Bird, and either frost or death. Or cloud. I just had a thought that an air-heavy element may work really well with the bird hearts, and that's going to take some time to ponder, which I'll have to do alone. Vaisala and Rav shared a look of equal confusion. How do you mean? Vaisala asked. We need to get a message to the Coven. I can't send long-range messages. We could all head back, but doing so would leave this area undefended. If Lidiva gets here, someone needs to keep us from having to liberate it again. So you two head back. Rav can fly, thanks to the bird heart, so it should be quick.
Why not send me alone? Rav asked. Because you are a hungry suit of armor riding a werewolf. They don't know you. That's a good way to get you to fight the entire Coven, which is the opposite of what we need. Vaisala shook her head. Not riding a werewolf, not for this. It'll go wild, remember? Rav can't control it, and I don't know how Striga fight works yet. I'll have to wear you. I promise not to eat you,
Rav said firmly. Not a promise I'd ever expect to need, but I appreciate it, Vaisala said, a bemused smile tugging at her lips. All right, I'm hoping we can make it in a day or two, before Lidiva has time to even be aware we're gone. I'm hoping you can too. Also, do me a favor and keep your altitude low when you go. I don't want the drone thinking you're coming for it. Zaria didn't add the other thing she suspected. That drone had been hovering and watching for days. Something was holding it back from making contact, and it was entirely possible the issue was it was waiting for Zaria to be alone. It didn't want to attack. It would have done so during the Reclaimers fight if that was its goal. Hopefully, soon, she'd meet the force behind that thing. Chapter 40. 4 hours after Rav and Vaisala left, a new icon appeared on Zaria's map. The thing, whatever it was marked by a gear icon and was moving quickly toward Zaria's position. It passed straight over a river without slowing, so it had to be flying. Zaria reacted quickly, sliding into her babamorph and watching the sky. She'd absorbed nearly all her mimics, save the Candleman still trying to find Sudara's heart, and, of course, Maw and Rav, and used the freed-up command to cover the roof of her hut with bird-heart crossbow mimics. Testing after Vaisala left revealed the crossbow mimics that had a bird heart fired arrows that sprouted wings. They still moved in a straight line without magic properties added, but they moved fast enough to create loud bangs as they traveled past the speed of sound itself. Perfect for shooting at a mobile, aerial target. She'd been expecting more Balehen drones. Not whatever this was. Only major geographic features had icons on the map. The only thing that moved and had an icon was, to Zaria's knowledge, herself. Zaria stood up, ready to move. This could easily get ugly. Wanting some advance warning, Zaria cast Scry. It was a suit of armor, but not like any armor Zaria had seen before. Somehow sleek and bulky at the same time, made of rounded pieces that fit together almost seamlessly, save for the joints where some kind of wire mesh was visible. A pair of steel ovals extruded from the back like wings, but immobile. Instead, these resembled the shell of a beetle pulled back to reveal the wings underneath. There were no wings, however. Instead, the underside of the shell shone with fire so hot it burned blue, propelling the suit by heat alone. The head of the armor was also somewhat insectile, wedge-shaped and with 2 large eyes that had dozens of lenses inside, whirring and narrowing to focus in on Zaria. The suit banked and turned toward Zaria, and Zaria had to make a snap judgment. As fast as this thing was, if it was hostile, she needed to shoot now. If it was friendly, however, shooting could change that. Just as she had reached a decision to open fire if it didn't slow immediately, the suit banked, headed straight towards the ground. Its wings flared out just before it impacted the ground, arresting its momentum, and it touched down gently. "Hey!" a woman's voice shouted, amplified by some magic or device Zaria couldn't see. She did recognize the voice, though. This was the same woman that had spoken from the drone. "I'd really like to avoid the part where we meet, there's a misunderstanding, and we have a pointless fight. Done that enough to last me a lifetime. May I approach?" Zaria had to shout to be heard. "Keep your hands pointed towards the sky and balled into fists. Then yes." It wasn't much of a precaution, but it was the best she could think of. No spellcasting class worked with both range and a closed fist, and the time it would take this woman to turn her hands toward Zaria would give the crossbow mimics time to shoot her with supersonic arrows. The figure approached slowly, then stopped when she was close enough to speak conversationally, but not too close to Zaria. "Holding my arms like this is going to get tiring. Mind if I step out of the suit instead?" Zaria considered for a moment, then nodded. The front plates of the suit clanged, peeling back in layers. Inside was an elif, but not one like any Zaria had seen before. Instead of the fall-leaf skin of most of the elif Zaria had seen before, she had a dusky gray complexion. The wiry metallic hair on her head was completely cut from one side of the woman's temple and had been brushed to the side, defiantly showing the scar tissue where she'd suffered some injury. Her clothing was plain and black and form-fitting, and she had something on the side of her head, a single eyeglass, like a monocle that was attached to the woman's burned temple just under her antenna. "Nice to meet you," she said, brushing invisible dirt off her suit as she stepped into the mud. She looked up at Zaria with the characteristically large eyes of her people. She didn't sink into the mud. This woman was too light to make much of an impact. Light and small. And Zaria's eyes narrowed. "You're a child," Zaria said. "The Iron Angel the Reclaimers fear so much is a mere child." The woman grinned. "Iron Angel, I'll need to workshop that name, but I kind of dig it. Could be useful for my mythosmithing. And technically not. I'm old enough to be an adult on most worlds now, except for Shalnora, but they don't consider you an adult until you've started wrinkling, and I'm not old enough for alcohol some places on dirt. And I suppose technically we don't know when elif brains stop developing, so no idea if I'm an adult on Cananor." "Do those words mean something to you?" Zaria asked. "Other worlds?" Right. You don't know that's even a thing, do you? Because mutant cores and the Wispain ban... Damn, you reached copper without a wisp? Honestly, I'm impressed. Also, name's Rhine. "Zaria," Zaria said. "And I do know about other worlds." Well, technically one other world, but Rhine didn't need to know that. "You're not from here?" Rhine shook her head. "Nope. I'm from another world. Arrived about 2 years ago. Local time? I don't know. I haven't been here the whole time, and your world runs really slow compared to the rest of the universe. So I hop away to pick up a master artificer for advice. Take a week, come back to find 3 months have passed. Lost a full 3.5 weeks for a brief stopover on another world to do a favor for a friend." That matched what Panara had said about time flowing differently between worlds. Zaria was still struggling with the idea of meeting someone from another world and her strange suit. Knowing they were here was fine. But meeting one, that was surreal. "What are you doing here?" "That's a long story," Rhine said. "And I can tell you, but it's probably not the most important thing at the moment. The important thing right now is that I convince you not to try to kill me. Which is why I waited till your friend was gone to make contact. Easier to convince one person. Oh, also, how does her suit work? It looked kind of organic, but also not." "I'm not sharing that," Zaria said, glaring at the young elif. "We've got a way to go before I trust you with details of how my Striga's suit works. Why do you think I'm going to kill you?" Rhine flashed Zaria a grin. "Fair. And I think you're going to try to kill me because You have a quest to do so. Zaria cocked her head to the side.
What?
Mind if I get something from my suit and show you? It'll be easier. Zaria nodded, and the Elif turned around, then pressed her hand against a panel of her suit, pulling a headband out of some impossibly small hole in the suit. It was strange to watch, the headband distorting and expanding as it passed through a hole no wider than the Elif's finger. Yet the gem in the center of the headband was easily the size of the Elif's fist. Wait, not just a gem, a core. A dungeon core. Ryan put the headband on. There, you can hear me now, she said, the sudden telepathy catching Zaria off guard. Let me guess, you got this quest not long ago. Before Zaria could speak, the words appeared in her mind, sent via telepathy.
New quest available. The Otherworldly Dungeon. An alien dungeon is loose on the world, with unusual mob types. Find it, and drive it from this world before it drives the demons into a greater frenzy. Reward, bonus experience. Title, Warden of the Shattered Moon Kingdom.
I did, Zaria confirmed. You're the Otherworldly Dungeon? You're immortal. Is that a dungeon core? How did you pull it out of that hole? I have so many questions. I know, and I am sorry for hitting you with all of this at once, but the short answer is no, I'm not a dungeon core. I use dungeon cores that were never alive. Like, if you were to create a human corpse in your dungeon, one that was never a human, to power my suit and a lot of my tech. Ryan shook her head, her antennas twitching in frustration. I've tried making contact with other local dungeon cores before. It hasn't gone well. But I can just hide from them. You can run around, which is why I'm making contact. I know you got that quest. Every dungeon core on the world got it the second time I showed up here, including me. Zaria's eyes narrowed. And yet you returned here, knowing the risk? You drive the demons into a frenzy just by your mere presence, and you come here? No, that's the thing. I got the quest. I didn't get some special quest telling me to leave. I don't think I am the Otherworldly Dungeon. I've gone and come back a couple of times, and the quest status hasn't changed. I even deliberately tried to trigger the completion requirement. I aggroed some Dungeons World mobs, fought them for a bit, and then fled through a portal. That should have done it. But the dungeon that attacked me didn't get the warden title. Ryan took a deep breath. Sorry, switching back to speech. I'm still getting used to telepathy. The point is, if I was the dungeon in the quest isn't working properly. Or you weren't actually driven away, Zaria said. You were planning to come back. It didn't meet the requirements. It's possible, Ryan said. I don't know. I've been taking jaunts off-world to minimize my impact here in case it is me. Just swinging by to check my scanners, like the balehen drone you met. Wanted to get some data on how demon-infested wildlife operates while it's not being observed. Ryan grinned. Apparently, it mostly fights giant houses, which, for the record, was not on my list of things to expect. But if it had been, it would have been at the bottom. Zaria stared at her. You're a strange girl, Ryan. Right? Ryan laughed, and Zaria scowled. Sorry, it's just, I'm not good with people, so I tend to just ramble at them until they find it charming. It's not going to happen. What do you want, Ryan? Why are we talking? I am sick to death of mysteries and half-answers. Either give me some or get off my world. Ryan's face instantly became serious, and she nodded. All right, that's fair, so here's an answer, Zaria. I came here for multiple reasons, but you're part of that reason. Well, cores like you. This world has the highest mutant core survival rate of any world I can get data from. I want to know why. I want to know how to help apply that elsewhere in the universe so cores stop dying just from coming into existence. Zaria nodded to herself. A noble goal? Every crossbow mimic on her rooftop popped up at once, pointing straight for Ryan. The Elif froze, staring at the bows pointed her way. But it's also bullshit. You've been here for long enough to piss off the reclaimers, not talking to mutant cores. And there's no way you gathered data without having been here first. Last chance, Elif. Why are you here? Ryan took a deep breath, then grinned. All right, guilty. Although, that's the reason I'm approaching you. I was being honest about that. I'm here because of a prophecy? Current telling? Present truth? Ryan shook her head. I don't know what to call it, but I do know what it says. Mind if I send it to you? Hurry it up. Ryan focused, and a scene appeared in Zaria's mind. The sky was visible through the window, a completely alien sky to Zaria. There were no moons overhead. Instead, there was something much larger, an orb of gas and swirling clouds so large it took up most of the sky, surrounded by rings so vast Zaria could scarcely fathom the scale. Even through the bars over the window, Zaria wanted to stare at this sky for hours. But this wasn't Zaria's memory. This was Ryan's. The Elif was younger than she was now, and Zaria could feel the fear in her. She turned away from the window and looked back into the hallway she was standing in. Next to her was a door, one made entirely of bars. On the other side was a man that looked like he was made of slime, vaguely assembled into the shape of a human. Ryan's memories provided the man's name, Omaz. He was screaming, ranting really, and repeating the same phrase over and over. Context from Ryan's memories flooded her. Omaz belonged to a group of people who could naturally split themselves into duplicates. He had suffered an injury in battle and lost one of his duplicates, and with it, something had happened to his hero core. Now his mind was elsewhere.
The error had been logged. They have noticed. The skies go black and they have seen. Error. Containment is failing. Unlight shrouds the dragon. Anathema cannot be tamed. There is a dungeon. Error. Ace stirs. He will drown the world in darkness. There is another moon, but it is broken. The error has been logged.
A hand pressed down on Ryan's shoulder. A hand made of steel, belonging to a man that had limbs of metal. He looked worn and haggard. Once again, Ryan's memory provided the name, Julian. Again with the name came context. Julian was a dirt worlder who had been summoned to Keldora. He had constructed the factory, a term that in Ryan's mind carried both fascination and reverence, and fought alongside the people of this town. He also, in the course of destroying a powerful evil, became the one who had drowned the world in darkness. Ryan glanced up at him, and then back at the window. There was no fantastic sky visible, just dark ashen clouds. What Zaria had seen before wasn't what the sky had been during that memory. It was Ryan remembering how the sky had been before the ash covered the world. She'd wanted to show Zaria what had been and what now was.
You shouldn't be here, Julian said. You read my notes.
I wanted to see, Ryan said. Hear for myself. Maybe there's something you missed.
There might be, but you didn't need to come. Julian sighed. You're only on world for a bit. Why torment yourself with this?
Because the same phrase was being repeated on the woven world. Something's odd here. Julian nodded.
And you mentioned that. So, unless you were trying to torment yourself, why come here?
Because I needed to see if you missed anything. Julian shook his head.
Well, I'm sorry you had to see him like this.
Ryan scowled and shrugged off his hand. After everything we've been through, you think I'm afraid of seeing this?
Not afraid, Julian said. Hurt.
Ryan shuddered. Fine. You're right. She looked back at the cage, for that's what it was. I've already seen it, but seeing it again, I was hoping for some insight.
The skies go black, and they have seen,
Omaz said behind them. Ryan frowned.
What is it?
Julian asked. Nothing, Ryan said. Julian raised an eyebrow, and Ryan sighed and continued. Since you taught me English, or I guess since you dumped that knowledge into my head, I can't help but notice oddities between our language and yours. That, for example. You don't hear our language at all, right? You just hear English whenever we speak? Julian nodded.
You know how it works. You've been off-world yourself. Why repeat it?
Ryan ran her hand through her hair. Because I wanted to make sure I understood. There's an oddity there. We form compound sentences differently than your language. The connecting word, your and, is instead attached to the subject of the second compound. It's just the L sound. Julian raised an eyebrow.
Grammar lessons?
Like I said, it might be nothing, but hear me out. Because he's using the third-person pronoun as the subject, una. But when combined, you truncate the L sound. So what he's saying sounds like Karva gocht, Luna in Sean. Zaria could feel in Ryan's mind what she had to do to make the sounds, so Julian could hear them. She had to make the noises while forgetting they were words. It was a neat trick, and it worked, because Julian's eyes widened.
Luna,
he said. Ryan nodded. One of the names for your moon. Unless he's not saying, and they have seen. Zaria stared at Ryan before the memory ended. Because he could have been saying, the moon has seen, she said aloud to the Elif. Ryan nodded, her forehead furrowed. That phrase means something to you. It does, Zaria said. Or rather, it doesn't. It just keeps coming up. And I don't know what the hell it means. Neither do I, Ryan said brightly. But wait, that can't be right. The phrase originated on Keldora, but you said you heard it elsewhere. Wouldn't the different languages cause clarity? We've thought about that, Ryan said. But near as I've been able to tell, the phrase didn't start appearing on other worlds until after a dungeon core learned of the phrase. But it was his understanding of what the phrase meant that spread. Because once a dungeon core learned of it, that's when it entered the system overall. So because the dungeon understood the mistranslated version, that's what spread. Potentially, but we're not certain of anything. Ryan ran her hands through her hair again. There's so much we're not certain of, but the fact that you've heard that phrase, with the moon in place? Luna, Zaria said. That's another name the system gave me for Isdra. Ryan nodded. Isdra is the paler of your three moons, Zaria nodded. I thought so. I'm now certain I'm in the right place, because you do have another moon, and it is broken. And your world is strange in so many other ways. I think whatever is happening, we're near or at the heart of it. And if you're looking for answers, so am I. Answers to the same question. So, what do you say? Let's work together and find what's going on. Zaria studied her for a moment. I'm not sure yet, she said. But I'm sure I want to know more. I also want information from another source. Someone who can help me check your answers. She pointed at the flooded dungeon. There's a portal under there. I need it to access Wispaim. Can you help me clear it out? Use your dungeon core to absorb water? I can do that, but I have a better idea. Ryan cracked her knuckles. Let me get back in the suit. I'm gonna go down there and see if there isn't a faster way. What's the faster way? Zaria asked. Don't know yet. Ryan's eyes sparkled. But I'm willing to bet this is solvable with some combinations of explosions and science. In my experience, most things are. Chapter 41. Can you hear me? Ryan's voice came into Zaria's mind. Of course, Zaria perked up. The little Elif had dove into the water about a few hours ago, and had been silent since then. She'd just been wondering if the woman had drowned, but Ryan had sworn that her suit could handle the lack of air and increased pressure. How that worked, she'd been unclear on, but she was certain it would work. Are you still standing in the water? Ryan asked. Because if so, you may want to get out. There's going to be a big drain happening. Zaria walked out of the water carefully. What did you find? Most worlds have a lower lands. It's a massive cave system that ancient starving dungeons make. A wisp could explain better how it works and why it gets made, but the only ones I know that don't have one are Dirt and Keldora. Dungeons that aren't in the ancient starving category tend to build around these caves, but not breach the walls because it can let monsters in. Ryan sounded amused. So, I use ground-penetrating radar to find the nearest point to the lower lands that's also below the portal's level,
and I'm about to blow it all to the hells and back.
Once a dungeon core has fully claimed the dungeon, they'll want to seal that hole up. But in the meantime, just stay out of the water. The name Lower Lands sounded familiar to Zaria. She'd seen it in the dungeon instructions. While Ryan busied herself with the explosives, Zaria pulled up the relevant passage. A dungeon that absorbs too much mana too quickly risks fracturing. A fractured dungeon core is unable to hold on to mana any longer, but will still feature the dungeon's normal need to absorb mana from their environment. Over time, this will turn into a feeling best described as mana starvation, at which point, instinctively, a dungeon will absorb as much mana as possible, creating vast underground tunnels as they eat away at the crust of the world, called the Lower Lands. A starving dungeon is unable to cast spells, summon mobs, or build anything, just endlessly absorb mana. Mobs in line with the dungeon's theme may organically spawn along the path they've dug, but without control, they will immediately become free-willed monsters that may reach the surface. This is mentioned to ensure you take warnings against overdrawing mana. Should you find yourself in this situation, there is no fix. It would be best to, before you completely lose your senses to hunger, reach out to nearby dungeons and request termination to avoid an eternity of starvation. Zaria shuddered, glad she didn't need to worry about that. She absorbed mana from the air directly. That normally wouldn't work for a dungeon. The air was too diffuse to sustain mana for an entire dungeon longer than a week or two. But since she was mobile, she'd move on before depleting an area. But there was a limit to that, too. She couldn't increase her mana absorption rate that much, which meant she would almost never have to worry about damage to her core from that source. We return. The words in her head pulled Zaria's attention to the sky. Rav and Vaisala, flying towards her and giving the distinct impression of some kind of, well, given Rav was a suit of armor with wings, they gave the impression of being some kind of iron angel. The confusion there could easily be something Zaria played with in the future. Back already? Zaria asked, genuinely shocked. Rav answered.
Flight is faster than feet. No detours. Straight line got us there fast. Vaisala said we were moving at twice your walking speed.
And you didn't get tired?
No,
Rav said, starting to descend.
I do not have normal muscles to wear down.
That's very good to know for the future. Since you don't get tired, stay airborne for just a bit. Is Vaisala all right with speaking to me telepathically? Easier if I tell you both. A moment later, Rav responded.
She agrees.
Perfect, Zaria said, then quickly gave them the information Ryan had provided. So I want you both to stay airborne until she sets off the explosives, just in case this goes badly. I'm fine with that, Vaisala said. While we're waiting, the Coven is sending people to establish a base here. Should be a couple of days. Rahana does not officially like our plan. Unofficially, however, we have her support to go ahead, and she's certain she can sell it to the rest of the guild. I'll take it, Zaria said. Okay, so... Before she could finish that sentence, she felt a deep rumbling in the ground beneath her. The water remaining in the dungeon started to bubble a moment later, as the air pocket that had been unleashed underground reached the surface. And then the water started to rush away towards the hole Ryan had made. The Aleph came out of the water, floating up into the air before touching down on the damp stones. Done, she said brightly. Once the water clears, I'll throw down some basic defenses in case we pissed anything off with that. But I'm not too worried. Lower lands beasts tend to be animal-level intellect, so I doubt they'll put together that there's a correlation between loud bang, flood, and hole. Zaria signaled for Vaisala and Rav to descend. Ryan, meet Vaisala and Rav, my Striga and my servitor. Ryan's helmet peeled back, and she offered a hand. Pleasure to meet you both. Rav opened up his helmet to reveal Vaisala's face, and they shook Ryan's hand. Zaria was just filling us in on who you are. Otherworldly Elif from Keldora and all that? Hits the highlights there, Ryan said. Now, I can't claim the portal to activate it, but with the water out of the way, you should be able to, Zaria. The next floor of the dungeon was built for large creatures. Very large. Enough that even you should have room to walk around. Floor beneath that one is even bigger. I think this dungeon may have had giants or dinosaurs or something for a theme. She held up her hand, showing some device that looked like a black rectangle with a red switch. I took the liberty of dropping some extra charges to open us a path one level down. Works for me, Zaria said. Go ahead, and all of you get in so we can talk. Once everyone was in the turret, Ryan pressed the switch. There was another round of explosions, and when the dust cleared, there was an easy path for Zaria to take to the next level of the dungeon. We need your weapons, Vaisala said eagerly. If they can destroy dungeon stone like that, think of what we can do to mortal structures. Ryan pursed her lips. First of all, this dungeon stone barely had any mana left in it. Second of all, a lot of my tech relies on divine energy, which a dungeon can't replicate. Apparently there are some limits between god powers and dungeon powers. Third of all, I don't hand out my tech on worlds where it hasn't already proliferated. If I start giving out high ordnance on every world I go to, that's a lot of worlds I could destabilize long term, especially if some clever alchemist, smith, or artificer replicates it. She paused. I also have a selfish reason for not wanting my tech out there on this world in particular, but the first 3 reasons are good enough. Vaisala frowned. What are the odds of them replicating it, though? Higher than you might think. It takes a genius to invent these things. It just takes some clever bastard to duplicate them. Ryan chewed on her lip for a moment. I try to stay out of local politics as much as possible when I'm on another world in general. I'm painfully familiar from the chain of events an unknowing but well-meaning off-worlder can trigger. How so? Zaria said. Ryan shook her head. Long story, for later. The point is, I go for minimal impact. I only get involved when there's another off-world group in play. Zaria nodded. So, if Drake Enterprises is helping. She didn't get to finish the sentence. Ryan immediately launched into a string of curses. I've been to 8 worlds so far, counting this one, Ryan said, once she got the swears under control. Drake's had his fingers in 4 of them. Fuck this, fuck that, and fuck that fucker in particular. Vaisala grinned. I like her. Ryan didn't notice the aside. Instead, she sighed and shook her head. Is Drake handing out devices on this world? Archwands, or gones, or guns, or rifles, or anything named along those lines? He's explicitly not, so far, Zaria said. He's worried about demons getting a hold of the weapons. Ryan made a sour face. You ever have someone where, if you agree with them, you immediately question if that means you were wrong? Not personally, Zaria said, at the same time as Vaisala said, Oh, absolutely. A moment later, Rav chimed in. I know 4 people, but I think I ate someone who I'd feel that way about. Ryan stared at him and then giggled. I love that for you. But for me, knowing Drake and I feel the same way, don't actually change it. Neither of us want guns getting out into this world, and I'm guessing it's for the same reason. Remember the selfish reason I mentioned earlier? That's where this comes into play. Vaisala cocked her head. What else is it? On the list of things I'm trying to study while I'm here, can the demons appear on other worlds? Because I really don't like the idea of demons invading Caldora, but we can handle them. If, however, they're armed with the best tech dirt or the factory can produce, I really don't like that. And what if they invade a world that doesn't have this tech? They go to Selwyn or Drakan with guns. They'll overrun the planet in weeks. Vaisala said something in response, but Zaria missed it. She was staring in wonder. The 3rd floor of the Legacy Dungeon. Ryan had undersold the size. The path down to the floor was a winding staircase built for giants. A staircase that took Zaria into what could only be described as a small city. The roof was so high it vanished into darkness, even with the light Zaria was providing, and the floor was covered with buildings that spread out radially from a central pyramid. The roofs of the buildings were color-coded into 5 districts around the pyramid. Already, she could see what this dungeon had been building. Some instinct deep within her core responding to another dungeon's design. Each color-coded area would correspond to a different mob type or element or something along those lines. Adventurers would fight their way through all 5 districts to find something that activates the central pyramid, and triggered the boss fight in the process. And the portal was inside the pyramid. That Zaria was certain of from her time scrying.
Help you with my tech, but not arm you. That's different. Once I'm gone, my tech leaves with me. But in exchange for help with my studies, I'll absolutely back you up in fights.
I can live with that, Vaisala said. Zaria?
Zaria snapped back to the conversation. Sorry, was just looking.
Into the darkness, Vaisala said. It can't be that interesting.
Zaria chuckled. Right, of course, you two can't see. I can get a picture of it, Rhine said.
Her throat twitched. It had been doing that a lot since they entered the darkness, Zaria realized.
Echolocation is fun, but I imagine it looks even better to a dungeon senses. It does, Zaria said. Let me show you, Rav said, wrapping a helmet back around Vaisala's head. A moment later, the Striga gasped.
Oh, yes, that does explain it.
So,
Zaria said. Now that she was no longer distracted, memories of what she'd missed in the conversation flooded in.
Right. We appreciate your help, and I'm happy to help you in return, especially because it feels like we need the answers you're looking for, too.
The pyramid was still dripping with water when they approached. The openings of this were large enough for Zaria to walk in with plenty of clearance. And there, it sat in the center of the pyramid, a vast open area that had likely once been a boss room, and at the far end, a portal large enough for Zaria to walk through.
So,
Zaria said to Rhine, how do I activate this?
Just let your influence saturate it, Rhine said.
Zaria squatted down on the ground and extended her patio to wrap around the bottom rungs of the portal.
Portal detected. Would you like to integrate the legacy structure? Special mobile dungeon note. Integration will need to be re-established if you relocate without taking the structure with you. Proceed. Y/N?
Zaria didn't hesitate to select yes. Moments later, the portal flared to life, and a list of worlds appeared to Zaria. There was an option at the bottom to request access to Wispaim. Zaria selected it.
Wispaim selected. Due to current limitations on dungeon travel, please enter the name of the wisp you are attempting to contact.
Zaria thought Panara's name at it, and the message responded immediately.
Your request is important to us, and will be handled quickly. Please hold.
And then ethereal musical notes fluttered from the empty portal. So, Rhine said, stretching. Vaisala and Rav, want to spar? I'd love to get a feel for what you can do. Vaisala nodded eagerly. As would I, she said quietly, hefting her spork. Chapter 42. Rhine and Vaisala squared off in the open area under the pyramid, with Zaria sitting in her babamorph to watch. The smaller Aelif's armor showed no visible weapons, and Zaria was curious how she'd fight like that. Vaisala hefted her spork overhead, pointing the tines directly at Rhine. Just so you know, Vaisala said, we haven't had a chance to test our powers. Mind going easy at first for a warm-up?
You don't need to go easy, Rhine said breezily. An older model of this took hits from an escaped entity. Granted, it was brand new and fairly weak, but still. The model that I was using 2 models ago soaked hits from a deranged necromantic tyrannosaurus. The last model took a hit from an artifact-level weapon. I'm pretty sure I can handle anything you have at copper tier.
Vaisala shrugged. Suit yourself. Rav? Helm. Rav flowed up around Vaisala's neck, engulfing her head in a helmet made of his own body. Only Vaisala's eyes were visible in the slits of the helm, while Rav's eyes opened from the pauldrons. 2 extra arms, wielding crossbows, erupted from the back and arched over to aim at Rhine. Rhine grinned, and her helmet snapped shut. Show me what you've... The rest of whatever she'd been about to say was cut off, as Vaisala and Rav crossed the distance to Rhine far faster than Zaria had expected, and brought the spork down in an overhead blow. Rhine's arms snapped up, and screens of mana erupted from her bracers to take the blow for her. The impact rune flared to life, and the sudden explosion of power shattered Rhine's barrier and drove the Aelif back. Rav opened fire with the crossbows. These had been made with the bird heart, and the extra accuracy afforded to the mimic from those shots meant every single attack landed true. They were also deflected by the Elif's smooth armor, but by the way she was defending, the attacks were still doing something. Zaria held out her hand, and mana spun in the air around it. A moment later, she had a bird heart that she chucked at Rhine's fit. The mob heart detonated, showering the area around the Elif with feathers that glittered like razors. Rhine came bursting straight up out of the feathers, rocketing into the air on those strange beetle wings she'd shown before. "Got," Rhine said, finally finishing her earlier statement, and then held out an empty hand and pointed it toward Vaisala. Energy gathered in her palm and rocketed out towards the witch, a streaking comet of pure, untyped arcane energy. Vaisala batted the attack with her spork, and a new rune that Zaria hadn't seen before flared to life. Based on what happened, however, it was clearly a deflect or return rune, because the deflection sent Rhine's attack flying back at the Elif. At the same time, Rav shifted the crossbows on his back to wings and took the air, flying up towards Rhine. Rhine dodged to avoid her own returned attack, and then dropped to avoid the incoming Vaisala. But she wasn't prepared for Rav. His tongue lashed out of the mouth in Vaisala's chest like an elongated tendril, wrapping around Rhine's ankle and pulling her in. The flame jets on the underside of Rhine's beetle wings flared to life, and Rhine went rocketing away, but not fast enough to pull her free of Rav's grasp. Rav was about to sink his teeth into the Elif's armor when she fired a jet on the boot, shooting flame directly into the mimic's mouth and forcing him to let go with a furious shriek. But her focus on Rav meant Rhine had taken her attention off Vaisala, forgetting for a moment there were two opponents in one foe here. Her spork came down on one of Rhine's wings, and an impact rune went off, sending Rhine into a careening, wild spin as she tried to regain control. Just as it looked like she would, a bird heart that Rav had deposited with his tongue went off, once again wrapping the Elif in a sphere of razor-sharp feathers. Rhine flew down, landing hard. Vaisala and Rav dove down on her like descending eagles, and Rhine quickly gestured. A wall. An honest-to-God stone wall appeared on the ground in front of her, a sudden solid barrier of unbroken stone. Rav had to bank hard to avoid slamming into it directly, and Vaisala still had to slam her spork into the stone wall to drive them away before a full crash. Meanwhile, the shoulders of Rhine's armor opened up, revealing rows and rows of those same strange explosive arrows the bale hen drone had used against the smaller chickens. She let loose, a wild barrage of missiles that careened around the room, blanketing the area in explosions. Rav and Vaisala came dashing out of the smoke, charging in. Rhine let loose a powerful blast of mana, and Rav dropped to his knees as Vaisala leaned back, letting the blast go right over their head. They kicked up from that position, catching Rhine with a kick to the chin as part of a flip. Rav's wings switched to crossbows, firing rapidly at the airborne Elif, as Vaisala leapt up and brought the spork down on Rhine's chest, sending her slamming back towards the stone. Rhine was quick. Zaria had to give her that. Although she couldn't turn the impact into a complete non-issue, she was able to turn it into a roll that bled off some of the momentum. Rhine kicked off the ground, using the Elif's natural jumping ability to take herself far higher, and gestured again. Instead of a wall of stone in front of herself, however, these started to materialize around Vaisala and Rav, and an iron roof to the structure. Rhine landed, taking deep breaths. The stone of this wall was uniform and unbroken, and easily half a foot thick. "I'll deconstruct those in a moment," she said between breaths. "All right. Are you sure they're copper? Because I fought silvers that didn't—" Before she could finish, an immense crash rang through the room, and one of the stone walls detonated. Stone shrapnel went flying towards Rhine, hitting her armor and mostly bouncing off it, but the sheer force still drove the Elif backwards. One of the shards struck her in the shoulder, and sparks started to flare up from the joint. Vaisala and Rav stepped out of the interior of the cage, the impact runes still glowing. Rhine froze for a moment. "No way, you're copper," she said. "Rev, show me their nameplates, now." Rhine went silent for a moment, then whistled. "Damn, you are Gestalt." Vaisala hesitated on hearing that word. "What do you mean?" when the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Each of you alone are copper boss level, but together, this suit runs at copper dungeon levels. I've used this suit to battle low-tier gods, Kildoran gods, which are apparently just spicy mortals compared to other gods, but still, you're strong. Ryan charged a blast, then hesitated. Wait, hold on. I don't know how hard this will hit you. My estimates of your power are way off, and I don't want to actually injure you. Same for you, Vaisala said, holding up her spork. A moon heart had grown into the bowl of the spork and was pulsating with energy. Ryan grinned. Maybe call it a draw there, then? Vaisala shook her head. There's one thing I want to try. Fire at me again, and get ready to evade. I'm not sure what this will do. Ryan nodded and raised her hand. A glowing circle appeared just above her palm. Without the chaos of actual battle, Zaria could move her vision in and listen to the hum of the power. To her surprise, Ryan spoke quietly inside her helmet. Drop power to 10%. Then Ryan fired. A beam of energy erupted from her hand. Vaisala and Rav together moved like flowing water, bringing up the spork to catch the blast as it came in. They caught it in the bowl, and the moon heart shattered. At the same time, Vaisala activated her impact rune. For a moment, the energy pooled in the bowl of the spork like water, power gathering there. Then Vaisala swung, using the spork like the arm of a catapult to hurl the gathered power back at Ryan. The thrusters on Ryan's suit activated, carrying her up and out of the way of the blast. It hit the back wall of the dungeon and erupted. The detonation created a shockwave that rattled Zaria's windows, and then a mass of tentacles erupted from the point of impact. They covered the back wall, grasping wildly at everything nearby. Fortunately, right now everything nearby consisted of the air and the rest of the wall, but they still strained towards Ryan, as if by sheer force of desperation they could grab the Elif out of the air. Moments later, the tentacles started to disperse, and Rav peeled back from Vaisala's face so they could see the Striga's grin. Knew it, she said. Ryan landed and opened her helmet. What were you testing? She asked excitedly. You're using raw mana for those blasts. No elemental affinity. I thought I could possibly use the impact rune to redirect the power from the blast back into the mob heart, which shattered, Ryan said, mingling your mana with the mana you were absorbing. You created a mana battery in the bowl of that weapon. Vaisala nodded eagerly. You get it. I couldn't have held it there for long, but I could. Ryan scratched her chin. And it could work with other elements. Probably only with the moon, bird, and serpent hearts, Vaisala said. Those energy types make the most sense for dungeon mobs. It'll spawn something related to the energy I absorbed, mingling those energies. Flame tentacles from a flame heart, Ryan said. She looked thrilled. You're halfway between a dungeon and a normal core in terms of what you can do. How is that possible? Zaria cleared her throat to interrupt. We'll explain soon, she said. But before we reveal all of our secrets, Vaisala nodded. Sorry, got caught up in things. Rav opened his mouth on her chest.
So we're not going to eat the Elif?
No, Vaisala said. Rav sighed.
Can I have something fun to eat?
Soon, Vaisala said, looking at Zaria. We won't be here for too long, and once we're moving again, you'll have plenty of opportunities to feed.
She said I can't eat witches,
Rav said to Zaria.
I want to know what they taste like.
Some of them joined the Reclaimers, Zaria said. I'm sure Vaisala won't stop you from eating them. Vaisala nodded. Traitors are traitors, she said. Ryan watched the exchange with a bemused expression on her face. I like you two. You're fun, Zaria said by agreement. Now, what was that you said about gods? Right, so different worlds are scaled differently. You know, a copper boss can handle 5 copper adventurers? Zaria and Vaisala both nodded. Well, the world I'm from has a plethora of god who use the same scaling system as mortals. A copper Kildoran god can handle 25 copper adventurers. But due to the gods messing with our system to hold our mortals weaker, 5 Kildoran copper hero cores would treat 1 adventurer from here as a boss-level threat to them. It's a bit messy, but to bring my people up to par with the rest of the universe, we need this power armor. Ryan tapped her chest. That's why I don't have a core of my own, yes. I want to make sure I'm getting the best possible one from all worlds. You should make your own, Vaisala said, drawing both their attention. Like what cultivators do. It's not done often because it takes so long to form the foundation and learn to cultivate, and then form your core. And the entire time you're vulnerable. But you're not with that suit. Vaisala tried to take a step, but it was slow and heavy. She sighed. Rav, wake up or withdraw to just my chest. I can't walk when you've fallen asleep.
I'm bored,
Rav said, peeling back the armor from Vaisala's legs and arm.
Wake me up again when we're about to eat something.
Ryan's eyes had lit up at the idea of forming her own core, but she didn't pursue that. You do have cultivators here, she said, more to herself than anything. All right, well, let's talk about behind them. The portal started to hum. Words flashed in Zaria's vision.
On my way. Pinara.
About how I'm going to let you two handle that while I sit here quietly, Ryan said. She gestured, and new stone walls started to form around her. What are you doing? Zaria asked. I really don't want to startle the wisp of a platinum dungeon with my presence, Ryan said. Let her know I'm here before she turns me into dust. And, Arev, give me the Faebane suit, just in case. Zaria wanted to ask who this Arev was, but there wasn't time. Pinara came through the portal, beaming brightly.
You did it,
she said cheerfully, flying in a lazy loop before scanning the room. Her eyes narrowed.
Wait, I'm sensing dungeon cores. Behind that wall. But they aren't... What is going on?
That's a friend, Zaria said quickly. Her name is Rhine. She's from off-world, but she's here to help. Pinara sighed.
Oh, Zaria,
Never trust an off-worlder. She held up her hand, and light began to pool in her palm. Even though it was tiny, the energy started to glow like a miniature sun.
Let me just clean this up.
Zaria tried to interrupt, but Pinara wasn't listening. She let loose a beam of light that streaked toward Rhine. The sheer force behind it lit the air as it passed, creating a conflagration around the attack that roared in the aftermath of the attack's passing. It created a shockwave a moment later that rocked Zaria and sent Vaisala and Rav tumbling to the ground. Pinara brushed her hands, and Zaria whirled on her. How could you... Pinara held up a finger.
Give it a moment.
Moments later, the debris where Rhine had crumbled inwards, and Rhine staggered out. Her armor was not what she'd been wearing before. It was green and pink, or it had been. Now it was charred and burnt in places, smoke rising from it. Rhine took a step forward, then stood there, swaying like a drunk. So, she said, her voice slurred. Faebane armor test 3 even? 13. That was... take note. Numina shields... Numina is a fun word to say. Numina. But they do the holding... They held. Addendum to that note. Auxil... Ryan paused. Note to self, how many Liz are in that word? But 2 injury systems only slightly blunted... Sleepy time. Then Ryan collapsed face first.
Searing sleep, Pinara said, brushing off her hands. She has armor made of the same matter as things in Wispheim, Numina. The same matter I'm made of. I wasn't going to kill her. I just wanted to put her to sleep.
She gestured to Ryan.
Would have used a gentler spell if not for that armor.
Zaria took a deep, slow breath. The power on display there. It had been so casual. For the first time in quite some time, Zaria remembered how large the gap between tiers could be. And that was just a wisp. What was Sestmir capable of? What would she be capable of? Well, Zaria said, can I convince you not to kill her?
Probably, Pinara said brightly. I just don't want her to know that yet. And off-worlders are dangerous, Zaria. I'm not bringing other Fae in here unless I'm sure it's safe, which, good news, I am. She turned to the portal. Come on through.
As new figures started to emerge, Rav chuckled.
Oh, I like her.
Zaria, however, was less certain. Chapter 43. There were 3 creatures that emerged from the portal, all humanoids, but vastly smaller proportions.
I know you've been waiting for this,
Penara said, as if she hadn't just thrown the most powerful spell Zaria had yet to witness with the casual air of someone tossing crumpled parchment away.
So, I'll let you talk to them, make your selection, and then all of us can talk about what to do with the off-worlder.
Zaria nodded, not in the mood to argue with Penara at the moment. She pushed down her reservations about the Wisp's methodology there and turned her attention to the 3 figures.
These,
Penara said.
are the best of their kind I could find on such short notice.
The phrasing got a startled look from Vaisala, but Penara didn't notice.
I do regret a proper wisp isn't an option, but these 3 have studied dungeons as well as they're capable of.
She pointed to each one in turn. The first was a small green figure with a flat face and pointed ears.
Deck, a gremlin. He had 5 centuries with a dungeon on Selin, right up until Doom came to that world, studying the art of dungeon traps. Had the good sense to leave before it was sequestered from the rest of the universe.
Deck stepped forward and bowed.
I promise you, great Yagakor, he said in a high and squeaky voice. I am the greatest trapsmith among the gremlins. I can teach you traps that no one has ever imagined.
If no one has imagined them, how can you teach them? Zaria asked. Deck sputtered for a moment.
Your wisdom is great, O walking dungeon.
Zaria looked to Penara and motioned for her to go to the next.
Right,
Penara said.
Sella, a brownie. She cleaned the libraries of the Wisps for most of her existence and earned the right to read our tomes. One of the best educations among her people in dungeon methodology.
Sella was a woman with skin the color and texture of bark and hair like oak leaves. She curtsied and spoke in a voice that reminded Zaria of a babbling brook. I have so many theories about your existence I'd love to put into practice, she said eagerly. If you were to choose me, my knowledge would be at your disposal. And how do you know those theories will hold up in reality? Zaria asked. Sella stumbled. Well, I mean, that's part of the point of... She trailed off. Apologies, I don't, but experiments... Zaria nodded slowly, then motioned again to Penara.
Right,
Penara said, now looking concerned.
Gedra, a hagling.
This woman was larger than the other 2, with skin the color of swamp water and claws on the end of her fingers.
Gedra has been to over 12 worlds, assisted in post-death assessments of over 100 dungeons.
Gedra stepped forward and gave Zaria a grin full of shark teeth. My people have long awaited the return of this Striga, she said, in a voice like honey dripping on a corpse. I have seen how hundreds of dungeons have failed. I can make sure you avoid those errors. And how many have you seen apply your knowledge? Zaria asked. None so far, Gedra said. But I can promise... Before she could finish, the portal flared to life as a new figure came through. The other 3 looked shocked, but Penara looked furious. This was another hagling, slightly smaller than Gedra. Her skin was a deep blue, close to black, and her eyes were wide. She wore a crown of dandelions that mismatched terribly with her overall look. She ran up to the line and stumbled, tripping over her own feet. Sorry, she said, standing up and brushing herself off, then grinning up at Zaria. Wow, you're huge. I'm not used to how the bigs live.
Ennis,
Penara said, hissing the word.
What are you doing here?
Ennis beamed at Penara. Remembering that you're just another dungeon wisp, not a Fae queen. And even if you were, I remembered at the last minute, if I had a rat's ass in one hand and you in the other, I'd drop you and hug the rat. She didn't bow to Zaria, looking her up and down. Annis is my clan, not my name. I'm Agnes of Clan Annis. One of my ancestors terrorized the Earth realm known as Doggerland before the Calamity.
I am not a candidate, Penara said firmly. Go back to Wispheim. Mavia will hear of this.
Oh, no. Mavia will hear I disobeyed a dungeon wisp, Agnes said with wide, bright eyes. She might be so angry she promotes me to hag anyway, especially because she told me herself to come and try, which, by the way, means she'll be unhappy if you just kill me. Penara took a deep breath and looked at Vaisala.
The politics of Wispheim shouldn't spill over to other worlds, she said. But Annis is not ideal.
I want to hear her speak, Zaria said. The other three had knowledge, to be sure, but Agnes had a personality. Zaria was already hoping Agnes had the skills to back up her knowledge. Agnes quite visibly did not stick her tongue out at Penara. Right. My clan has extensive knowledge of the mortal realms. We're one of the very few that can walk the betwixt without aid, so, unlike these other three, I'll be able to hop back to Wispheim to look things up if needed. That also means I've been to a lot of worlds, even been here before. Since we aren't allowed normally to bond with dungeons, we like to try something different. Zaria nodded. Go on. We befriend them, Agnes shrugged. Seems to work out better. I've been studying with the Annis matriarch, Svart Annis herself, on everything we've learned over the centuries, meaning I have the formal education of a wisp. Probably know some things most wisps don't, in fact. I also like to help you get better at murder. And I'm familiar with that. She gestured to Rav and Vaisala. Striga. We keep records of both. Never heard of one wearing a mimic, but I'm sure I can figure it out. And I know how both work. Also, the first of the werewolf, what you call lycanthropes, was born with Svart Annis as his mother's midwife. I can smell them on you, and no one knows more about them than Clan Annis. She looked at Rav. I don't have a special knowledge of mimics, but they're not a common dungeon theme. I bet I was the first of these three to recognize what he was, though. Zaria cocked her head and looked at Penara. She's almost perfect, Vaisala said. Why wasn't she the first one you brought over?
She's of Clan Annis, Penara said through gritted teeth. I will never willingly aid one of them in becoming a hag. They're dangerous sadists. Agnes giggled. Neither of those words are synonyms for evil, Wisp. Do I like causing pain? Sure. It's funny when they scream. But I don't do it to people who haven't agreed to the risk of pain. If they come into a dungeon, they're kind of embracing that, Agnes touched her head where the dandelion sat. Also, just because I'm dangerous and sadistic doesn't mean I can't appreciate the finer things in life. I like flowers and frolicking with butterflies. I found a giant one once when it was a caterpillar and raised it until it grew to riding size. I named it Buttercup. If I wasn't Clan Annis, you'd think I was adorable and innocent for that story, which are not synonyms for good. She's got a point, Zaria said. Give me a solid reason I can't trust her. Before Penara could speak, Zaria held up a hand. Telepathically. I'm already not happy you didn't bring her in the first place. Penara huffed, but nodded. Clan Annis are dangerous, she said. They serve the Unseelie court, and follow Svart Annis before they follow their own queen. She'll find some way to betray you. That last sentence was the first one Penara had said that sounded like a real reason to not trust Agnes. But something seeped through the bond that undercut the truth of it. How do you know she will? Because she's of Clan Annis, Penara said. They are... She trailed off. Uncertainty came through the telepathic link. They're bad. Can you give me a reason about Agnes in particular? Zaria asked. Something solid about her. Some wrong she's done that you know of or suspect. Penara hesitated. I can't prove anything, but I suspect she's done plenty. Name
One thing, and why you suspect, Zaria said. Panaris sighed.
It's not my fault Clan Annis is so good at covering their tracks that their activities can't be proven, but...
Panara hesitated again.
I don't know of anything,
she finally admitted. Okay, because the bond between me and her should protect me against any bonded fae betraying me, right? Panara shook her head, but at the same time said,
Correct. Any method I know of.
And are you and Sestamir going to abandon me if I choose her? Zaria asked. Panara was the one person Zaria knew for certain had knowledge. She didn't want to fully alienate the wisp.
Of course not,
Panara said, sounding affronted. And last question. Is what she says about Clan Annis' education true? Panara sniffed.
It's preposterous to say anyone knows as much about dungeons as Wisp, she said. But Clan Annis has worked with dungeons extensively, on worlds where unseelie wisps are sent to dungeons, and I will admit the unseelie wisps almost equal our knowledge.
The uncertain arrogance in Panara's tone made Zaria suspect that the knowledge gap was even smaller than the wisp believed. She turned back to the group of fae. Why do you want this?
I wish to serve,
Dex said. I wish to learn, Sella said. I wish to grow, Gedra said. Agnes flashed Zaria a grin. Because it sounds fun. A dungeon unlike any other, with a Striga and unique mob types, and you already have a Bobomorph which we'd thought had gone extinct. She paused. Oh, and also my queen and matriarch both find you interesting, and they want me to watch. They both hope to make Yagakor into a new, stable, repeatable high-core type on other worlds. I'll be passing information about how you work to them, but I do swear to never tell them what you're doing. Just the system messages you share with me, nothing more. She dropped into telepathy. I swear it on the honor of Clan Annis. And how much is the honor of Clan Annis worth? Zaria asked. Agnes giggled again. A lot more than the wisps think. But valid point. Fine. I just swear it. Still, Zaria hesitated. This wasn't really a choice, was it? Agnes was basically perfect for her, and the other three were bland and boring. Panara's picks. Agnes, however, had chosen herself. Sure, the involvement of Svart Annis and Mavea was a complication, but she'd still been the one to come to Zaria. Most dungeons, from what Zaria understood, didn't get any choice. It was a bit arrogant to be frustrated she only had one good choice, and yet she was. Probably because she would have had a choice if Panara hadn't tried to foist what she wanted on Zaria. Rav, can you serve as a relay between me and Vaisala so we can talk telepathically without spillover?
Done,
Rav said. Here are my thoughts, Zaria said, then sent everything she'd considered over to the two of them. Vaisala pondered for a moment before responding through Rav. I think I agree for the most part, but I do need to check. You're not just looking at Agnes because you're angry at Panara for blasting Rhine, are you? No, Zaria said, although it is a nice benefit. But I'm not going to make an important decision just out of spite. Both Rav and Vaisala looked at her. I'm not going to make this important decision out of spite, Zaria amended. That, I believe. Then Rav cut in.
Why make choice now? The new thing, Agnes. If you say no to the others and try spending time with her, will you be forced to choose her?
Zaria considered for a moment. I suppose not, she said after some hesitation.
So give Agnes a, what is the term? A period of trials?
Something like that, Vaisala said with no small amusement.
Put her through the trials, then, or just a chance to know her. If she is good for us, we keep her. If she is not, I eat her and you request another.
Zaria chuckled at that. If you eat her, others won't come. Rav let out a disappointed growl, but didn't argue the point. I do think Agnes is best of the options, Vaisala added. Although I don't know if telepathic bleed over or whatever is happening is making me want to do what you want. But it does feel less that way than before. I don't know. I'd like to get to know her better first, especially given Panara's misgivings. Good point. She spoke aloud to the 3 Fae that had come through. I'm not picking you 3, Zaria said. Sorry, but feel free to stay. Spend some time looking over these ruins for me, and as I meet other mutant cores, I can send you their way. I know of at least one I will definitely be meeting. The fact that they weren't returning to Wispheim looked like it was a relief for them, and Agnes started to beam. Seeing that, Zaria shook her head. Don't get too excited yet. I don't like feeling backed into a corner. It's not your fault. Zaria shot Panara a glare to make sure the wisp knew she wasn't off the hook for this fully. But she also threw the wisp a small olive branch. They're good choices, but they're not for me. It has to be a choice. So instead, Agnes, you can hang around for a bit, and we'll figure out if we work. Sounds good to me, Agnes said brightly. I think we'll get along well. At least I hope we will. And if not, since we're not bonded already, you can feed me to a mimic. Which I hope you don't, but I am looking for new experiences. And I've never been eaten before. I probably won't like it, but life's full of surprises.
She said I can eat her, Rav said. There is no takebacks. You gave permission to be eaten.
Zaria laughed. Watch what you say about that, Agnes. He'll take you seriously. Rav, I promise you. We will eventually find you a haggling to eat if you don't eat Agnes without my permission. Gedra gulped heavily. If you don't eat Agnes or Gedra without my permission. She turned her attention back to the 3 rejected Fae. All right, you 3. Show me how good you are and poke around these ruins for a bit. See if you find anything interesting. Agnes, Panara, let's talk about Rhine. Panara looked like she'd just taken a bite out of a lemon, but nodded in agreement as she flew inside. Agnes leapt up like a grasshopper from the ground to Zaria's porch and walked through the front door. So, Zaria said, once they were all assembled, and Agnes and Panara had been caught up on what had happened with Rhine. Thoughts?
I've heard of this one, Panara said. Report came back to Wispheim from a rather problematic wisp.
Min, Agnes said. I've heard of her. People are not happy she's dating a dungeon servitor.
Because it's obscene,
Panara said through clenched teeth.
But yes, her. She's gross, but she's still reliable. Rhine is a native to Caldora and was on the Woven World not long ago by how they measure time. And Elif, who is working as an Issy, it's unorthodox to say the least.
The Wisps don't like any world hoppers, especially the members of Isekai Rohan, the guild of earthbound humans that likes to hop worlds and meddle. The Issies, as they were, Agnes said, they make things messy. She saw the way Panara started to bristle and sighed. All wisps on her side and on mine. Not literally every single one, but if you got 100 wisps into a room, 99 of them would agree they hated Issies. And the 100th would hope you didn't notice they weren't nodding along.
At least the unseelie wisps are correct about something, Panara said. This Rhine has popped up a couple other times since then. She seems to deliberately be dropping to worlds that run faster and faster. Shows up, creates these little machines of hers, and moves on. Min's report was heavily redacted, so we don't know what her goals are. Clan Annis doesn't have any special knowledge there, Agnes said. But I am interested in talking to her. That's the second time you've said that, Zaria said. Especial. Isn't it just special? Agnes shrugged. You say it one way, I say it another. Zaria nodded. Just wanted to make sure it meant the same thing. Panara, is there any reason not to trust her beyond the world hopping? Not that I know of, Panara admitted. And I will say she seems to be less disruptive locally than other world hoppers. Doesn't stay long enough to become a great hero or villain. Doesn't lead armies, and doesn't get involved in politics. That we've heard of, at least. I want her alive, Zaria said after a moment. We seem to have some mutual interests, and if she's not a problem, why would we? Panara drummed her fingers on her knee for a moment. Fine, she said. But it's on you if she causes problems.
We can keep an eye on her, Vaisala chimed in. I have a better idea what she's capable of after that little bout.
And get her off-world as quickly as possible, Pinara said. If reports are right, her devices have divine energy as a power source. If that isn't what's attracting the demons, it eventually will.
Wake her up then, Zaria said. And make yourself scarce. I imagine she won't be thrilled to see you. Pinara looked highly amused.
Can't,
she said brightly.
Searing sleep lasts 24 hours. She'll be fine, though. I need to get back to Sestmere. And maybe you can see what Agnes is capable of helping you do for your second floor.
Despite the distaste in Pinara's voice, Agnes beamed. As the wisp flew off, the hagling leapt up to the table that housed Vaisala's form. So, Agnes said, show me what we're working with here. Abilities, mobs, all of it. Zaria did so, sliding back into her core so she could share information more easily. After so long, it was good to get back to working on her dungeon again. Chapter 44. Zaria walked Agnes through the dungeon and everything she'd unlocked on her path to Copper. The Midnight Guild adventurers should be here soon, and Zaria was eager for a proper dungeon run as she headed to the surface. Once they were there, Vaisala leapt off the house to go exploring the ruins of the town with Rav. There were more potential discoveries hiding in the town, and Sudara's heart was, maddeningly, still missing. Vaisala was starting to suspect the heart alone had somehow fled, which was of course impossible, yet it should have been found by now. Putting aside those worries, Zaria finished explaining to Agnes. Agnes sat there, scratching her chin. You've done very well for mostly being unguided, she said. But I think we can have some real fun with that extra-dimensional space on your second floor. Have you given any thought to floor theming? Zaria sent her a questioning sound. My theme is mimics, she said. Oh, sure, that's the overall theme, but a lot of dungeons do sub-themes. For just an example, you don't have moon elemental mobs on your first floor, right? Well, you could lean into it. Agnes leaned forward, resting her hands on her knees. Think about it. You've got a lot more space to work with there, and I'm guessing you're going to keep the interior looking like a house. For now, Zaria said. So, why not lean into both of those? The moons are a unique element to you. Other mimic dungeons won't have that, because moon is a really weird element. But you could make the floor have 3 rooms, each themed around one of the moons, and then give Broil a moon heart and get a moon oven to be the final boss fight. Zaria lit up at the possibility. Oh, that gives me so many thoughts. Yeah, I can definitely work with this. How are you at decorations? I want to get the basic layout before Vaisala and Rav get back so we can surprise them. Agnes grinned broadly. I've been told I have a very good eye for it. Let's get to work. I'm sure I can offer some insight. She glanced over at Vaisala. With Rav wrapped around her, the two of them could lift and hurl stone slabs as big as Vaisala's torso, and were doing so to clear the area. Just something you should know. A lot of dungeons like to surprise their fae with what they're doing. Surprising your Striga is a good substitute, but I'd ask that you wait until bronze to surprise me. I need to know what you're doing to help you actually do it. I promise to not surprise you unless I think it'll be funny, or unless I'm bored, or if I have an idea and you're not around and I'm impatient, or I think it's worth the shock. Agnes lit up at the first few words of that, then froze in place as Zaria listed off all the exceptions. She gave Zaria a weak grin. Well, it's a start. Zaria chuckled in her mind. Look, if you're expecting an orderly existence, or a predictable one, we might want to find you a different mutant core to bond with. I am many things, but no one would dare accuse me of being predictable. Agnes nodded. I'm noticing subtle clues to that, which is fine. I've mostly studied older dungeons who tend to be more set in their ways. You being young and chaotic is just going to be fun for me. Good. I do have a question for you. Something that's been happening. Whenever I speak to Vaisala's mind, she seems to be susceptible to my thoughts, like I'm influencing her will. Do I need to be worried about that? Thrilled to have a question she could answer, Agnes leapt to her feet. It's a danger with a bond as close as Striga and Dungeon, but it's correctable. See, normal telepathy is fine for mortal minds. They can filter it easily. But you're actually bonded with her. Far more of your personality comes through your communications, which means her brain thinks those thoughts are her thoughts, even as her conscious mind is aware they aren't. It can create a disconnect. Some old dungeons exploited that to make their Striga into what functionally was an extension of themselves. Hell, if you split yourself and pushed that second personality very hard, you could probably overwrite her base personality at this point. Zaria sent Agnes a grimace at that thought. Is there any risk of me doing that accidentally? None. Also, if you try to, I'll leave after I've helped her escape. It's monstrous. Agnes grinned to undercut her words. But your emotions come through your communication strongly still, so I'm about as worried about that as I am one of the moons plummeting to this world. Appreciate that. So, without me doing something awful, what are the risks? We need to help you learn to filter your emotions. Fortunately, Clan Annis does extensive telepathy training, and I graduated with platinum grades in Esperology. I can absolutely help you do that. There will still be some side effects, but not bad ones. That still worried Zaria. What are the other side effects? When two mortals spend a lot of time together, they naturally pick up each other's habits as they become more comfortable with each other. Immortals, like you and I, are less vulnerable to that, but it still does happen. The bond between you and her means that'll happen at an accelerated rate on her end, but nothing she wouldn't pick up from living with someone for a decade or two. Agnes waggled a finger. That is, once we get your emotional bleed-through under control. Then let's work on that, Zaria said. Does it require my full focus, or can we do it while we work on the floor? Honestly, it's better if you're multitasking. You'll learn under more natural circumstances. Agnes settled in next to the crystal ball surrounding Zaria's core. Let's get to work on both, Absolutely. But first, Zaria looked at Rhine's unconscious form. Should we do anything about her? Agnes shrugged. Probably not. It looks like that armor took the brunt of the blast. I think she's fine inside, but why not check? Check? Zaria asked. You can see anything that's inside your dungeon if you move your vision around. That includes what's under armor or clothing. Kind of pervy to do the second, but you can at least look under her armor to make sure she's not injured. Zaria did so, careful to keep her vision in the layer between Rhine's clothing and armor to preserve the Elif's dignity. Or at least she tried. Shit hit a nigh impenetrable wall upon her senses making contact. Doesn't work, Zaria said. Agnes furrowed her forehead. What do you mean doesn't work? She's in your dungeon. That absolutely should... Agnes trailed off. Right, of course. She had dungeon cores built into that armor, doesn't she? That means it treats the interior of her armor as part of a dungeon, and not yours. Well, just move your senses over her face. You should hear her breathing. Zaria did so, and sure enough, she could hear the regular, slow breathing of the Elif. Guess she's fine for now. Does the fact that there's dungeon cores in her armor mean I can't get a mimic to eat the armor and duplicate it? There's dungeon cores and divine energy. You'd need to create an ascended god mimic to duplicate that, which would require you to ascend yourself. Agnes shrugged. Problems for the future. Agnes cracked her knuckles. Let's go to work on your dungeon, shall we? The dungeon construction was a delight, and having Agnes explaining things the entire time was a welcome blessing. She hadn't exaggerated her knowledge. While Zaria had figured out she could control airflow and water flow, she hadn't realized she could control almost every variable inside her dungeon. It took time to set up or change, but by the end, she could manipulate basically anything, even the internal gravity of her structure. That last one was going to make this next floor particularly interesting. It helped distract from the telepathy training. That involved just learning how to cycle her deep emotions out of her telepathic communication, which meant separating the words she thought from the depths of what she felt about them without fully scrubbing them of all emotions, which was nigh impossible anyway. The dichotomy of thinking while feeling, but not feeling too deeply, would have given her a headache if she'd still had a head. In fact, during brief visits back to her Baba morph to speak aloud when the split telepathy became too much, she could feel the effects. It had Zaria in a mixed mood by the time Vaisala and Rav returned, the sun sinking below the horizon behind them. Zaria slipped back into her Baba morph for the sake of easy communication. "Any luck?" Zaria asked. Rav pulled back from Vaisala's face, revealing her grimace. "His heart escaped. I'm sure of it now." "Mob hearts don't escape," Agnes said. "Let me show you what we found?" Vaisala asked, flopping into one of the chairs around the table. "I want to practice telepathy anyway." Zaria nodded. "I'll relay what I'm seeing to you, Agnes," Vaisala began. They were approaching another chunk of rubble, a stone segment as wide as a man was tall. Vaisala bent down and grabbed it with her gauntlets. Or Rav bent down and grabbed it with his. It was sometimes hard to know who was actually doing the motion when they were in sync like this, and that was getting frustrating. Vaisala decided to think of the motions as belonging to both of them. It was just maddening otherwise. What wasn't maddening was watching as they lifted the massive stone slab overhead and casually tossed it aside, letting it land a dozen feet away with an enormous crash. "How strong are we?" Vaisala asked. Not for the first time, and certainly not for the last.
"I do not know," Rav said. "I am not this strong on my own. Nor was I this strong when I was worn by the lycanthrope. But I am far stronger than you. And yet, you are a boss, as am I. Perhaps we have the strength of two bosses?"
"Perhaps." Vaisala rolled her shoulders. Speckles of blood were under that slab of stone, and there was an indentation in the ground where Sudara's body had once lain. Yet that body was gone, and no sign still of the heart. Vaisala sighed heavily. The sun was getting low. They should just head back. "One more stone," she said to Rav.
3,
Rav said back. Vaisala paused. "Why 3 more stones?" Rav hesitated.
"Because 3 is more than 1, he asked.
"Okay, but why 3? Why not 4?
"I cannot count to 4, Rav said.
Vaisala chuckled. "Let me help you with counting. So this is 1 stone." Vaisala tossed it aside easily. "This is 2 stones." She stepped back, reaching for a third.
"That is 1 hole,"
Rav said quickly. Vaisala nodded. "Yes, good. That is—" She paused and looked. There was a hole here. This was the largest indentation she'd seen so far. This had to be where Sudara's torso had lain, and right in the center of it was a hole, about the size of Vaisala's fist. Not just a hole, a burrow. There was dirt all around the entrance of it, tossed up all over the place. Vaisala held her breath for a moment. "We have to confirm." Now that she thought she knew where the torso was, it was easy to dig out the shape of Sudara's body with the time required for the mud to harden into dirt. Sure enough, if Vaisala had any guesses about where a heart would have been on the Chimera's body, it would have been just about where that hole was. "Nothing came up from there," Vaisala said once the memory ended. "The stones there would have blocked any upwards travel unless Sudara's body was still intact. And if it had been, the burrower would have had to gone up through Sudara's flesh and left an absolute fuckload of blood around the hole." "And blood doesn't vanish when mobs despawn," Agnes added. "But if the body despawned before the heart left, stones would have blocked upward travel but not downward travel," Vaisala said with a nod. "How, though?" Zaria said. It wasn't a question, not really, just her acknowledging what they were all thinking. Sudara had been dead. His nameplate had vanished. There was no way for a dead heart to move around. "We'll have to ask him when he comes back," Vaisala finally said, with a grim look on her face. "With whatever army of Lidovas he has." Hang on, Agnes said. Show me the hole again. Zaria reprojected the image from Vaisala's memories. Right in the center of it was a hole, one about the size of Vaisala's fist. Not just a hole, a burrow. There was dirt all around the entrance of it, tossed up all over the place. Vaisala— Move closer, Agnes said. Zaria did so, but the memory started to get fuzzy. Vaisala, project it to me again and I'll relay. Right in the center of it was a hole, one about the size of Vaisala's fist. Not just a hole, a burrow. There was dirt all around the entrance of it, tossed up all over the place. Looking closer, pulling up details Vaisala's eyes had caught but her mind hadn't registered, the dirt around the entrance was— Closer, Agnes said. The dirt around the entrance was covered with tiny little dots, like someone had stuck splinters of wood into the dirt. Splinters of wood, or— Legs, Zaria said. Small legs, like an insect. Agnes grimaced. I have a theory, but I want another world hopper to confirm. The Elif should be waking up soon. Let's get her thoughts on this. And I would rather wait to share so your knowledge of my theory doesn't taint the memory. Nods all around. So, Vaisala said, can we see the new dungeon floor while we wait? Not yet, Zaria said. I want it to be a surprise for you and Rav. It could be fun to watch you react in real time to what the adventurers are encountering. Fair, Vaisala said. All right, what do we do until Ryan wakes up then? Agnes grinned. Well, how do you all feel about tea? Creating teacups that would serve a mimic, a human, a bobomorph, and a hagling was difficult, but Zaria managed one of each as Rav slid off of Vaisala's body and back onto the lycanthrope mob. It gave Agnes time to brew the tea. Watching the tiny hagling work with a kettle sized for a human was an exercise in fear, but Agnes leapt to and from the teapot to the floor and back like a cricket getting ready for guests. She brought some of her own herbs from the Feylands, and they did produce the most pleasant aroma, like the smell of sunbeams falling on dew, dancing on the petals of a newly opened rose. Which was impossible, yet somehow they all agreed that was the scent. The sound of Rhine stirring drew their attention. She peeled herself out of her armor, a new suit forming around her. I need water, she croaked. And then I need to know who did that to me. We have water, Zaria said, offering a cup to Rhine. But I'm not giving you that until I know what you intend to do to them. Stay the fuck away, Rhine said. That's what I plan to do. Wispy bitch one-shot me. Systems barely held up against that blast. I designed this suit to stand up to a rogue wisp. She took the water and nodded her gratitude before downing it greedily. Her voice sounded better when she spoke again. My diagnostics are telling me that was a platinum sleep spell. Searing sleep, Zaria said helpfully. Rhine stared at her blankly. Only a wisp, Rhine said after a moment. Would decide I need someone to sleep. Why don't I set them on fire? Rhine sighed and rubbed the back of her neck. I'm guessing I'm alive thanks to you. The wisp's still around? No, Zaria said. That's something, Rhine said. You're also all looking at me like you're desperately hoping for something. Why not skip to that, then catch me up with what I missed while I was out? Zaria replayed the image for Rhine. When she saw the splinter holes, Rhine made a strangled sound. Look closer, Rhine said. They're star-shaped. Agnes was trying very hard to stay still. Sure enough, when Zaria looked closer, she could see that same thing. What's that mean? Zaria asked. I can't be certain, Rhine said, staring into space. But given everything you've described, I know of one thing that could make a mob heart move, but that shouldn't happen. They're only native to— Rhine faltered. Damn, where was that? To Drakan, Agnes chimed in. Evolutionary dungeon cores are native to Drakan. Another world? Zaria prompted. Rhine and Agnes both nodded. Drakan is different from most places, Agnes said. Dungeons there all contain one creature, the mother of 1,000 monsters. Because of her influence on them, they've developed a life cycle more consistent with how organic life works. They live 8 or 9 centuries before age claims them, and they develop new mobs through generational evolutions that they pass on to children, which is something they can do. It really is fascinating, Ryan said. Reproduction of draconian dungeons requires 2 cores and a willing human. The human gestates the infant core in them until they die, and the infant core grants them powers and abilities in exchange. It would probably work with any sapient, but... Ryan trailed off. But that's not important. What's important is that they are part of the natural ecosystem, meaning dungeons are actually apex predators, not just effectively predators like they are on most worlds. They impact ecologies, and ecologies impact them, so they evolve adaptations to better survive. One species of dungeon has evolved a way to send out mobs without fear of permanent loss. The hearts have legs of their own, and will flee back to the dungeon. She trailed off. Litava, Zaria said with a harsh breath. He's the otherworldly dungeon. Nods from both Ryan and Agnes. An invasive species of dungeon, Ryan said. Probably been here for decades before this. A dungeon that got isekai'd. Didn't know that was possible. It's not supposed to be, Agnes muttered. But perhaps Litava evolved that ability. Ended up here and set up a new home. It was biding its time, but when reality got disrupted, the demons could smell it. They came through the cracks that opened. Agnes tapped her chin. They would have come through regardless. Demons wouldn't invade an entire world for one dungeon. But Litava's presence is why they're here. Why, though? Zaria asked. Why do the demons want the otherworldly dungeon so badly? No idea, Ryan said, as Agnes nodded along in agreement. Rav cleared his throat.
Demons infect life, yes? That is how they make new demons,
Zaria nodded.
And the new demons have same abilities as original creature, yes? But more.
Yeah, Zaria said. And I see where you're going with this, but as far as we know, demons can't actually infect dungeons. We're not alive in the traditional sense. That's just reclaimer propaganda to justify what they're doing.
Right,
Rav said.
But this dungeon is alive, yes?
Everyone stared at each other for a moment. A dungeon that the demons can infect, Zaria said slowly. Not just that, Ryan said. A dungeon that can move between worlds. Litava clearly needs a portal to do it himself, otherwise he wouldn't be bothering with this. But if they know, that's their objective, Agnes said. It explains so much. And Litava knows. That's why he's working with the Reclaimers to bond demons. He wants an army of them between himself and the archdemons coming for him. I'd make a cold iron wager that he's the one who taught the Reclaimers their demon bonding trick. And he is going to send more than just a single servitor after me next time, Zaria said. Once Sudara gets back to him, Litava is coming. I'm sure of it. We can't let him have this portal, Vaisala said. No, we can't. Zaria took a deep breath. We make a stand here, deal with Litava's counterattack, and then we go on the offensive against this otherworldly dungeon. And, one way or another, we get the damn thing off our world. Unspoken, but hovering between them all, was the knowledge of how close the fight had been last time. Unspoken, but overshadowing the entire conversation, was a single word none of them wanted to admit to thinking, but it was written on their faces. Somehow. Chapter 45. We've got inbound, Ryan said, swooping into land near Zaria's dungeon. 5 mounted warriors. Couldn't bring the drone down close enough for a good look. Don't know who they're with. Zaria moved her body into the babamorph. In the days since Agnes's arrival, they'd begun to prepare the town for a defensive battle against Sudara, and whatever Litava and the Reclaimers sent with him. Walls damaged in the battle had been repaired thanks to Ryan's crafting magic. Zaria had dug deep trenches outside the wall and filled them with iron spikes she foraged from dungeon mana, and caltrops had been strewn across every path into the fortress, while Vaisala and Rav had dug trenches that would carry a flood into the legacy dungeon, dumping water into the vast cavern beneath them, just in case Sudara decided to try Zaria's trick against her. "What are the mounts?" Vaisala asked, popping her head out of one of Zaria's windows. "Big snakes?" Ryan ran her fingers through her hair. "Flatheads and thick enough for a human to ride, and you're smiling. Where are you smiling?" "That's one of Sestmir's world mobs," Vaisala said. "Friendly dungeon," she added for Ryan's benefit. "It's a steedant. They have better stamina than most snakes, so they make for good mounts." "Steedant," Zaria said slowly. "As in steed serpent? Steedant? That's what they're called. You can make fun when you have a mob that isn't either noun mimic or moon lycanthrope," Vaisala said firmly. "Razagon's moldering mound woman, you named your boss with the big mouth Maw, and the one that is an oven, Broil." "Point taken," Zaria said. "Either way, it's good news. It's a coven group," Zaria said, breathing a sigh of relief. "We don't have to worry about Sudara yet, and we'll have platinum mobs to work with us." Vaisala shook her head. "They're still bronze mobs. That's why he can make enough to serve as mounts when needed. Most of his command is still wrapped up in the fight at the Big Fissure." "Not to interrupt," Ryan said, "but only 5 are coming this way. Looks like you were right." Zaria grimaced at the reminder. 2 days ago, a fissure had popped up between here and the Midnight Tower. Zaria had been willing to wager that the Coven would divert to deal with it. "That's twice now," Zaria said under her breath. Both Ryan and Vaisala looked at her. "Twice what?" "Twice the fissures have appeared at a time that benefits the Reclaimers. Once just outside the town you were stationed at, Vaisala. A group of Reclaimers just happens to show up right as one was about to appear. And now this, appearing on the way just in time to divert the Coven. If I was paranoid, I'd suspect there was a link." Zaria tapped her fingers on the table for a moment, then snapped her fingers at a sudden realization. "Oh, that's right. I am paranoid." Ryan snorted, and Vaisala frowned before speaking. "You think the Reclaimers are opening fissures?" "Why couldn't they?" Zaria asked. "If Lediva already has a world-hopping dungeon, why couldn't he?" "If they could open fissures, why would they want the portals?" Vaisala countered. Agnes, who had been silent up until now, stood up on the table. "Because they can't control the fissures well?" she prompted. "You open a fissure, you don't know what you're going to get. Could be an empty field with no demons. Could be an archdemon's bedchamber full of 90,000 platinum concubines. Worth the gamble to divert your foe, or give you something you can fight. Not so worth it if you're trying to target specific demons for specific rituals. So maybe they can do it, and that explains it. Or maybe we're jumping at ghosts and giving our foe more credit than they deserve, and we're wrong about all of this. Either way," Zaria said, after Agnes's words had time to sink in. "How far out is the group we're waiting for?" Ryan tapped the side of her head, and a glass lens came down over her eye. Experience had taught Zaria that Ryan could somehow see through her drone's eye this way. Between that and Zaria's constant scrying, nothing could sneak up on the group. "They just stopped outside the first caltrip line," she said. "Shall I go get them?" "No need," Zaria said, before switching to telepathy. "Rav, be a dear and show them a path through the caltrips." Rav had been circling overhead, wearing the lycanthrope's body. At Zaria's request, he sent an affirmation, then dove like a hawk towards the Coven group. Zaria scried to watch the meeting and see how it went. Rav landed in front of the Coven group, flaring his wings just before hitting the ground. Immediately the party reached for weapons, as the leader and clear tank grabbed 2 shields. Rav's eyes brightened.
"Zyver,"
Rav said in a friendly tone.
"I remember you. I ate some of you once."
Zyver stared at Rav with confusion. "I'm sorry, I don't believe we met."
"I was a box then. Now I'm an armor. An armor? A suit of armor? I am a suit of armor riding a werewolf. You are very tasty. I think it's the cultivation. Like how farm-raised meat tastes better than wild meat."
Zyver blanched as both Zaria and Ryan started to laugh. Zaria transmitted the image to Vaisala and Agnes. Telepathy practice had paid off. It was safe to talk directly to her Striga now, so they could join in the humor. "What are the odds of it being the same group as my first run?" Zaria asked. "Oh, it's not chance," Vaisala said. "They probably volunteered. They really enjoyed the run in your dungeons, after all. And it's assumed you'll have a favorite group." "I don't," Zaria said. "But I do find this group fun." She looked at Agnes and Ryan. "Their healer enchanted a staff so she can beat people back to health. Calls it a healing whack rune." "Oh, I know at least 3 healers who would be deathly jealous of that," Ryan said. "Yet to meet a healer that didn't want to beat at least one member of their party." At the wall, Rav was leading the group through a winding path where no caltrops would bother their mounts.
"I brought us snacks,"
Rav shouted when he got closer to the wall. "Ha ha," Zyver said, in the most unconvincing laugh Zaria had ever heard. "Yaga Zaria, we request safe entrance into your town." "It's not my," Zaria started to say, then stopped herself. If it wasn't her town, who did it belong to? "Permission granted," she shouted back. "This town will soon be a gift to your coven anyway." Zyver gave an awkward bow from his mount's back and goaded the serpent to slither into the town. The group followed him, single file, and Zaria took a moment to study their stats. All 4 of the weird cores in the group had hit copper. Brenna, their primary caster and witch, was copper 3. Her class had changed with the mastery. She was now listed as a green oracle. Vandra the healer had already been copper when Zaria last saw her. She was now bronze 2, which put her ahead of the rest of her group. Karen, their rune knight and primary melee DPS, was now of the Dark Rider mastery and copper 5. His snake was unique, with runes on its scales, and only a copper mob instead of bronze like the others. Olenna, their rune bow, was now a Witchwood ranger and copper 4. Zyver was still listed as a cultivator and was ivory 8, which confirmed that Zaria had no idea how cultivators worked and really needed to learn. Vaisala leapt down, Spork resting on her shoulder, to eye the group up and down. One by one they bowed to her. "Striga Vaisala," Zyver said. "Oh, piss on a horse's leg," Vaisala said, flushing. Up, none of that. Just because I'm a Striga doesn't mean I outrank anyone." "Actually," Brenna said, rising up as she did, "it does. Rahana told us so." "Did she now?" Vaisala said flatly. "She did." Vandra couldn't keep her smile under control. "She specifically said, 'Make sure you bow to Vaisala. It'll make her uncomfortable and should be funny. Tell me what face she made.' I'm telling her you made this face." Vandra scrunched her face up. She'd cut her hair short. "I did not make that face, Vandra," Vaisala said. "Actually, it's just Andra now," the healer said. "Might try Androff later, but changes are afoot." She tapped the side of her nose. Vaisala nodded. "I've missed a lot, Andra. Any other changes besides the name?" "I'm bronze, meanin' I can probably still take you one-on-one. Otherwise, no, not yet," Andra grinned. "Let's survive until we get back up, and then we can catch up." "Which is what we were sent to tell you," Zyver said. "Our full party had a fissure spring up unexpectedly. If we didn't divert to stop it, it would have directly threatened no less than 3 towns. But it will slow the rest of us down." Zaria nodded. She'd expected that. "They're expecting to be able to redirect back here soon?" Zaria asked. 2 weeks, Zyver said. Minimum. It's not great terrain, but thankfully other help is on the way. Sestmir's world boss fell in the battle at the major fissure. Unfortunate for our forces there, but good for you. The world boss was resurrected in Sestmir's dungeon once the heart was returned, and is now burrowing its way here. Once it's arrived, Sestmir will extend his area of influence to claim this portal and keep it secure. "And we'll have a platinum-level boss to help us fight," Olenna said cheerfully. "We just have to survive until it gets here," Zaria said. "Unfortunately, it's worse than we thought, and we can't count on our foes waiting until Sestmir arrives." She explained everything with Sudra, with Vaisala chiming in here and there to put things into perspective for the Coven group.
So, we're going to have a bronze servitor, probably some bronze and silver world mobs, and an unknown number of demon-bonded reclaimers bearing down on us, Zyver said flatly. And we have a copper dungeon, a copper Striga, a copper boss-level servitor, 4 bronze-level serpent mounts that have Sestmir's loose commands, and us, a copper group with a bronze healer.
Why isn't Karen's mount a bronze? Zaria asked.
Because of my class, Karen said. Dark Rider means I get summonable combat mounts. Sestmir let me do a quest to earn a serpent, instead of making me wait for a random drop. Better than a horse for dungeon fights and urban environments. Although I would be honored when you unlock the ability to create mounts if I could earn a mimic mount.
Let's survive that long, and then I'll see, Zaria said. You do realize a mimic mount would probably be an angry chair, right? Then, before Karen could speak, Zaria plunged ahead. Actually, I now want to see that. So you'll get the mimic mount if you're willing to combat test it. Is that possible? The last 3 words were directed to Agnes, who nodded. Every dungeon gains the ability to give mounts, even humanoid dungeons, although people often feel odd about riding what looks like another person into battle. Brenna cleared her throat. That's because it's weird. But I did attend that briefing on Lidiva before we left. The one Zyver promised me I'd get a reward for going to so he didn't have to.
Zyver nodded. I haven't forgotten, and it is appreciated. Go ahead, Brenna.
Right. Lidiva doesn't have silver world mobs anyone has ever seen. Sestmir said he has more bronze world mobs than should be possible, but no silver. It's believed that was the trade-off for an upgrade he took. More likely a unique adaptation from his homeworld, Agnes said. World mobs and servitors are a tier below him, but in exchange, he gets some benefit. Might be how he got a boss-level servitor. You also have me, Rhine said brightly, drawing the group's attention. Hi, I'm Rhine, known as the Iron Angel to the Reclaimers. There were a couple gasps from the Coven group. Rhine grinned. I normally don't get involved in local disputes. The Coven just kept getting in my way. And now I'm sticking my nose into things because Zaria and I have a mutual interest. Local disputes? Brenna asked. Yeah, I understand the Coven briefs you all on the fact other worlds exist. I'm from Keldora.
They have Elifs on Keldora? Karen asked.
Humans, Elifs, and Urkin are all on nearly every world we've encountered, Rhine said. Although my Elif subspecies isn't from around here. I understand your local Elif don't echolocate. Unable to contain himself, Zyver burst in.
What are you? He asked.
Then, as if hearing himself, slapped a hand over his mouth.
Forgive me, Lady Rhine. It's been a long journey, and I forget myself. But we've heard of the Iron Angel, and I don't know how strong you are, or what class you are, and I cannot sense your core.
Unspoken was the, and if we can trust you. But the sideways glance he gave Vaisala made it clear that was still on Zyver's mind. Rhine laughed. Please. I've been asked worse things. Just Rhine will do. My strength is variable, but for this fight, I'll be using the Nomad Mark III. I don't have a core of my own yet, although I was interested in talking to a cultivator about that. You form your own cores, don't you? Zyver nodded.
But, begging your pardon, if you don't have a core, how can you manage in a fight?
Rhine tapped her suit. This baby's built with 5 onboard inert dungeon cores at Tin 9, a mana battery equal to a bronze mage back home, and several physics-based weapon systems based on Earth designs and enchanted to rare quality. Outside this suit, I'm literally just an 18-year-old Elif with a spicy attitude. In here, I'm able to go toe-to-toe with a god back home. She waited for the reactions, basking in the shock, then sighed. Unfortunately, the gods back home were pathetic by the rest of the universe's standards. Soloing a Keldoran god is like soloing a dungeon boss on most other worlds. But still, this suit held against Vaisala and Rav working together, so you can count me as equal to their combined strength.
Combined strength? Karen asked, looking from Vaisala to Rav and back again.
Vaisala motioned, and Rav walked over. The armor mimic detached from the lycanthrope and flowed over to the Striga. "Like this," Vaisala said. "We noticed we're stronger together than we are separate. I can use his mana pool, and he can use my runes. Fighting side by side, our power is additive. Fighting like this, we are multiplicatively strong."
This is math, Rav said proudly. Math is evil, but it is also a source of power, like a demon bond, but with less of a chance to get our souls eaten.
"They can create mob hearts," Zaria said. "Same as me, but not mobs. Thanks to Agnes, they know how to heartcast, dungeon-style spellcasting." Agnes had made sure Zaria and Vaisala knew how to do that. It was, at the end of the day, rather simple. You had to imagine what you wanted the spell to do, and then throw the mob heart straight into the spell effect. It would then do something along the lines of what you wanted, but based on the element of the heart you used. Imagining a vortex of wind and throwing a bird heart into it, for example, had created a burst of feathers that traveled in that path and stuck into targets like arrows. The hard part was keeping the image right in your mind. Vaisala was great at forming the hearts and imprinting her runes on them. However, holding the spell effect in her mind was a struggle for a human brain, and she could only manage basic shapes on her own. Rav couldn't form the hearts and had little imagination beyond ways to bite, but when they were merged, he could keep the image firmly in his mind to shape the spell. It was a powerful combo, especially with whatever heart Rav was actively using for that fight. He'd been in Bird Heart to scout, but was going to use Moon for the fight against Sudara.
"So, you two combined are on par with the Yaga?" Zyver asked.
"Not sure about that one," Vaisala said. "But close enough to not be sure, if that makes sense." Rav detached and went back to his lycanthrope. When they weren't in a fight, the two had taken to mostly being separate. They liked being fully in control of their own bodies.
"How long until this servitor gets here?"
Zyver asked, focused on the practical. "We'll spot him coming from miles away," Zaria said. "So not today. Only reason you slipped close without being spotted was because you were a small group. If Sudara comes with only 4 warriors for backup, he's still nearly my size. We'll see him. And," Rhine added, "now that you all are here and we know there's a couple of weeks before any land-based backup arrives, I can set up a few crossbow turrets. No minigun turrets. The local system does not like it when I break out firearms, but I can give us auto bows to add to our defense." "Which does lead to the question of what you 5 really can do," Zaria said. "And I'd like to see that. And I'd like to get a chance to rank up one more time before the fight."
"Which would also let you provide us with loot and help us rank up as well," Zyver said. "Assuming you mean a dungeon run?"
"First group to run my 2nd floor," Zaria said proudly. "I won't promise to make it easy on you all. If you die in there, you would have died during the coming fight anyway. But I have had a haggling assist me in the design of this floor, so it's much better balanced than your last run was."
"Then," Zyver said, finally dismounting, "if you'll show us where we can leave our mounts and get a solid meal and a good night's rest in, we'll be happy to test your dungeon on the morrow."
Zaria was more than happy to show them the way. Chapter 46. The next day, the group assembled in Zaria's entranceway while Zaria, Vaisala, Rav, Rhine, and Agnes crowded around Zaria's crystal ball. Thanks to doors don't work like that, the group wouldn't need to go through the 1st floor. There was a doorway that would skip them straight to the entrance to the 2nd floor. Only Agnes knew what to expect from Zaria's dungeon. Everyone else was going in blind.
"Should be in there,"
Rav muttered for the 3rd time. "We need you to fight alongside these people soon," Vaisala said idly. "That means you have to stop seeing them as food, and they need to stop seeing you as a predator."
"But I am a predator."
"Yes, but they need to not think of that," Vaisala said. She looked at Zaria hopelessly. Zaria knew what to do. "Rav, if they're watching you in the fight, they might get killed when you won't have a chance to eat them. If you wait, they'll run the dungeon again, and you can eat them then." That seemed to mollify the mimic, and Vaisala mouthed, "Thank you," to Zaria. "You could just thank me here," Zaria said in Vaisala's mind. Vaisala jumped like she'd been goosed. Still not used to this, even if I'm getting better at it. Ryan chimed in. You definitely need to practice keeping communication between two people. Vaisala turned red and coughed. Let's stick to speech, she said. Didn't you pick up a new elemental heart after I left, by the way? You never mentioned it. Oh, yes, Zaria said. I went with Cloud. The cauldron effects are nice, but not too fancy. Let me show you. While her current cauldron heart was set to bird, she could recall and project the Cloud options easily. Scry. Activating Scry allows you to reveal an area of your expanded map, letting you pierce the fog surrounding your vision. Revealed area is visible for 1 minute. Once revealed, same area cannot be targeted for 2 hours. 10 mana per use. Cloud modification. Your scry pierces any illusions, as well as any obfuscations created by smoke, smog, ash, mist, or similar impediments. Panic beasts. You can cause a group of up to 5 times tier, currently 10, non-cord animals without a rider you can see, either normally or through scry, to become panicked and flee the area, taking the shortest available route away from the nearest sapient settlement. Any sapient trampled by panicked beasts who suffered lethal damage awards you experience. While the beast's panic can cause other nearby animals to panic as well, experience is only awarded for those panicked by your spell. Wears off after the animal is 1 mile away from any sapient settlement. Panicked beasts gain the benefit of your cauldron's current element, 10 mana per use. Cloud modification. Generates a thunderstorm that takes place over the panicked beasts, following them as they run. You can control the cloud to startle them in a direction you desire, giving you limited control over the direction they head, although they cannot be directed towards the heart of a sapient settlement. Enrage beasts. You can cause a group of up to 2 times tier, currently 4, non-cord animals without a rider you can see, either normally or through scry, to become enraged and violent, taking the shortest available route to the nearest sapient settlement or fissure, and attacking the first sapient or demon it sees. It will not stop attacking until it or the sapient are dead. Any sapient or demon trampled by enraged beasts who suffered lethal damage awards you experience. While the beast's rage can cause other nearby animals to act erratically as well, experience is only awarded for those enraged by your spell. Spell lasts until the enraged beast has been slain or 10 minutes have passed, whichever comes first. Enraged beasts gain the benefit of your cauldron's current element, 10 mana per use. Cloud modification. Generates a thunderstorm that takes place over the enraged beasts, following them as they run. Whenever an enraged beast bites an adversary, the foe will be struck with lightning, in addition to the damage. A cursed cackle. Your barbamorph points at the target and cackles. The target is afflicted by an attack associated with your chosen element. Current effect, Cloud. Fog surrounds the target, blinding them. Any creature with whom you share a bond can see through this fog as though it isn't present. Curse the land. An area of vegetation, 20 times tier, currently 40, square feet becomes cursed and hostile to any sapient or animal that enters it. It takes twice as long for any being to cross this cursed terrain as plants try to constrain their movement. Your Striga is not impacted by this curse, though other allied sapients may be. Lasts 1 minute. 10 mana per use. Cloud modification. A storm covers an area outside the cursed land of 100 times tier, currently 200 feet. The wind of this storm attempts to push creatures that escape the cursed land back into the cursed area, and visibility is reduced by 50%. New. Sieging Gale. A howling wind and deep clouds covers an area of 100 times tier, currently 200 feet. Structures within the gale take 200% bonus damage, stacks with other effects that deal bonus damage to structures, and rubble within the gale is picked up and hurled randomly at nearby structures to generate more rubble. Sapients are not directly targeted by the rubble if an intact structure remains in the area. Once no intact structures remain, the sieging gale will then target sapients. If a fissure is present within the gale, the sieging gale will target the fissure with 50% of the generated rubble until no intact structure remains, then will use all available rubble. Sieging Gale will be nice for Calbora, Vaisala said. Zaria nodded. I didn't use any cloud elemental hearts on this floor, just bird and moon. But there's definitely some fun potential with the cloud element for heart casting, and creating some interesting mimic and lycanthrope variants. Zaria grinned at the memory of a candleman turning into a cloud and reforming on the other side of a room. It was a wonderful trick. Before she could explain, however, she felt movement and motion for silence. "They're going in." The door the group took let them bypass the first floor and go to the second. They stepped out into a room that had been designed with the idea of an entrance in mind. The floor was 2 sweeping staircases leading upwards in wide arcs to a balcony. On top of the balcony stood a single armored figure looking down at them. The entire room was covered with hatches and doors, but only the double doors at the top of the stairs looked important.
"Only one mob?" Zyver asks.
"Mimics, remember?" Brenna said through gritted teeth. "Every candle, chair, desk, box, this entire room could be made of things that want to eat us. Not to mention whatever is hiding behind those doors." Andra glared at the objects in question. The group clustered closer together, looking at the room.
"All right," Zyver said. "Elena, anything that could work as a mimic, shoot it."
Elena nodded, but her forehead furrowed. "Hold on, something else is off. You feel that, right?" Uneasy nods all around. Elena took a deep breath, then lightly leapt upwards. The jump should have only taken her a foot in the air. Instead, it launched her several times that distance, getting a shocked scream from her and gasps from the party. She kicked her feet a few times as she came down, landing softly. "Gravity is lighter in here," Elena said once she regained her footing. She looked flushed, not scared, but elated. "Oh, this is going to be fun."
"Just be careful how you move," Zyver said. "Definitely take your shots now."
And the group just stood there as Olena methodically shot every object in the room, save the armor standing at the top of the stairs. They needn't have bothered, but Zaria wasn't going to tell them that. It was funny to watch them shoot random objects in the room, wasting arrows that might be important later.
"All right," Zyver finally said. "Looks like it's just the one mob. Let me pull it down to me. Watch those hatches. Something could pop out."
Zyver raised his shields, then grabbed one by the rim and stared at the mimic at the top of the stairs. Zyver pivoted on one foot, spinning himself in a full circle, and hurled his shield like a disc. It slammed into the armor at the top of the stairs, knocking the creature back, and the shield then bounced impossibly back to Zyver's hand. Strings of ki Zaria could barely see bound Cultivator to the shield, and she couldn't help but admit to being impressed. The creature at the top of the stairs reared back and howled as the helm of the armor slipped open to reveal the tentacles of a lesser Isdraian lycanthrope mage. At the same time, the center of the armor split open to reveal the mouth of the armor mimic, and 2 crossbow mimics popped up over the creature's shoulders. A final sword mimic unfurled from the base of the tail, arching over the mob's head like a scorpion's tail. "What in the name of Fenestrath's lost testes is that?" Vaisala said in shock. "Since I can combine my mobs, Agnes and I had the idea of making a mini-boss. It's just 5 normal copper mobs, so it's a fair fight, but they're working together." "I call it a merge mimic," Agnes said proudly. "We're working on the name," Zaria said softly, when Vaisala giggled. The merge mimic leapt from the balcony, howling as it descended toward Zyver. Olena let loose with her bow as Brenna swung her broom, releasing orbs of green flame with each swing. The creature returned fire with the uncommon crossbow mimics on its shoulders, forcing Zyver to protect his party as Karen and Vandra sought cover and waited for the monster to get into melee. The slow fall off the reduced gravity of this room, gravity on par with what Rhine claimed would be the right gravity for Isdra, gave the merge mimic plenty of time to shoot and be shot at. But the creature was skilled in evading as it descended in the reduced gravity. Zaria had made it practice. It landed in front of Zyver and lashed out. Now the two were engaged in a proper melee. Karen could step in, his serpentine mount coming out from under him to circle around behind the merge mimic. If this had been a normal mob, the 3 of them would have made quick work of it. But the lycanthrope's claws kept Zyver on the back foot, and Karen had to advance through a hail of crossbow fire. His serpent hissed and lunged in, only to rear back as the sword mimic on the merged creature lashed out. "At least it's a straight-up fight," Vaisala said. "Tank and spank from here. Those are all uncommon mimics. They don't have special abilities." You're right about that last part, Zaria said. But not the first. Just wait until they kill one of the mobs. The wait wasn't long. Juggling the aggro of the mobs meant Zyver was the first to realize what was going on and was quick to have Brenna and Olena focus down one of the crossbows while he and Karen kept the main body busy. Neither of them escaped that unscathed, but Andrew was there to smack them back to health the moment they took an injury. Otherwise, the healer kept a bit further back than before, not directly engaging in the fight. She was playing it smarter than she had last time. The moment the crossbow mimic died, the lycanthrope howled and leapt back from Zyver.
"We've got him running," Zyver shouted,
and leapt to travel after the mob. The cultivator had phenomenal control over his body for a brand new gravity well. That unique advancement style must have benefited him in that regard. It didn't matter. Right before the lycanthrope hit the wall, the hatch behind him snapped open. The lycanthrope went through the hatch, which slammed shut before Zyver could reach. Moments later, the trapdoor on the floor next to Andra snapped open, and the lycanthrope came flying up from it, lashing out with a couple quick slashes on the healer and a crossbow bolt that caught Karen in the shoulder. The group pivoted, exclaiming in shock, but the armor mimic had unfurled a pair of wings granted by its bird heart. It wasn't strong enough to fly, even in this reduced gravity. It was plenty strong to work with the momentum of the earlier jump and carry the group of mimics to the next door.
"Doors don't work that way,"
Karen shouted, when the lycanthrope burst out of an entirely different wall a half-second later. Zaria laughed and gave Agnes a nod of acknowledgement. "You called it," she said. Agnes preened. "When I'm right, I'm right." She caught Faisala and Ryan's looks. Rav was focused on the battle with a predatory intensity, but the other two women were confused. Abilities with names like Doors Don't Work Like That or Bigger on the Inside often get their names because adventurers shout exclamations along those lines when encountering the ability for the first time. The lycanthrope had landed and charged toward Zyver again. Each time they kill a mimic, the main body will go through 5 doors and attack a random party member each time, Zaria said to Vaisala. Agnes showed me how to manage the temporary aggro drop. It keeps healers busy, Vaisala said, and spreads out damage. But if the group panics, they'll die. Zaria nodded. I'm glad I never encountered a fight like this with a bad group, Vaisala said after a moment. You're going to get a lot of healers running out of runes on this room. That's the point, Zaria said. I wanted this room to test their ability to manage their healing effectively, because of Broil. He has a lot of AoE damage, Vaisala said, realizing where Zaria was going with this. If healers overheal often, they'll wipe on Broil. And while that's good experience, I'd rather kill half the group in this room and have the other half come back to die later, Zaria said. Plus, I figured Miss Beat You to Life down there would be cautious with her healing runes. She was, to the benefit of the group. No one died after the second crossbow mimic went down, and the lycanthrope started to once again leap through doors that took it across the room at impossible angles. After that, they focused all their fire on the armor mimic, trying to kill the main body before it could escape to hop through the doors a third time. The lycanthrope almost managed to escape to a door again before the armor died, but Zyver caught it in the back of the leg with another thrown shield. When the lycanthrope leapt out again, it was carrying the sword mimic as an actual blade. With only 2 left, the remaining fight went quickly. Yet the group was still tired and had burned through more runes than they'd expected. Once they celebrated and gathered the shards that the mobs had dropped, they almost immediately started to debate going on to the next room. Zaria waited. They hadn't noticed the other thing to change in the room when the merge mimic had died. Wait, Olena said. Up by the door. There's a chest. The group sprung to their feet, ready for a fight. Zaria enjoyed laughing at the slow, careful way they approached the chest. Not because it was dumb. It was a very smart call. But because she knew there was no danger there. Zyver got up to the chest and, with one foot, carefully kicked it open. Brenna let out a delighted sound and clapped her hands. Inside the chest was more coins than the mobs had dropped, as well as a single random item, in this case, a bouncing shortbow. Olena stepped forward, her eyes wide as she picked up the weapon. My first magic weapon, she said, holding it reverently.
The dungeon is dropping magic items, Karen said to Zyver. We have to try the next room. Loot lust has killed more parties than all the bosses in the world, Zyver said primly. Mandra gave him a glare. Good for them. I want a magic item. I was promised one, Brenna said firmly. Obviously not the bow. That's useless in my hands, but come on, Zyver. Zyver scratched his chin. There's no group waiting for us. Dungeon, will you allow Olenna to apply her new runes to this bow without respawning the beasts we just fought? Zaria considered for a moment, then told Agnes to take her message to them. It wasn't worth moving her body. Tell them yes, she said, but only because we're expecting enemies any day now. And I want to see this next room in action. Then she settled back into watch. The next room, that was more exciting to her than the fight with Broyle. She knew how Broyle fought, but this was something no other dungeon had likely done before. Chapter 47. The only person who didn't gasp upon seeing the next room was Agnes, who had helped Zaria design it. The idea had been entirely Zaria's. Dungeons could control the strength of gravity in their dungeon, up to a point. Not even a platinum dungeon was strong enough to overwrite the gravity of an entire planet. Ascended dungeons could possibly do that, but they'd have to be so powerful they were basically myths. However, Zaria wasn't fully on a planet. Her dungeon was partially extra-dimensional, and by carefully tucking this entire room, Zaria had been able to ensure no part of this area overlapped with local reality at all, meaning the gravity of the planet had no sway here. Only Zaria's rules applied. So, what she'd built here was a room that was as wide and long as she could manage, 100 feet in both directions. She'd stylized it to look like a dining hall, but then she'd ripped up the floor and walls and ceiling, replacing them with an illusion of floating rocks surrounding the room like what she'd imagined the world would look like standing on one of Shatter's orbs. The walls and ceiling and floor were now floating in this weightless void, giving the impression that a smaller dining room had started to explode, and then halfway there, the fragments of the room had stopped to hover in place. Each segment had its own gravitational field. It would hold someone in place as well as standing on solid ground. But if you jumped with intent, that field would release you, letting you fly through space to reach one of the other chunks. If you missed and headed towards the illusionary void, the image of a rock would float by you, and you'd hit that when you hit the wall or ceiling. It maintained the illusion you were in empty space. Among the floating segments were lycanthropes, leaping back and forth with practiced ease. There were also a few crate mimics and candlemen scattered about, to make sure that at no point could the group count on a safe landing. It's full of stars, Brenna said breathlessly. The doorway had opened onto a platform that looked like it was floating attached to nothing. On the other side of the room was another door. Andrew leaned over to the edge of the platform they were on, looking down. Oh, is that what we look like? This had required talking to Rhine. She had seen worlds from such an altitude before. Below them stretched out an aerial view of the world. From so high up, it was possible to see the way it curved. So high up, it really felt like you were getting a view of the planet from one of the floating rocks of Shatter. Zyver took a careful jump, falling as he would in normal gravity. Then he looked at one of the floating wall segments overhead, one with a window. "One moment," Zyver said, and then, looking at it, leapt up. The false gravity in this room let him slip away, streaking upwards towards the wall segment. He flipped as gravity asserted itself, then kicked off hard and sent the segment spinning. "The window shows the normal ground outside," he said, flipping again as he returned to the party. "That's interesting. So, we have to take down the lycanthropes and watch for whatever mimics she has hidden, but do so while navigating an environment without gravity." "How do we even refer to directions?" Karen asked. "What's down? What's up?" "Not much. How about you?" Olenna said without hesitation. Karen shot her a glare, and she stuck out her tongue at him. "Oh yeah, they're definitely siblings," Rhine said with a grin that was both amused and sad.
You speak from experience, Vaisala said, letting the implied question hang in the air. Kind of. My mom died young. My sister took over that role. We never really got to be sisters, and I haven't seen her in, 3 months, Keldora local. About 2 years from my perspective. Ryan let out a huff of air. Should stop by and check on her. It's just so much. I'm hoping to the heavens that Shatter has the answers I'm looking for. If it does, Zaria trailed off, checking on the group. They were still debating how to best proceed. If it does, and you go, you should take me. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Oh? It's our moon, Zaria said. Someone from here should be present, and I want to see this through. I want to know what's going on up there. She paused, remembering that she had jumped several steps ahead. Assuming Vaisala and Rav are fine with going. No way I'm missing out on being the first woman to walk on the moon, Vaisala said. Well, first mortal woman, since I'll be riding you there.
I do want to find out if I can eat part of a moon, Rav said thoughtfully.
Assuming I can go there, and I do, I'll make sure to bring you, among others. Ryan trailed off again. I think I'll need all the help I can get, she finally said. Before Zaria could respond to that, the group started to move. They decided to treat the planet below them as down, and everything else went from there. I'd have gone with the other door being down personally, Ryan said, since it'll be like you're trying to fall towards it. And if they find a second door, that gets tricky, Vaisala said. Ryan nodded to grant the point. Zaria took a moment to mentally replay the group's plan, then grinned. Oh, this should be interesting. The group gathered together, collectively took a deep breath, then leapt, straight for the door on the far side of the room. Zyver laid himself flat, his stomach facing the planet below. Andra wrapped her legs around his waist and held out her arms. Karen's serpent mount curled around the pair as Karen placed himself back to back with Andra, his sword held high. Brenna and Olenna held out their ranged weapons, covering the right and left respectively, and the serpent locked into place by biting its own tail. What are they doing? Vaisala asked herself. She didn't need to wait long. One of the lycanthropes leapt into range. Immediately, Brenna and Olenna let loose with their ranged attacks as Zyver threw his shields. They all struck the lycanthrope, the impact driving the creature back. It spread its wings. All 3 lycanthropes in here had bird hearts and could fly perfectly in the zero gravity. Or so Zaria had thought. But knowing how to fly without gravity was a very different skill set than flying while attacks were driving you backwards. The lycanthrope twisted and howled, trying to find a way to move forward. But every time it gained distance with its wings, Brenna's blasts or Zyver's shield drove it back, while Olenna's arrows landed home. The commotion aggroed a second lycanthrope, which took wing straight for the group. They didn't stop focusing on the first target. Instead, both Zyver's shield and Olenna's arrows started to bounce to hit the second target the entire time. But there was a rule of the universe. For every force you exert, you put an equal force on yourself. All 3 sets of attacks should have driven the group backwards. That was where Andra and Karen came in. Their ranged attacks were weaker in terms of system damage. Karen could only slash to create a thin stream of air to hit his target, and Andra had apparently selected the air element for her bronze affinity, and her beams of light took on a whirling pattern. However, both attacks moved air directly, which meant they propelled the group through the room far faster than the attacks outward pushed them back. It also meant when the third lycanthrope tried to circle around the group, they could just redirect their attacks to it. It didn't kill the werewolf, but it did push it far enough back an illusionary rock had to intervene when it hit what was actually the wall. That didn't mean the group took no hits. These were the mages, not the warriors, and they returned fire with swirling blasts of feathers that sliced like razors. The feather-based attacks, however, pushed hard against the air, and as such, kept propelling the lycanthropes out of position. Even as a lucky blast from one of the lycanthropes hit Zyver in the eye, forcing Andra to spend a higher-rank healing rune to repair the damage, Zaria could tell this would be an easy room clear for the group. You were right, Agnes said, bowing to Zaria apologetically. We did need a couple crossbow mimics in the room for if a group tried that. You know a lot about dungeon craft, Zaria said. But I know how recklessly foolish people can be. Give them a stupid but direct path somewhere, and they'll slam their heads against the brick wall you put in their way before considering that they could just walk around. And this wall? Made of paper. I'm going to kill them if they survive broil, Vaisala muttered under her breath. This could have easily gotten them all dead. What was I ever thinking? That a stupid plan that works isn't, Zaria said. How do I teach him that is a terrible life philosophy, Vaisala said, mostly aloud.
I have an idea,
Rav said. Vaisala rubbed the bridge of her nose. Eating him is not going to help.
I no longer have an idea.
Rav sighed and crossed his arms.
I can eat the reclaimers when they show up, right?
Mid-fight only, but yes, Zaria said. If we get prisoners, let me interrogate them and toss them in the ovens for the bonuses.
Fine,
Rav grumbled. Ryan spoke up. If you spare any Drake Enterprises employees you get your hands on, I'll go to another world, find some life form that doesn't exist anywhere on this planet, and bring it for you to eat instead. Rav sat up abruptly.
We are taking all Drake Enterprises employees alive,
Rav said firmly. Then he paused.
What's a Drake Enterprises employee? Can I call them a D for short?
Call them a D's, Ryan said. There was a smile on her face. But only if you promise to call them a D's to their face. Then I'm going to give you something to say to them. Trust me, the confusion will be worth it. Rav nodded.
I do not understand, strange one, but I want the new life to eat, so I will obey.
Good. Ryan looked at Zaria and Vaisala. I know it's only if possible, but I can offer a different bribe for you. Some samples of ores I've gathered from a few different worlds. You'll be able to duplicate mithril, orichalcum, veridite, adamant, and probably a couple others. And cold iron? Zaria asked. After what happened with Panara, some of the metal known as Faebane was tempting. I can get you some, but dungeons can't make more. I can explain the physics later. It's actually fascinating. Zaria was happy for that bribe. Just in time. The group had cleared the room and were making short work of the last mage. She spawned the treasure chest that would provide their loot. Given everything that was coming, she cheated just a bit here. No reason not to give the entire group magic items. It was difficult. She was technically letting them get more out of the room than they put in, and both the rules of magic and her own subconscious strained against it, like she was a woman trying to eat her own feet while standing guard. But she could justify it to her mind as a reward for a clever strategy. And since this had all taken place in her own pocket dimension, the rules of magic were easier to overwrite. We're gonna get to see them fight Broil, Vaisala said eagerly. I want to see what his moon powers can do. You'll get to see it, but probably not now, Ryan said, staring into her lens. Zaria, we've got movement. 10 clicks north of here. What's a click? Zaria asked, pulling up her map and looking over at her cauldron. Sorry, looking at about 6 miles. Zaria scried on the area Ryan indicated. Sure enough, there they were. Sudara towered over the group, easily the largest creature present and clearly the one leading things. With him were a dozen creatures with the heads of men and women, the bodies of cheetahs, wings like a bat's, and tails that ended in spike balls. Manticores. Another dozen chimera present were the result of some awful experimentation with different forms. They had the arms of a mantis shrimp and the jaws of a stag beetle, and their bodies were covered in chitin. But they were built like gorillas, with the flat head of a hammerhead shark over those snapping mandibles. These were called siege beetles. Bet they do bonus damage to structures, Zaria muttered. Every mob she could see was bronze tier, and had ruin as one of their elements. That would have been bad enough. Each of those mobs would be the equal of Vaisala, Broil, or Rav individually. 5 of them were a threat to Zaria, Vaisala, and Rav merged, or Rhine. And that wasn't counting Sudara. It also wasn't counting the group in Zaria's dungeon, but only their healer was bronze. We have the Serpent World mob still, Zaria said, thinking out loud. 24 bronze mobs, and Sudara would have been a manageable fight. But they weren't alone. With them were 3 full bronze groups of reclaimers, each of the same overall class composition: Paladin Tank, Saint Healer, and some Mastery of the Mage, Archer, and an unknown class to round out their 3 damage dealers. The ranged damage dealers and healers were all present with a bound demon. The warrior masteries held what had to be firearms. That would be the Drake Enterprises people Ryan wanted alive. None of them had demons, but their strange weapons would give them powers of their own. And that unknown class of theirs was called an Apocalypse Knight, which was evocative, if nothing else. But worse, the paladins didn't have demons. Each of them instead had a pulsing red aura surrounding them, and a pair of eyes emerging from their foreheads. They were ones that had merged fully with their demons then. Not quite on par with a bronze boss, but more dangerous than the others by a long distance. Zaria wondered if everything they had present could take on the 3 paladins in Sudara. The mobs and regular group members and demons were almost irrelevant at that point. "This is going to be bad," Zaria said. "Not impossible. Rhine and Vaisala merged with Rav can probably maintain aerial superiority. I can throw a couple of Cloud Candlemen in the mix with Bird Heart armor mimics. The lightness of the cloud element will help the bird armor keep the pairs in the air. If we can force the manticores out of the sky, that gives us an edge that they may not be able to match."
At least it won't get worse,
Rav said. "Oh, no," Vaisala groaned as Ryan looked at Rav and slapped her hand over her eyes.
What did I do?
Rav asked. "You never tempt fate like that," Agnes said.
Why?
Rav asked. Before anyone could answer, an alert popped up across Vaisala's vision. "New major fissure detected. Time until opening, 6 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Zaria sighed as the alert changed. "Time until opening, 5 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Because, Zaria said, fate is a vindictive bitch. We got a major fissure just south of town. They must have sent a group around." Questions raced through Zaria's mind. How? How were they opening fissures? How did this keep happening? Was she wrong about them opening fissures and it just happened to coincide? Or was something else going on? Zaria pushed those thoughts down. Right now, the only how that mattered was how they were going to survive the incoming attack. "Rhine, get some drones there. Vaisala, get in the dungeon and grab the group. I'm going to start making mobs. We're about to be between a rock and a demonic place." "But which is which?" Vaisala muttered. Zaria wished she had a good answer for that. Chapter 48. Vaisala brought the party up to the tower atop Zaria's dungeon, where Zaria had expanded the space around her crystal ball to accommodate the new arrivals. Vaisala had given them all the information they'd need about the upcoming fight on the way up, and just as they walked into Zaria's presence, she added, "No one would blame you if you decided to flee." Zaria actually would have, but understood that this was one of those things humans said to each other to make everyone involved feel better. "We're staying," Zyver said. The rest of his party nodded. "Not sure how much use will be, though." "We can help with that," Zaria said. "I am actively summoning mimic armor for the rest of you, each with an onboard weapon mimic that's ranged or melee depending on your abilities. We know that weird cores and mimics can work well together. All of these mimics have a moon heart, so you'll get some interesting powers from the merger, and you should be able to share your runes with them." "I can show you all how to best work with the armor," Vaisala added. "What about Zyver?" Brenna asked. "We don't know how mimic armor will interact with cultivation," Zaria said. "And frankly, we don't have the time to find out." "Which is where I come in," Rhine said. "I've got a suit of armor that I'm not using. It's powered by divine energy, not dungeon mana. From everything I've read, ki and divine power are highly compatible." Zyver nodded. "I've never worked with a divine artifact before, but I know it's doable." "Don't get your hopes too high," Rhine said. "This isn't going to be on the same level of power you're probably imagining for divine artifact, but it'll be enough to let you compete at bronze. And the onboard Arev is going to be faster to respond to how your body moves than a mimic will. Which means the 5 of you will functionally be bronze, except for Andra. Zaria looked at the healer. You are just bronze, and I don't think my copper mimics will take you up to silver equivalent. You'll be what I've taken to thinking of as bronze plus, able to fight a bronze and demon pair, but not one of their purified paladins. At the opening of the fight, we need everyone to focus down one of those paladins, whichever one is foremost in their ranks. If you have ranged attacks, launch everything you can at one of those paladins.
Why? Zyver asked.
Because I can turn the fight around if we narrow the field that way, Zaria said, evading a direct answer. She had a plan for the paladins, but if she told the group of mortals about it, they might balk. Vaisala had agreed. Sapients could be picky about certain things, and this group didn't have time for scruples. The survivors will be for me and Rav, Vaisala said, holding out her arm for the mimic servitor to slide over. We can take them 2-on-1. The hard part will be getting them away from their group. That's where you'll come in, Zaria said to Andra and Zyver. You are the only one here who could keep them busy.
We're supposed to let them fight alone? Karen asked.
Yes, Zaria said firmly. Not win. Just be a tank and healer, keeping each other alive. The group you'll be up against will have no tanks themselves, which means they'll have no interrupts. As long as Zyver can protect Andra, and Andra can heal Zyver, you two, plus the possible backup she could hopefully give them from that first downed paladin, but there was no need to mention that, can last long enough for Vaisala and Rav to get back. And what about us? Olenna asked. Well, not really ask. It was a snap. You 3 will be busy. You 3, the 4 bronze snakes, and Rhine are going to be dealing with the mobs. All of them. I can hold aggro, Rhine said. But I don't have the damage output to kill them all before I run out of power. You'll be making sure I take things down fast enough. Just target my primary target and stay away from any clusters of enemies. If they group up, I can launch explosives if you stay clear. Sestmir's mobs will follow normal aggro rules, which is why we can't throw them against the humans right now. Area of effect attacks are going to be our bread and butter here, Zaria said. So, Andra and Zyver are going to 2-man all the demon-bound reclaimers? Brenna crossed her arms and furrowed her brow. Help me understand how that makes sense. Rhine will have some drones helping them, but they're not doing a 2-man fight, Zaria said. I may be able to throw some backup their direction. It was one of the 2 options, and Zaria pulled up her map. First of all, we're in luck. There's another flock of bale hens about a mile this way.
Why is that lucky? Zyver asked,
his face a mask of confusion. Because of one of my cauldron spells. If I use a bird heart, I can send them into a rage and use a lycanthrope to lure them back to the fight. They'll attack indiscriminately, but with more reclaimers than you 2 in the fight, odds favor you. But you can't guarantee that, Brenna said, reflexively tightening and loosening her hands. Tell me you have something better. Zaria nodded. The reclaimers opened the fissure on the other side of town. They can't control the demons, just open the door. I'm sending a pair of lycanthropes. They're fast and agile. Their goal is the same as the one that's going to lure the bale hens, to lead the demons that come out around the town behind the reclaimer lines. At that point, the demons may target you 2, since they're smarter than chickens, but Andra and Zyver need to disengage the moment the demons show up. You just need to distract the reclaimers long enough.
If both of those fail, what's our fallback plan? Zyver asked.
Try to die as slowly as possible, Zaria said bluntly. The longer it takes you to die, the more of the rest of your party we might be able to save. Zaria felt bad with this bit of manipulation, but she'd chosen Zyver and Andra for this assignment deliberately. Tanks and healers. If any members of a party were going to allow themselves to die to save others, it was those 2. The rest of the party would gripe, but Zaria knew they'd take the possibility of death in stride. And what are you doing during all of this? Andra asked. Sudra. A couple smirks popped up, and Zaria glowered. I mean, I'll be keeping him in a fight against me. My goal is simple. I have to take out that fissure and keep Sudra busy. He hates Zaria, Vaisala added. He'll be focused on her, which means there's a chance she can make this work. Why does he hate her? Brenna asked. She talked to him a lot, Vaisala said. Ah, I see, Brenna said.
She also did math at him,
Rav said, opening the eyes on Vaisala's spaulders, then looking around before adding a conspiratorial whisper.
Counted all the way to 50,
he said, in a tone that made it clear he believed that was one of the most terrible things Zaria had ever done. If we're done being absurd, Zaria said. Never, but go on. Zaria glared at Rhine, but the Elif's grin was unwavering. Ideally, I can toss Sudara through the fissure and force it closed before he gets through. Less ideally, I can close it, grab the major fissure core, and get an upgrade that lets me overpower him. Worst case scenario, I die, and you all die with me. So many of these plans seem to end with us all dying, Olenna muttered. Zaria looked at Vaisala, who nodded. Zaria took a deep breath before going on. She really didn't want to do this. She was certain the group would turn tail and run, but Vaisala believed it would help. Because that's the likely outcome. The only person likely to survive is the Elif, and that's because she'll abandon us if we're going to lose. Nothing personal, Rhine said. But this isn't my fight, and if I can't help you salvage this mess, I've got higher priorities. I'll make sure the Coven knows what happens to you at least. So kind, Olenna said, but without much rancor. We're outnumbered, Zaria said. I need to keep most of my mimics on hand to ensure I have a summer snow fart's chance against Sudara, which means, functionally, they make up one unit with me. On top of being outnumbered, we're underpowered for this fight. It's very likely we all die, and I do not have a clever plan to turn things in our favor. I have gambits, and desperate hopes, and an absolute willingness to eat everything in our way, but that's it. We haven't even counted on the threat posed by Drake Enterprise soldiers, and who knows what kind of demons will be joining the fray and what they'll target first. We're fucked, Vaisala added, keeping things blunt. There's no way every one of us survives this. If we're lucky, some of us might survive. But most likely, Sestmir's world boss arrives and finds our bodies. Why fight then? Karen asked. Why not just run? The portal, Zaria said, then motioned for Rhine to go on. We don't know how close Lidiva's area of influence is. He could beat Sestmir here, and clearly, he feels this portal is needed for their plans. Rhine chewed her lip for a moment, then plunged ahead. Whatever they have at their base, it's not a portal like this one. It doesn't reach to other worlds, or they wouldn't need this one, which means Lidiva has a plan for it, and no matter how strong Sestmir is, no dungeon can usurp another's area of influence. And we're afraid we know what that plan is. He's the only one of his unique dungeon species on this world, Zaria said. But if he brings another here, they could procreate. An invasive species of dungeons, Rhine said. Do you know what impact an invasive predator species has on local prey populations? I'm guessing it's not good, Olenna said. The prey species go extinct, Rhine said gravely. Now, what is a dungeon's prey? Karen scoffed. They don't have prey. You're not convincing me. I know damn well dungeons don't need to eat. Oh, but we do, Zaria said, looking at him closely. My mimics hunger, and I must feed on experience to grow. Sapients are my prey. You're already dealing with one invasive species, Rhine said softly, putting her hand on Karen's shoulder. The demons at least can't just treat you like prey. But add to that a predatory, expansive dungeon species? Out on the edge, where your species is weakest? How do you think that ends for the sapient peoples of this world? Karen stared at her for a moment, then slumped. So we win, or the world ends, he said glumly. No, Zaria said. We don't know what Lidiva wants. That's just the worst-case scenario. It could be he wants to flood the edge with puppies from the plane of elemental snuggles. But I don't plan on finding out. One thing, Olenna said. Tell me that plane exists. Elemental snuggles. Tell me that's real, even if you're lying, so I can die believing that's where my soul goes there. Of course it's real, Zaria lied. Thank you, Olenna said. Now, Zaria said, Any other objections? Long-winded explanations? In-depth dives for how things work? Zyva raised a hand.
What about the other worlds? Can we get back up through the portal?
I sent messages to any powerful faction I've dealt with that could conceivably help, even if they likely won't, Rhine said. The Factory of Keldora, the Dinosaur Dungeon of the Woven World, the Tide Collar of the Artificers Guild, the Guildmaster of the Hunters Guild, and others. But this world runs incredibly fast relative to others right now. Odds are, by the time they even are able to read the message, weeks will have passed here. Any other questions? Zaria said, after that revelation had time to sink in. No one asked for any. Good. I finished with your mimics. Go get ready. Say your goodbyes. If you have any notes for loved ones you want delivered, give them to Rhine. And then get back here in time for Sudara's arrival. She checked her scry. And if anyone has a brilliant plan I've missed, do tell me. I'd rather we win than I die a second time. No one made a motion, and Zaria dismissed them. Everyone but Agnes left to engage in preparations. You don't really believe that about Litova, do you? Agnes said. The invasive species, end of the world stuff, I mean. No, Zaria said. I just don't want him or the Reclaimers to have this gate. They want it. That's enough for me to keep it from them, even if it kills me, which I will admit I hope it won't. Agnes nodded slowly. So why tell the Coven that you believe it? Because there's two possibilities in this fight. Zaria focused on an object in her dungeon, carelessly discarded by Rhine. The Elif probably wouldn't mind Zaria borrowing it, and even if she did, well, that was a problem for future Zaria. One is that we win. Then no one knows what the Reclaimers would have done anyway, and I look correct. The other is, we die. Then everyone who heard me speak will be too dead to be angry that I lied. Zaria took a deep breath. But if we win and only some of them survive, then they get to believe those that died sacrificed their lives to save the world, not to satisfy a dungeon's stubborn refusal to surrender. The former, that is a death mortals write songs about. The latter, that's a death that makes mortals resentful and angry. And if you lose and only some die and your fears don't happen? Zaria shrugged and absorbed the object she needed from Rhine. A notification of new mimic discovery flashed across Zaria's vision. 20 command points. Damn. This better work. I still do believe the Reclaimers need this gate for some reason. It might not be apocalyptic, but them having it will still be bad. Worth trying to stop it. And I'm less worried that we'll lose. Zaria glanced at Agnes. Assuming you're right about the other thing. The thing I'm not supposed to speak of. Right, Agnes said. It's annoying not being able to talk about it, but yeah, I do think I'm right. Zaria nodded. There was no way of knowing what Litova was capable of. Not really. He could be scrying her right now. He could be telepathic to the full extent of that power, able to read the minds of mortals and dungeons alike. He could have sent a mite-sized servitor that was hiding under the table right now, relaying everything Zaria had said. Which is why she was being as careful as possible, to avoid saying aloud that she did have one trick up her sleeve. Deep in her dungeon, where the lycanthropes waited to leap into action, Zaria created a new mimic. To make it uncommon, Zaria would have to sacrifice a total of 40 command. That was 4 less crossbows that could hit 50 lunar bolts. A not insignificant damage reduction. Once again, Zaria thought this new creation had better be worth the cost. But based on what its abilities said it could do, it would be worth the cost and then some. She couldn't win this fight one-on-one, nor could she win with the forces she had mustered. A normal dungeon would be doomed right now. But she was no normal dungeon. She was the Yaga Core. She was, more importantly, the Mimic Dungeon. So she created a mimic, and she had her 3 lycanthropes she was sending to the fissure pick up that mimic and a couple others, put them in sacks, and take them along. There's no chance to even test if it'll work, Zaria said, giving detailed commands to all the mobs before sending them out. It's worth the attempt, Agnes said dutifully. And everything I know about dungeon rules says it will. That was more reassuring than a vague, I think I'm right, so Zaria took it. Then, she said, watching the lycanthropes rush towards the portal, she started making sword and crossbow mimics to prepare for the battle with Sudara, plus a pair of merge mimics for if they were needed. Go on below. You're needed as well. She eyed Zaria again. You're sure about the cauldron switch? You had a bird heart in there for more than 24 hours. Positive, Zaria said. The fight would require she shift from bird to moon midway through. After that, changes would be locked for a day. She'd have to time it perfectly. All right, Agnes said. See you when I'm ready. You still want me to give everyone buff food? Of course, Zaria said. They had plenty, and the buffs were good for the groups to have. Who knows? That extra stamina regeneration may make the difference between life and death. Don't offer human meat to the sapients, though. They get... Agnes laughed. I know, don't worry. That's mimic food. And with that, she descended into the dungeon. Once Agnes was gone, when Zaria was truly alone, she returned to scrying to watch as two forces prepared to crush her into pulp, while in the corner of her vision, a clock counted down to obliteration. Chapter 49. The sound of beating wings filled the air like gathering thunder. The manticores were visible over the walls, but still out of range. Zaria stared at them, the misfit group of adventurers, monsters, and mimics, waiting for the engagement to stop. Several of Rhine's turrets, crossbows that were placed on tripods with mechanical arms arranged to feed bolts into the contraption, were turning to track the manticores, and Zaria's bow mimics were mirroring the automaton's targeting. Here we go, Zaria said. Remember, the area of effect of this spell is going to be just outside of the walls. If you're mortal and you exit, you'll get caught in the effect. She turned to her cauldron and pulled up the menu of spells. Scry. Activating Scry allows you to reveal an area of your expanded map, letting you pierce the fog surrounding your vision. Revealed area is visible for 1 minute. Once revealed, same area cannot be targeted for 2 hours, 10 mana per use. Bird modification. Scry can also be cast through the eyes of an avian creature, allowing you to see what they see and direct where they look. You can command them twice per cast to move to a particular location, and you can see through their vision for up to 10 minutes. Panic beasts. You can cause a group of up to 5 times tier, currently 10, non-cord animals without a rider you can see, either normally or through Scry, to become panicked and flee the area, taking the shortest available route away from the nearest sapient settlement. Any sapient trampled by panicked beasts who suffered lethal damage awards you experience. While the beast's panic can cause other nearby animals to panic as well, experience is only awarded for those panicked by your spell. Wears off after the animal is 1 mile from any sapient settlement. Panicked beasts gain the benefit of your cauldron's current element, 10 mana per use. Bird modification. When used on avian creatures, panic beasts becomes panic flock. It is expanded to 25 times tier, currently 50 birds, and instead of fleeing an area, they will fly randomly through a designated area, creating distractions. When used in this way, all targets must be birds capable of flight with a wingspan less than tier times 1.5, currently 3, feet. Enraged beasts. You can cause a group of up to 2 times tier, currently 4, non-cord animals without a rider you can see, either normally or through Scry, to become enraged and violent, taking the shortest available route to the nearest sapient settlement or fissure, and attacking the first sapient or demon it sees. It will not stop attacking until it or the sapient are dead. Any sapient or demon trampled by enraged beasts who suffered lethal damage awards you experience. While the beast's rage can cause other nearby animals to act erratically as well, experience is only awarded for those enraged by your spell. Spell lasts until the enraged beast has been slain or 10 minutes have passed, whichever comes first. Enraged beasts gain the benefit of your cauldron's current element, 10 mana per use. Bird modification. When used on avian creatures, enraged beasts becomes enraged flock. It is expanded to 5 times tier, currently 10 birds. They behave in all other ways to enrage beasts. When used in this way, all targets must be birds capable of flight with a wingspan less than tier times 1.5, currently 3 feet. Bird mobs impacted by enraged flock gain 50% bonus damage. A cursed cackle. Your Barbamorph points at the target and cackles. The target is afflicted by an attack associated with your chosen element. Current effect, bird. Summons crows to attack the target. Those crows will vanish as soon as the cackle ends. Beings damaged by the crows take 50% increased damage from your mobs, any sentient beings bonded to you, and from any other hostile avian animals. If a creature dies while impacted by a cursed cackle, it will spawn 10 hostile crows of the same tier as you to attack nearby foes. These crows despawn after 1 minute. Curse the land. An area of vegetation, 20 times tier, currently 20 square feet, becomes cursed and hostile to any sapient or animal that enters it. It takes twice as long for any being to cross this cursed terrain as plants try to constrain their movement. Your Striga is not impacted by this curse, though other allied sapients may be. Lasts 1 minute, 10 mana per use. Bird modification. Any avian creature that enters the area impacted by Curse the Land, or the area, 100 times tier, currently 200 feet above the cursed land, is afflicted with enraged beasts, even if they are too large to normally be within your limit. Any avian mobs controlled by yourself or a symbiotic core gain an additional 25% damage. New. Darken the skies. Crows and ravens fill the air overhead, cawing endlessly. Those within a 1,000 times tier, currently 2,000, foot radius of the focal point take light psychic damage. After 1 minute, sapients gain the paranoid debuff, which may cause them to lash out at nearby allies when startled. Chance of lashing out depends on the individual sapient's willpower. Demons in the area of Darken the Skies will detect the heartbeats of the flock overhead, helping to hide any other hearts in the area. 25 mana per use. Special. All bird elemental modifications apply only to creatures that are taxonomically classified as modern-day birds. Primeval avians, or other members of Ave Metatarsalia, cannot be influenced by bird heart-based spells, unless core symbiosis is established with a dungeon core that has an appropriate theme. 3 spells. She'd have to pull this off with 3 spells, then swap over to the Moonheart. Time to move fast. Darken the skies, Zaria intoned, staring at the manticores as a focal point. There was a sound in the distance like cracking thunder, and the sound of cawing filled the air from all direction. Crows and ravens from miles around were flying into the area of the spell, screaming and cawing, and flapping and circling endlessly like a hurricane of feathers. Bolts of dark purple energy started to lance down to the ground like unholy lightning, and where it struck, Zaria knew the mortals below would take that light psychic damage the spell promised. The manticores started to dive, sacrificing altitude to escape the birds overhead. She wasn't done, though. Her scry had already been set up, and she whipped her eyes to it. A flock of bale hens, one like the group she'd fought before, save this group had 3 of the massive birds. Those large ones weren't valid targets for this spell, however. Not if she wanted the full 10 enraged flock granted her. Fortunately, the smaller ones could fly short distances and had a wingspan just small enough for Zaria to work with. The 10 largest bale hens Zaria could impact suddenly looked up with murder in their eyes, crowing in furious hatred. The lycanthrope Zaria had hiding nearby took the cue and started to run. And now that they had a target, the birds gave chase. "Come on," Zaria whispered to herself. "Come on." Then she cheered, unable to stop herself. The rest of the flock had stood there, stunned into silence for a moment, before one of the big bale hens took off, and then the other 2. Soon the entire flock was running across the ground, chasing the lycanthrope and their enraged companions. They'd flee once they got close to the battlefield. The birds weren't stupid enough to attack Sudara or other monsters. Or, at least, they would have fled. "Curse the land," Zaria growled. She targeted an area just in front of the flock, whipping them into a frenzy. One by one, they entered the area, and vines erupted from the ground, grabbing at their ankles and slowing them. At the same time, the extra effect of Curse the Land took over, and the birds enraged, now redoubling their efforts to escape so they could chase the lycanthrope that fled them. She couldn't catch all the bale hens with the spell, but she did get the 3 large ones. At the end of the day, that was what she'd needed. She watched the horizon. One more thing. There. The flock came into view, barely over the horizon. Some of the birds were already turning away when they reached the edge of darkened the skies, and minutes later, the panicked spell effect would drive away every single bale hen that wasn't enraged. Fortunately, she didn't need to worry about that. She just pointed at one of the smaller bale hens and started to cackle. The small chicken exploded seconds later, annihilated by the weak spell that was still being cast by a copper dungeon. 10 copper ravens erupted from the body and started to wheel towards the manticores. Sudara drove his minions onwards, pushing them to reach the walls, but the paranoid debuff of Dark in the Skies had taken a hold of the adventurers in his party, and they were clearly already jumpy. If not for the screams of the birds overhead, they would have spotted the bale hens by now, but at this point, they were almost at the wall, and there were hundreds of feet of cawing birds between them and the incoming demon chickens. "Fire!" Rhine shouted, pushing a button to release her turrets. Everyone with a ranged attack unleashed alongside Rhine's turrets, including one crossbow mimic Zaria had made with the hunting property. It hit one of the paladins, and although he blocked it with his shield, the mark still appeared over his head. Frantically, Zaria swapped over to the Moonheart as everyone used the target to start focusing down the paladin that had been tagged. She poured mana into the cauldron as well, knowing she only had one chance at this and needed every drop of mana she could get for spell work. Right before he fell, Zaria started to cackle. There was barely any time for the spell to have any effect, but she did get it in before he died. He collapsed to the ground, and his party ran past him. Now they were at the wall, and everyone on Zaria's side fell back. Moments before Sudara slammed his goat-horned head into the wall, shattering stone and sending it flying everywhere. Sudara roared and looked straight at Zaria.
"You have finally gone too far, Yagakor. You tried to destroy my heart. I will see you ripped apart and then return your core to my master to impose his will upon. You will spend the rest of eternity as a slave."
"Neat," Zaria said. "Dominate lycanthrope."
"What?"
Sudara asked. He got his answer a half-second later when something appeared, crossing claws with one of the paladins in Sudara's group. A lycanthrope, but this one without the tentacles Zaria had created before. This one was much closer to a classic werewolf, with lupin head and humanoid form, but the large claws of a predator and thick fur covering his body and jutting out from under his fur, and a total of 3 eyes, 2 in the normal wolf placements and 1 in the center of the skull, staring outwards. Spiral was dominant right now, which meant that when the party turned to target the bronze paladin lycanthrope, it teleported away, using the shock of seeing their fallen comrade return as a great hunter to catch the group off guard, and as Zaria had directed, sunk his claws deep into one of the saint healers. The saint drew from his demon with a desperate cry, but the lycanthrope opened its mouth and let loose a spell Zaria had seen before, a mage spell that took the saint's head cleanly off. So, that was the power of the purification process. Zaria quickly glanced at the message in her vision. "Hidden achievement unlocked. True apex predation. Without the aid of a damage source of a higher tier than yours, make a lycanthrope of a target at least 1 tier higher than you and successfully dominate it. Reward, lycanthropic claws, leg upgrade." And with that, as if the death of the saint was some kind of signal, both sides stormed into battle. Zaria turned towards Sudara as he charged, roaring straight for her. She activated the mouths on the side of her house, both tongues lashing out at Sudara as he approached. The behemoth chimera seemed to not even slightly care about the damage he was taking. He slammed the goat head into her front porch, driving Zaria back. She slid through the thick dirt, her talons digging furrows in the ground, as Zaria raised the hands of her bobomorph and quickly created a moon heart. Sudara reared back, preparing a ruin beam, and Zaria hurled the moon heart straight into his face. It exploded, sending Sudara reeling backwards as his heads were engulfed in pale white light. There was a sound of wet slapping sounds as something in the lit area smacked against Sudara's heads, forcing him to stagger back. A trio of manticores swooped between them, Rhine diving after the creatures. The air roared with the sound of her gunfire, and one of the manticores was ripped in half from a stream of metal slugs. But the other two rallied to send a volley of spines at the Elif and drive her back. The brief glimpse of that fight traveled out of sight, and Sudra swung. Zaria leapt back. She had to keep him focused on her, and let loose with a quick slash of her talons. The strike was quicker than she expected, and her claws raised 3 vicious lines of blood on Sudra's chest. The chimera howled, now stepping back in earnest, as both of them stared at Zaria's claws. They looked like they had a moment before, save the actual talons themselves. Those had grown larger, and the edge was serrated, making them more like miniature saws. The lycanthropic claws for her leg. There was no time for it right now, but Zaria was certain if she looked at the spiral lycanthrope paladin, he'd have the same claws. Speaking of which, that paladin had joined Zyver and Andra in their fight against the larger group, Animal Fury and Paladin Healing adding to the abilities of the 2 copper adventurers. They were outnumbered 3-1, but Andra was keeping her 2 tanks alive, and the lycanthrope paladin was throwing out heals on Zyver and Andra in quick bursts as he ripped into one of his former party members. Then Vaisala and Rav stepped into view. Vaisala leapt as the 2 demon-bonded paladins swung for her, not just with the normal sword strikes of a paladin, but with slashes that trailed flame that seemed to be borrowed from the warrior or rogue class. Possibly the latter, given how fast their blades moved. Vaisala and Rav were faster, but barely, leaping up and diving between the 2 strikes. Vaisala spun mid-leap, lashing out with a backhand from her spork with one hand and a cloud heart from the other. The hurled heart caught one paladin in the chest, detonating and engulfing him in a cloud that blinded him and did something to make him cough. She caught the other with her spork, detonating the impact rune and sending him flying. She moved to pursue, but Rav growled a warning. The one that had been in the cloud came charging out, using what had to be a monk movement technique to travel that fast at bronze. Without turning around, Vaisala dropped into a crouch. She spun, hard, and hit the paladin in the knees with the spork as his blade passed over her head. Just as the blow took him completely off his feet, Vaisala sprung up. She swung the spork overhead, landing on the paladin's stomach and activating an impact rune to drive him into the ground. The other paladin charged in from behind her, but Rav just opened a mouth in Vaisala's back and lashed out with a tongue that wrapped around the paladin's leg and pulled him off balance, before he spat a moon heart onto the paladin's chest and detonated the moon mana within, slamming the paladin with beams of lunar light. Sudra recovered from his injuries and charged back in, taking Zaria back into the moment. He was healing faster than she expected, but he was also more cautious. Those claws had to have hurt a lot more. Yet he was only doing the ruin beams in close quarters. Why was he fighting so conservatively? Didn't matter. Zaria had no problem spinning up a couple more bird hearts and hurling them into Sudra's shoulders, the attacks detonating into a flurry of razor blade feathers that stuck their pinions into his flesh. The entire time, the crossbows across her roof kept clattering, keeping a barrage of moonbolts aimed straight into Sudra's hide.
I know not how you called the demons, witch, but I will destroy you before they arrive, Sudra growled.
That wasn't you? Zaria blurted out, so shocked that she wasn't prepared when Sudra lashed out with his frog tongue. He hit one of the crossbow mimics on the roof, but Zaria had planned for that. Each of the mimics up there had a rope leading to something else, and now that one mimic was being pulled into Sudra's mouth, the others released their ropes. Sudra meant to pull a single crossbow mimic. He was not prepared for Maw and 5 sword mimics to join his prey, pulled along by a rope that connected them all. Sudra wasn't able to snap his jaw shut in time. All of the mimics entered his mouth and immediately lashed out. Sudra screamed in pain, trying to disgorge the sudden mass of steel and teeth and hate. But Zaria couldn't follow up on the strike. On the other side of the battlefield, on the side with the portal, the sky had just gone dark as the fissure opened. A chill swept over the battlefield, and Zaria threw herself into a scry in that direction. At the same time, notifications started to flash in her vision. Copper 6, Copper 7. It was happening so fast as bronzes died around her. So far, only mobs and the one paladin, but soon sapient deaths would strengthen her. Zaria quickly spent the new upgrade points on unlocking Creatures of the Night. She barely glanced at the list of new mobs. If she hit bronze before this fight was over, she knew what she wanted, and it was her best chance to survive. The upgrade that would grant her the most direct power. Moments later, a single demon stepped out of the fissure, raising a staff. It looked up, a single cyclopean eye in the center of his face, and focused on the exact point of Zaria's scry. It gestured, and the demons took after her lycanthrope, but it stayed there, staring at where Zaria's eyes would be if she was looking in person. Dungeon. The word came through like a system message branded onto Zaria's soul. We have seen. Then the demon unfurled. There was no other word for the motion. Not wings, just the entire creature was made of long, spindly arms that had a half-dozen elbows on each limb coming out from what would have, on a human, been the waist. Each of those arms ended in human-like hands, and the creature's upper torso looked almost like a human, save it had no arms. Instead, from its shoulders came two long necks that ended in human heads, with the distinctive curled horns in place of eyes. Although the central eye that sat atop its shoulders and was glaring at Zaria made it unique among demons. The two heads opened their mouths and let out a deep, rasping tisk, tick, tick sounds, and it sounded like a disapproving nightmare. Then it started to crawl towards the town, leading the demons. Grass turned brown under its passing, strange alien plants springing up where it went. Doom was coming for the town, and darkness came with it. Chapter 50.
What have you done?
Sudra asked her. Blood ran from the frog head. The servitor had managed to vomit the mobs free, while Zaria was distracted by the fissure, ripping off his own tongue to break Maw loose. Her first floor boss had hopped over to the battle, and was now riding on the paladin lycanthrope and spraying acid over his shoulder, giggling between attacks. The sounds of battle still raged around them, but for the moment, Zaria and Sudra were frozen. "You think I did this?" Zaria asked.
The portals open at your will. Once when you needed to prove your strength to a town. Once when you needed the Coven distracted so you could wage your illegal war against the Reclaimers. And now to give you demon troops to fight against us, Sudra sneered. Hypocrite.
"Idiot," Zaria countered. "Why would I open a fissure behind me? I would have opened it behind you so you'd be the one in the middle of a fuck sandwich." Sudra reached out to swipe as a candleman in bird armor flew by, and Zaria responded by lashing out with one of her tongues and catching a manticore by the throat, pulling it into her jaw. The message was clear. You move, I move.
Why should I believe you?
Sudra said. Because I just watched a fucking archdemon crawl out of the portal, Zaria said. That, at least, seemed to get through to the Chimera. His face fell.
My master will need to hear of this,
he said. Then you should go tell him, Zaria said.
Yes, Sudra nodded. Right after I grab your core and slay the archdemon you summoned.
So much for rational discussion, Zaria said, as Sudra started to gather a ruin beam. Well, she had his attention now. The original plan was back into effect. Zaria turned and ran, firing crossbow bolts at the Chimera. Sudra roared, cutting off his ruin beam, and dropped onto all fours to give chase, while Zaria led him straight to the fissure. She glanced over her shoulder, just in time to see enraged Balehen slam into the battlefield, finally fully joining the battle, and could only hope Vaisala and Rav had that part of the fight under control. Sudra wasted no time before launching weak ranged attacks after Zaria, bolts of elemental ruin that erupted from his back and traveled in arcs after her. A duplication of the mage arcane missile skill, but with the ruin element. Zaria responded with weaving moon and cloud barriers, using the obfuscating properties of both those elements to disrupt the seeking attacks. Unfortunately, however, it wasn't just an attack. Sudra was using the smaller bolts to dissolve Zaria's arrows before they could build up a full 50 stack for a lunar strike. The images of the moons over Sudra kept growing fainter and stronger as new bolts landed to replace ones that had been aged to dust by ruin. That had to be a new ability, something Ledeva had whipped up to counteract the moon crossbows. If Zaria had been reliant on them still, this would have been a huge problem. As it was, it just meant she didn't have her easier win condition. "So, how's it going?" Agnes said, poking her head out from under the table. "Oh, going quite well. Don't suppose you can offer any tactical advice right now?" Agnes hopped onto the table and looked back at Sudra. "Try to run faster than him." "Stunning insight," Zaria said. "I meant about the plan." "Did the lycanthropes get things into place?" Zaria nodded. Another volley of ruin bolts from Sudra had to be countered, and she hurled a trio of bird hearts at Sudra to put a wall of razor feathers between herself and the boss, followed by a cloud heart. It pulled the feathers into a tornado that shredded at Sudra, even as he barreled through the damage, howling in fury. "And did they lead the demons away?" "Some of them," Zaria said to that one. "There's an archdemon. Or at least, I assume so. Sky went out when it showed up." Agnes paled and nodded. "Probably, then. That's... oh dear. What rank?" "I couldn't tell," Zaria said. "It didn't give me a nameplate." "How many eyes did it have?" That caught Zaria off guard. "One?" Agnes let out a sigh of relief. "Then it's going to be something you or Sudra could handle. A Tier 1 archdemon will be a good match for a bronze boss and a copper-full dungeon." "And if we don't work together?" As if to punctuate her words, Sudra let loose a full beam of ruin. Zaria barely managed to pivot to escape the strike. It hit the wall on the other side of town in front of her, turning stone to dust and ash. At least it gave her an easy route towards the fissure. "Let's assume for a moment that is not what happens. I know, it seems unlikely, but bear with me." Zaria hurled a moon, cloud, and bird heart together. The feathers exploded outwards, gathering lunar energy that made them sprout tendrils as the cloud heart whipped them into a gale straight for Sudra's face. The chimera roared and hurled a piece of debris like a ball. It glanced off of Zaria's wall, cracking wood and sending her staggering. "Negotiations aren't going wonderfully." "I'm picking up on that," Agnes said. "Well, the good news is the archdemon will consider Sudra the larger threat. And remember, they see hearts. You don't have one. It'll make Sudra stand out brighter." "And the bad news?" "If the archdemon wins that fight, it'll possess Sudra and become strong enough to absolutely annihilate you. At that point, you're better served just offering your soul to the archdemon. You might survive that way." "Please give me another option," Zaria said to Agnes. "Tell me there's something I can do." Agnes chewed her lip. "I have an idea," she said. "But it only works if you move fast. And it means you'll be abandoning Sudra for a bit, which makes that possession all the more likely. But if you can pull it off, it'll bring the demon down to a manageable level." "Tell me," Zaria said. Agnes walked over to the crystal ball that held Zaria's core and pressed her tiny hands against it. "Incoming info dump." Visions flooded Zaria's mind. The full plan, exactly as Agnes envisioned it working. Zaria stepped lightly to escape another attack by Sudra. She had to close the fissure before the archdemon beat Sudra. It would limit the archdemon's power on this plane, and it would have to kill Sudra to avoid being killed itself. Either it would win without possessing Sudra, or it would lose, and Sudra would be greatly injured. Best of both worlds. Because once the demon had Sudra, it would use that body to absolutely annihilate. Unless it beat Sudra too quickly and gained the chimera's power, or unless it targeted Zaria, or unless the fissure stayed open. So many unlesses. It was a terrible plan. It was the only plan. Except, it might not be. "Does the archdemon want my soul?" "The soul of a dungeon core?" Agnes said. "That would be more valuable than even the body of a servitor. But you can't convince it to target you. It can't possess you. It won't even sense your soul while it's in your core." "Right," Zaria said. "But what if my soul wasn't in my core?" Copper 8 flashed across Zaria's vision. Zaria spent the upgrade point immediately on greater mimics. That was all the prerequisites met. Now, she just needed to hope she hit bronze 2. "Then it would be vulnerable to the demon," Agnes half said, half screamed. "Right. But would it go for the source of my consciousness, or would it go for Sudra?" Agnes shook her head. The source of... Yes, it would target your soul above all else. Perfect. How is that perfect? Agnes half asked, half demanded. Zaria dumped her entire plan straight into the hagling's mind, the same way Agnes just did to her. Agnes took a half-second to process, then looked up at Zaria. You're mad. You're absolutely mad. Can it work? Zaria asked. Yes, you absolute madwoman. Yes, it could work. You picked up creatures of the night? Of course you did. You absolute madwoman. Good. Zaria shunted her attention back to the battlefield. Send me the information how to do this, please. The demons that had followed the archdemon were just in front of her. Zaria started to hop oddly, stomping on as many of them as she could before they got too far past her. The awkward motions would also help keep her clear of Sudara's shots, while her newfound talons shredded demon flesh. The archdemon rose up on its elongated arms, staring at Zaria and Sudara both. Grant me dominion. Sudara answered with a roar. Zaria didn't bother speaking, just pivoted to run around the archdemon. It spread its legs out to brace for Sudara's charge. The massive chimera lunged for the archdemon, and the creature flowed like water, shifting away from the monster at impossible speeds. The archdemon raised a single hand, and a flash of black energy leapt from his palm, so thin it was almost visible. The beam struck Sudara in the side. There was a flash of darkness. Then an explosion ripped a chunk of Sudara's flesh free. The chimera stumbled, suddenly weak. The archdemon lunged in, and Zaria realized Agnes's plan would have been assured to fail. Sudara could barely even harm this monster, which meant Zaria had to act now. She focused on the spot the lycanthropes had gone to before the fissure opened, a patch of half-drowned bushes that had survived Zaria's artificial flood, and on one of the 3 mimics hidden inside, a crate mimic, idly awaiting Sudara's approach. Instead, Zaria raised her finger and pointed at it, casting a single spell from her dungeon spellcasting list. Possession! There was a feeling like falling, and then Zaria opened her eyes, except she had no eyes to open, yet she could see her surroundings. A world of black and white awaited here, shades of gray replacing colors to her vision. The consciousness of the mimic, such as it was, slipped into Zaria and merged with her, ready for its rebirth via a mob heart in the future. From here, on the ground, Zaria could see herself. The house that was her body, with tongues lolling from the side, striding uneasily on chicken legs. Without her consciousness in her body, the dungeon went on automatic mode, trying its best to carry out the last command she'd given it, to destroy the fissure. It was charging towards the fissure, but Zaria couldn't focus on that. She just watched long enough to make sure Agnes delivered the payload, and sure enough, the hagling had a mimic fire the object at Zaria. Sudara was badly injured, held by just 2 of the archdemon's wiry arms. The creature probably could have plunged into Sudara right there to begin the possession, but instead, it snapped its extra heads in the air, sniffing in Zaria's direction. Dungeon! Right here, Zaria sent from where she was. The archdemon fired another black bolt, this time through Sudara's leg, and let go as the chimera screamed and writhed on the ground, trying to heal frantically. It didn't care. It crawled across the ground, looking at Zaria with tilted heads. This is a trap. Well, look at you, Zaria said. Got that basic cognitive function right there. So you know it's a trap. Want a fucking cookie? The question isn't, is Zaria laying a trap? The question is, can this puny dungeon return to her core fast enough I can't hold her? The archdemon's spare heads grinned. Sudara screamed, Don't. If a demon controls you, dungeon, it can walk fissures around. Better death than... The archdemon gestured idly back toward Sudara, putting another black beam through the chimera. It was so casual, throwing around energy beams that dwarfed any power Zaria had seen so far, save only the searing sleep a platinum wisp had thrown out in the battlefield. I accept the game. The archdemon grabbed the mimic. At the same time, Zaria shunted her consciousness free of the mob. The archdemon flowed by water, trying to beat Zaria back to her core, the way she'd known it would. But it couldn't see very well, not in the mortal realm. Those extra senses were what guided it. The ability to smell souls and hear hearts. So it raced to the nearest dungeon core, and when it saw it had beaten Zaria there, it lunged in, shoving its mind into her core. Except it wasn't her core. Zaria grinned and slammed her power into the core. It lit up, shimmering. With it, the burned and charred suit around the core flared to life. A psychic scream of rage washed over Zaria and Sudara. Probably anything sensitive to telepathy for leagues in all directions heard the archdemon scream. Rhine had left her Wisbane armor behind. No need to carry the damaged armor around, which meant the dungeon cores she'd used to control it had been present when Zaria absorbed them, and words had flashed across her vision. New mimic unlocked. Core mimic. 20 command points. This mimic, in addition to appearing like a dungeon core, can cast dungeon spells as if it was a dungeon. It cannot contain a full entity, but a mortal soul may become attached to it. In the event of that, the dungeon core will undergo new spawning process, and if it survives, will become a fully independent dungeon. Can't contain a full entity, Zaria said to the archdemon. But you're just tier 1. Not even a proper entity. You're just a powerful demon. I will devour all you love. That's the thing you don't get. That mimic is a dungeon core, which means if a mortal soul reaches it, it will become a proper core. Not one of my mobs, just a dungeon in its own right. One specifically containing you. Zaria had given the mimic a couple of commands before tossing her consciousness out here. It was already splitting open to reveal rows of teeth that looked like glass, and created cloud hearts to pick itself up into the air. The town waited. People were dying there. Hopefully one of them would become a dungeon. And if not, she could deal with the archdemon before it escaped. Agnes had guessed the mimic could hold it for a couple days. Zaria actually slid back into her dungeon fully now. The fissure had weakened under her body's assault, and now, finally able to focus on the fissure, Zaria had little problem destroying it. The fissure core appeared, falling to the ground in front of her. Sudara slammed into her from behind at impossible speeds, sending her rocketing forward. Zaria stumbled, flailing her tongues in the air like pinwheeling arms, and managed to grab a tongue around Sudara's throat. The chimera let out a rasping cry as Zaria used her weight to pull him along with her, before he could grab the major fissure core.
Mine, Sudara screamed. My master wants the core, yours and that one.
It's good to want things, Zaria said, raising her talon and bringing it down on Sudara's back while sending a command to the buried mimics. Sudara howled, thrashing at her. He had almost fully healed from the archdemon's strikes. How powerful was he? At least Zaria had him grabbed and... Oh. Dozens of ruin missiles rose from his back. Hundreds. Sudara had been holding off the ruin elemental attacks for this. A complete dump of all his mana into a single volley. The kind of spell you needed when you were trying to kill a dungeon. Zaria threw illusions of moon and cloud behind herself and the attacks, but they tore through her pitiful remaining mana pool in a matter of seconds. Copper 9 flashed across her vision as she rocked back, but Sudara's attack was unrelenting. The side of her house was completely blown out, and some of the contents spilled onto the ground. The extra-dimensional space inside her started to grow unstable, and Zaria needed to devote more and more of her power to holding her own body together. Then Sudara reached down. The ruin missiles had damaged her underside, even. Warning, core stability 7%. Right. She'd barely been paying attention, but that was a measure of her structural integrity now. It had been 80 for most of the fight. It wasn't even supposed to warn her of damage until it hit 50%, just so it wouldn't distract her mid-fight. But that volley had dropped her down from 80 to 7 in a single round of firing. Sudara had absolutely spent his entire mana pool. A small part of Zaria was proud. An entire bronze boss's mana pool, and it had still only taken 73% of her core stability. Then Sudara ripped her leg off. Zaria screamed as core stability dropped to 2%, and Sudara held the leg like it was a fully cooked chicken leg, taking a thick bite out of it.
My master wants you alive, Sudara said, chewing on Zaria's severed limb. It is good you have no risk of bleeding out. Now, stay.
Sudara walked over to the side of the fissure core, scooping it up in one hand.
I will fish your core out once you've recovered enough that won't kill you. My allies will handle your minions. You have lost. To be honest, I would have killed you if you hadn't revealed at the end there you could create dungeon core mimics. That. My master will make good use of that.
Just say
it's Ledova, Zaria croaked.
Sudara shrugged.
As you wish. It won't matter that you know. Now, do I go back to the battle and eat that little witch of yours from the feet upwards, or—
Wait, Zaria said, her voice hoarse. There's something you need to know. Sudara tilted the goat head to look at her.
Oh?
Yes. Zaria took a deep breath. 3 things. First is that dungeon core mimics can heartcast. It's a really powerful mob, honestly.
I can see that,
Sudara said, holding the fissure core closely, as if he expected Zaria to lunge for it. Second is that the moon and cloud elements are the best illusion elements I have, Zaria said. You should see the one I built in my extra dimension space. It looks like you're standing on shatter.
I fail to see why I need to—
Sudara started, but froze when Zaria looked right at him. Something in her Babamorph's visage caught him off guard. The third, Zaria said, is that I'm the fucking mimic dungeon. At that moment, the dungeon core mimic Zaria had originally made and sent down with the lycanthropes revealed itself by chomping down on Sudara's wrist. While Sudara had wrestled her, it had hidden the fissure core behind an illusion, and then waited for Zaria to speak the words that would activate it. Now it would do nothing but mindlessly attack Sudara with every power at its disposal. It called a variety of elemental hearts and blasted them against Sudara's hide. If that had been it, Sudara would have won. He was still a bronze boss with an absurdly powerful healing ability now. He could have shrugged this off. But he saw what Zaria did, and he screamed. Zaria held out her hand, the actual major fissure core in her fingers, delivered by the last of the crate mimics, and using her free hand to give Sudara a middle finger, Zaria absorbed it. Major fissure core available. Core stability 100%. Excess stability has been converted to mana. Mana pool full. Excess stability has been converted to experience. Bronze advancement available. Select capstone. Select major fissure upgrade. Zaria grinned. She'd gone over these menus already. Now, you're fighting a bronze dungeon, Zaria said. And then, as she looked over her options to make sure it was the right selection, Zaria laughed. Do me a favor, Sudara, because there's one chance you have. Sudara looked at her in desperate terror as the dungeon core mimic took out a chunk of his wrist. The confusion in his face was evident, so Zaria decided to enlighten him. Beg. Chapter 51 and Interlude 2 by Sala. The last unspent upgrade point went to buying herself the death element as a treat. She needed to spend it on something before she selected her capstone. A flick of her wrist brought up that menu as she forced herself to stand on recently regrown feet. World Boss. You are able to create a world boss that can leave your area of influence, with powers beyond those of a traditional boss. 0 upgrade points. Prerequisite. Greater Mimics. Special. Copper capstone. Greater Striga. Expands the powers of your Striga, granting her increased abilities, including self-powered flight. Your Striga also gains access to a limited number of specialized upgrades that let her use region abilities, and can use all your dungeon upgrades that apply to your form. 0 upgrade points. Prerequisite, Striga bond, complete. Special, copper capstone. Expanded building. You unlock the ability to create specialized defensive structures in your open-air zone. 0 upgrade points. Prerequisite, Yaga Call. Special, copper capstone. World construction. You unlock mobs that are able to complete construction of new buildings on the surface. Can be used as world mobs, and thus can construct rooms outside of your area of influence. 0 upgrade points. Prerequisite, Striga bond, complete. Special, copper capstone. Part of Zaria was tempted to get one of the abilities that would let her fight Sudara right now. But she'd already made her choice. Having abandoned Vaisala, the least she could do was make sure that Vaisala could now win her fight. She selected Greater Striga, letting the new power flow over to Vaisala. At the edge of their bond, Zaria could feel the woman's confusion, but it was a tiny thing. Having selected the upgrade, Zaria advanced to bronze, and just as the minor core had jumped her up by 2 ranks at tin, the major core meant she immediately advanced as well to bronze 2. Zaria spent the 2 upgrade points immediately. The free upgrade to her legs earlier had let her get the Death Elemental Heart since she didn't need to buy an upgrade herself, but she'd met every prerequisite over the course of the battle.
The house that eats people. Your external form becomes far easier to shape and change, and you are able to spawn a mimic duplicate of yourself that has a mouth in places of entrances. The house that eats people counts as a world boss, although you can still have a world boss alongside it if you choose that upgrade. Can be controlled whether or not it is inside your dungeon, and can carry 25% of your total command points of mobs without the timer for their control running down, so long as they remain in the house that eats people's stomach. Prerequisites. Greater mimics, bigger on the inside. Doors don't work like that. Any one other structural upgrade and leg upgrade to your Yaga core. Bronze tier. Cost 2 upgrade points.
Zaria wasted no time spawning the duplicate of herself, infusing it with a moon, death, and cloud heart in the process. It really did look exactly like her dungeon, save the front porch changed completely into a gaping, toothy maw with a lolling tongue, and the 2 upper windows looking like a pale moon on the left and an inky black cloud on the right. The cloud heart didn't visibly manifest until the mimic opened its mouth and let out a cloud that rolled outwards.
Kill,
Zaria said, pointing at Sudara. The house that eats people, that was too long a name. Zaria needed to name it something else soon. Lunged. It had full strength. There was no hesitation. And since Zaria had just advanced to bronze, this was now a fight between 2 bronze bosses, one of whom had poured mana into spells and stamina into self-healing, the other of which was brand new and full of hate. The house leapt on Sudara like a bird of prey, tearing into him with its talons, its tongues reaching down to grab Sudara's neck. One-on-one, it would have killed the servitor in short order, but Zaria wasn't going to wait for it to solo the boss. She started to respawn the crossbow mimics on her roof, this time making them both seeking and uncommon with a lunar heart, creating her first ever rare mimics. They chattered away, and the extra speed they could manage from their higher ranks. Virtual moons appeared over Sudara's head, and they finished off their count to 50 relatively quickly. It wasn't a fight, not really. Sudara was slaughtered when all 3 moons resolved in the same instant, and this time there was nothing to hide his heart. The little legs clawed their way from his rapidly dissolving corpse, but Zaria knew what to look for. She had given commands to all her mimics before the battle began, and the dungeon core mimic that had injured Sudara originally was right there to grab onto the chimera's heart and hold it tight as it flew back to Zaria to deposit its prize.
I can't believe that worked, Agnes said, crawling out from under Zaria's table again.
I think I'm going to make this dungeon core mimic a boss, or a servitor. If I make it a servitor, think it'll actually be able to operate as a dungeon core? Because that'd be nice.
Agnes brushed off herself. Don't make it a servitor until I can report back to Svart Annis and get some more information, okay? I really don't want us to accidentally create a monster. What are you spending the Major Fisher core on?
Zaria showed Agnes the upgrades.
Talk with me as I run,
Zaria said, focusing her attention on the demons still running toward the town.
Our fight isn't over.
She gathered up the mimics present at the fissure to avoid any going rogue, and took off to run down the demons. A quick command to the house that eats people, and it followed, its massive tongue lolling out.
Let me show you the upgrades. Demon mobs. You can create mobs that have demonic augmentations. These will vary per mob. Demonic becomes a new elemental heart type for you, and can be used in heart casting abilities as well. Cost 1 greater fissure core slot. Respecialization. You are refunded all abilities, including capstone abilities, and are able to spend them again as you see fit. As long as the Major Fisher core remains assigned to this ability, you can change specialization once per month. After using respecialization, you cannot move the Major Fisher core for another month. Special.
Fisher cores can normally be reassigned as often as wanted, but upgrades and capstones cannot. Cost: 1 greater Fisher core slot. Bonus capstone. You are able to gain a capstone ability from tier -2 tiers, currently 10. This ability will allow you to use that capstone as a prerequisite for other abilities, although those other abilities will become inactive if this ability is changed. Cost: 1 greater Fisher core slot. Fisher feeder. Mana regeneration for yourself, your Striga, and your mobs is increased 150% while within the area of influence of a minor fissure, and 300% while in the area of a major fissure. Striga rune regeneration rate increases by similar values. Cost: 1 greater Fisher core slot. Fissure mimic, regional effect. The area within tier ×100, currently 300, feet of your location is treated as being near a major fissure for any spell or ability that checks for presence of a fissure, although abilities that increase mana, stamina, or health regeneration while in the area of a fissure must be activated in the mimicked region, and only can be used for 5 minutes, non-consecutive, in a day. Cost: 1 greater Fisher core slot. Fissure feeder, Agnes said. Hurry. You can change later, but the fissure just closed. This area will count as being near a fissure for at least another 2 hours. And give Vaisala, Rav, and the Dungeon Core Mimic the power they need, Zaria said, immediately selecting the ability. Vaisala, Rav, your regeneration for mana is maxed out for a moment. Hopefully the message hadn't come too late. Now, Zaria said, stepping quickly. Show me how to make world mobs, for when we arrive. Interlude, Vaisala. The fact that a paladin could imitate monk abilities struck Vaisala as completely unfair. What struck Vaisala in that moment was the paladin's backflip accelerated kick, catching her and Rav in the stomach and sending them flying. Rav shot out their wings, flapping hard to pull himself and Vaisala into the air before they hit the wall. As one, they dove, Vaisala raising her spork high overhead. Vaisala sent a thought to Rav. Already, they were beyond words. She could just picture what she was going to do. Rav would just understand her intent and then provide feedback at the speed of thought. Which meant, when the paladin raised his shield to block the spork, Rav was already flaring their wings, whipping their feet up, and forming blades on the toes of the greaves. They struck the paladin hard in the stomach, and blood spilled forth when they flapped their wings and took back to the sky. The fact that Vaisala and Rav were both thinking of the combined unit of themselves as a singular unit was something they'd have to worry about later. No, not us worry about. Rav isn't bothered by it. I'll have to think about it. That momentary thought of herself as an independent entity from the armor mimic servitor caused their connection to weaken. For a moment, she was not them. She was her. And she was flying with wings she didn't know how to control, with a living suit of armor that had a mind of its own, and her heart started to race. Sweat beaded her forehead.
We are fine,
Rav said. We are, Vaisala shot back, forcing herself to be calm, letting herself resynchronize. The error had cost them, however. Before they could follow up with a second strike on the paladin, the other paladin, still locked in combat with the lycanthrope, managed to turn and throw a saint-level healing spell, and the wounds Vaisala had just left were now healing. The saint was holding out a hand, forming a mage spell in his grip. Rav brought them down as Vaisala brought the spork up, and they were once again ready for the paladin to launch a potent pyromantic spell. They'd blocked it before, and this time the paladin wheeled to throw the hellfire at the bronze lycanthrope. Flames washed over the being at the same time the other paladin let loose a powerful earth-based attack, and the two strikes collided to encase the lycanthrope in magma that quickly cooled. The incredible durability of the creature, and the healing powers it had possessed when it was human, meant it was still not dead. But it was out of the fight until it could break free of the stone. Both paladins turned to Vaisala, and sweat broke over her forehead anew. The fight was going poorly. Olenna was already down, a sword through her stomach, and possibly about to die. Karen was on one knee over his fallen sister, protecting her alongside his serpent. But even with their mimic armor, they were overwhelmed. Ryan was holding the mobs at bay, but she'd been forced to go all out with some of her more exotic tools, and now the world system was lashing out at her, disrupting the intricate machinery of her armor. Zyver and Andra were still up, But without the lycanthrope to add to their healing, it wouldn't be long before they dropped, even with Andra repeatedly beating Zyver over the head with her healing staff. Vaisala had one impact rune left, and now 2 paladins, who seemed to have endless mana for healing, were turning to face her. "We are well and truly fucked," Vaisala said.
Do we have a plan?
Rav asked. Vaisala sent him an affirmation. "We die slowly. That's the plan."
Ah,
Rav chuckled.
I am glad to die with you inside me.
Vaisala sighed. Fenestrath's red member, Rav, if we survive, promise me you'll call it wearing in the future. It sounds like I'm fucking you if you put it that way.
Didn't you just say we are fucked?
Vaisala studied the thought for a moment. There was really nothing but curiosity from the mimic armor. It's a versatile word. I'll explain it if we survive. Rav sent her affirmation as the 2 paladins started to circle around them.
I'm fine dying without knowing.
Vaisala pursed her lips. Fair. The problem was, they'd underestimate how large a difference the tears made, and how often they'd get pulled off track. Vaisala hadn't been able to focus on the paladins because she'd needed to deal with damage dealers here and there. Rhine had needed to pull out her bigger weaponry to try and thin the flyers from the sky. They'd just been, at every turn, outmatched. Every victory was a step back, as the power gap between them and their foes meant a single mistake from the coppers could be lethally punished, while their opponents could err all day and still be ahead. And these were skilled fighters who rarely made mistakes.
Lefty is the one who hurt Olana,
Rav said.
Do you care about punishing that?
Good a target as any. Vaisala leapt as Rav flared their wings, the 2 of them diving for the paladin. Maybe they could overwhelm him and kill him before the other... Too late. The paladin blocked the spork and lashed out with a sword strike that caught them in the gut. Rav held together, but barely. The other paladin came up behind them, an earthen blast catching them in the spine and sending them staggering forward. The flame paladin raised his sword, readying for a lethal strike. Vaisala regained enough balance to pivot hard, swinging her spork as hard as she could, activating the impact rune. If she was going to die, she was going to hit this paladin as hard as she could before the end, even if his shield meant... Her spork impacted, and his shield exploded. A shockwave flared from the impact rune, causing his hand and arm to explode afterwards, turning into a red mist up to the elbow. Below the elbow, the impact was lessened. So, instead of a mist, the arm turned into giblets. His shoulder fared slightly better, insomuch as it just turned to paste that spread up to his neck as it passed through his heart. He died, of course. The other paladin froze. Vaisala froze. Rav was so shocked he completely desynchronized from Vaisala. New ability available through Striga bond. Greater Striga. Expands your powers. Strength, speed, stamina, mana regeneration, and rune strength increase by 200%. Self-powered flight available. New upgrades and region abilities available. Some abilities are now available to you via your bond with your Yaga core. Death elemental hearts available. New upgrades available. Welcome to Bronze tier. Strength, speed, stamina increase by 200%. Mana regeneration increased by 50%. Rune strength increased by 100%. 4 new permanent rune slots now available. 20 new rune slots available for memorization. See new runes now, Y/N. Vaisala stared at the words in her vision. She grinned, and Rav mimicked the expression, the toothy maw across her stomach spreading into a ravenous smile. All those improvements, and none of them counted that Rav had also jumped up to bronze. They were each, individually, as strong as a bronze boss. Together, they could fight like a silver boss. Think we need to look at new runes right now? Vaisala asked, pivoting to face the other paladin. He was leaping for her, but with her enhanced speed, it almost seemed to be in slow motion. That was just the rush of being a tier higher. The world would slow down. But for now, it meant Vaisala felt almost lazy as she stepped back from the strike.
I do not think that is needed,
Rav said, spawning a sword arm from the center of Vaisala's chest and expanding the limb 12 feet in an instant, skewering the paladin through the throat. I think you're right. Swap to a death heart, Vaisala said. Rav didn't hesitate doing so. He grew black, with dark purple lines, and the wings at their back vanished to be replaced with a skull helm growing over Vaisala's head. The sword he'd spawned changed to scythe.
Don't we still need wings?
Vaisala grinned and crouched. No, we don't. She leapt, and the two of them went flying into the air. Vaisala held out her hand, forming a moon heart and a death heart, then hurled the pair at the last surviving demon-bonded saint. When they exploded, tentacles erupted from the moon portion of that heart cast, and the saint started to wither as the death elemental heart sucked at his very vitality. It didn't instantly kill him. Death was balanced against the elements, but it weakened him plenty. Vaisala pivoted in the air, Rav once again back in sync and aiding her motions. They descended like a comet falling from hell. The saint cast a spell to block her spork, but Vaisala wasn't worried about hitting him. Rav, understanding her intent, peeled back the gauntlet with the spork, holding it in an extra limb and giving Vaisala both hands free. Vaisala closed the distance between them and the saint in an instant. He screamed when Vaisala grabbed him by both wrists, pulling his hands out to the side. "Good evening, sir," Vaisala said in a conversational tone. "I recently advanced to bronze tier and wish to conduct an experiment in my newfound strength. Would you care to indulge me?"
What?" the saint said, his eyes wide.
"Good enough." Vaisala pulled in both directions. It turned out it was impossible to tear a man in half lengthwise, but she was getting close. Soon she'd pull his arms from his body, and then she'd take the arm to her mouth and—
"No,"
Rav said, before Vaisala could finish the motion. Suddenly, the mimic wasn't pulling with her, he was pulling against her, stopping her from tearing this man apart.
"What?" Vaisala snarled.
"You don't eat people apart," Rav said. "I do. Your head, it will not like when you remember that if you finish. He is dead. Leave him intact."
Vaisala was ready to expel the mimic from his place on her body, but some small voice reminded her he was right. Vaisala reined in the murderous impulses.
"Us," she said. Us. We."
Rav understood. They synced back up again, and Vaisala unloaded the surge of murderous intent in her mind back where it belonged, into Rav's mind. When they'd desynced in shock, Rav's hunger had stuck with Vaisala. That hadn't been her desire. It was his.
"Thank," the saint started to say.
Rav's tongue lashed out, wrapping around the saint's throat and dragging him down to bite his head off. Vaisala's stomach flipped over. That hunger. Rav always had that hunger. All the time. "Thank you," Vaisala said. She didn't say, "for not eating me." Not out loud. Rav still understood.
"You are more fun as not food," he said.
"Glad to hear that." Vaisala held out her hand, and Rav returned the spork to her. The weight was a comfort. "Let's finish this off." Going from being behind in power to being the most powerful entity on the battlefield meant that was an easy task. When the Dungeon Core mimic arrived, that was just an added benefit, as was the vastly improved regeneration rate Zaria sent them. By the time Zaria returned to town, Vaisala had flown up to one of the few surviving towers, so chosen because it put her at eye level with the Bobomorph. Beneath her in the tower, Ryan was binding up the one surviving Drake Enterprise employee they'd caught alive. Rav had climbed off to devour as much as he could eat before Zaria got back. It was just the two of them. Zaria stared at Vaisala, and Vaisala grinned back as the dungeon looked over the battlefield. "So," Vaisala said, "what took you so long?" Epilogue. Sestmir's world boss, a lesser spawn of Jormungandr named Ismart, was 2 days off. Zaria was glad to finally have the creature on her map, worming its way through the ground and bringing Sestmir's influence with it. "You sure you can't stay longer?" she asked Ryan. Ryan shook her head. "I can't suit up again here. During that last fight, I really pissed your system off. I think if I suit up again, it'll give me a just die already debuff." "I'm telling you," Agnes said. It's because you're using divine energy from other worlds here. Some worlds play nice with that. Others violently reject it. This one is the latter. Ryan nodded. I'll see if I can make a non-divine armor and test it when I come back. She looked over at Zaria. And I will come back. As soon as I'm going to Spiral. As soon as I know what's going on there. When it's time to go, we'll go. We'll all be joining you, Zaria said. And when you get back, I'll share whatever our prisoner tells us between now and then. The Drake employee was a man named Damien. He was resistant to interrogation. Zaria hoped he'd be more compliant with higher ranks asking questions, given how little other methods of extracting it seemed to happen. Next to her, Vaisala nodded, as did Rav. He was now wearing the demon-bound, shatter-aligned paladin lycanthrope as a host. It was a long name. Ryan called it Bob. Bob, as a name, was probably going to stick. Appreciate it. What about... Ryan trailed off. I feel terrible. I don't know her name. Zaria grimaced and glanced at Vaisala. She still won't speak to me. You? She's only talking to Karen, Vaisala said. She said she's sane. Zaria took a deep breath. I honestly thought it would sweep up one of the reclaimers, not... It was a miracle the dungeon core mimic that had held the archdemon hadn't fractured under the strain of mutation. But when Olenna had bled out in the mud, her spirit had latched onto the creature. Her brother was standing guard, and one of the 3 Fae that had offered to join Zaria would be sure to help the former runebow. Right now, the system was still figuring out the rules that would govern Olenna. All they knew was the name of her core type. An Apollyon core was certainly an ominous enough title. Karen said she may want to go with you before the trip to Spiral. Hard to tell, but her brother knows her. Personally, I doubt she'll want to come, Zaria said. If she even can. I don't know how mobile she'll be.
If she's a threat, I get to eat her,
Rav said. The comment broke the tension with a bit of laughter. You're gonna get along well with Zeke, Ryan said to Rav. He likes to eat people too.
I will enjoy this, yes,
Rav said. I'll swing back here before too long local time. Hard to say, but if Olenna wants off-world and can, I'll happily take her with me. Ryan sighed and looked out the window. I honestly can't believe that worked, Ryan said to them. The paladin to lycanthrope, that is. That part? I'm shocked the ability scaled up to the point it could make a mob you could dominate that was a tier higher than you. Nothing said it couldn't, Zaria said. Vaisala grinned. Maybe it's because Spiral is in retrograde. Zaria let out a snort. Please, that's just an old hag's tale, Agnes huffed. Just because you bonded me doesn't mean you can talk about hags like that. Even if I'm not a full hag yet, it's still rude. Sorry, I didn't know that was honestly offensive, Zaria said. It's not, Agnes said. But I thought it'd be funny to say it was. You've got a strange sense of... Vaisala started to say, but she was cut off. Ryan had leapt across the table, grabbing Vaisala by the lapels of her shirt and pulling the Striga till she was practically nose to nose with Ryan. What? Ryan said. I was just saying Agnes had a strange sense of humor, Vaisala said, unperturbed. Without her armor, Ryan was a decently in-shape 18-year-old girl with some combat training. She could no more threaten Vaisala than a fly. No, before. Spiral. Ryan's eyes were wide, and she'd apparently been reduced to grunting single words. I said it was in retrograde? Vaisala looked at Zaria. Sometimes the moons move closer towards us for a bit. It's believed abilities associated with the aligned moon are stronger while that moon is in retrograde. No, Ryan said, letting go of Vaisala and looking at her hands. No, I cannot possibly be that stupid. Except I clearly can. Because I was. I've been here, on and off, for years. And I never even thought to check. But why would I? Ryan laughed. She sounded half deranged. Moons can't go retrograde. They can, Zaria said firmly. Not from the host planet. Ryan shook her head. I said your world was strange. It should only have 1/8 of the gravity it does. It definitely shouldn't be massive enough to pull 3 moons around. But it's not. Of course, Spiral isn't the broken moon. That's not new. Spiral has been broken for thousands of years. Please make sense before I toss you through the portal by your ear, Vaisala said calmly. Ryan wiped at her face. Right, so, retrograde happens because of how orbits work. A planet will appear to go retrograde to another planet because the apparent motion of both bodies around the star means one planet creates the illusion of having changed directions. But it's just looped around the star. Similarly, a moon can appear retrograde when viewed from another moon because one just looped around the host planet. Okay, Zaria asked. And? There is no arrangement of orbits that leads to a moon appearing to be retrograde from the surface of the planet. That's just not possible. But Spiral is retrograde, which means the other worlds, the other moons, Theia, Luna, broken. Spiral is broken. But it is not another moon. Ryan rubbed her face. The system could hold up with one moon broken, not two moons. When another moon became broken, it couldn't work. I swear to the corpulent tits of Crimenath, if you don't start making sense, I will... Ryan cut Vaisala off with a stare that looked so absolutely frantic, it made the words die on the Striga's lips. Moons don't need to break by breaking apart, Ryan said. Personally, I'd consider a moon pretty broken if that moon's personal hell had opened up and was spilling out over the world. What are you saying? Zaria asked. I'm saying that thousands of years ago, a moon broke at the same time a world lost magic. Ryan ran her hands through her wiry hair. But there had been magic, and portals at the time. While the magic held, people had emigrated to the moons of that world. Luna, Theia, and the one you call something else now. But do you know how this world was listed in the portal? Zaria shook her head, spellbound. Titan, Ryan cursed. I thought it was a coincidence, that this world had the same name as a moon of Saturn, but it's like Luna. The moon was intact, but without magic it couldn't be in the same area of influence as the dead world. Theia vanished, and the idea it crashed into the host world explained the existence of Luna. But Luna was only explained by modern observations, long after it had lost magic. And Titan wandered so far away, it became a world of methane seas, a pale imitation orbiting Saturn, while the real Titan, and the real Luna, and the real Theia, and whatever Spiral used to be, ended up here. Ryan drummed her fingers on the table. But gravity bends space-time, even a planetary mass of gravity. Answers, Zaria snapped. Ryan looked up, finally coming back to herself. Your world is a moon of Earth, still orbiting the gravity well the world left behind tens of thousands of years ago. Your sun is a mirror of Sol, the Earth's parent star. And you live on the second moon to become broken. Ryan breathed heavily. I need to go to Spiral. I need to confirm, because if I'm right, your moon breaking cracked the system in half, and in the process, revealed that something was happening there that caused whispers throughout the universe. Ryan chuckled. Heavens above and hells below. I couldn't find the answer because I was standing on it. She stood up. I need to go. Right now? Zaria asked. I've wasted too much time already. You have the reclaimers on the back foot. I'll be back when it's time, and until then, prepare yourselves. For what? Ryan's face split into a grin that bordered on manic. For the wardens of a half-dozen worlds to go to war. This concludes The Dungeon That Walks Like a Man by Alex Reisman. Narrated by Sierra Klein. Copyright 2023 by Joseph Reisman. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Alex Reisman and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library